today in the hallway. You're singing, "Oh Happy Day."
My question is the water, the rain, what about the rain with the fire stuff?
Are you kidding?
Oh, me? Is it, no, it's out there or not where I am. It wasn't so far, hasn't they made it sound like it's still in the century? Maybe it's coming, it's supposed to be later this afternoon. One bad last night. All right, we're outside the presence of the jury. The jury is about to come in and we'll begin the summations. If there is an objection during the summations, I will rule on the objection. If I agree with you, I will sustain the objection. If I do not agree with you, I will overrule the objection. But whatever my ruling is, there will be no approaching the bench, there will be no discussion, there will be no debating, and there will be no arguing. The ruling will be the ruling, and then you move on.
You know, we're just requesting that, because a lot of times objections are not under legal grounds. Objecting under co-counsel argument, and it's just objections sustained. We don't have any idea what the grounds are. So I assume the court rules from state grounds.
Yes.
Or else it's overruled.
Yes, if there's an objection, the legal grounds will have to be stated. It's not- All right, both sides ready for the jury? Mr. Priscilla, are you ready to begin? All right, ready for the jury? Do you know which one?
I cannot, let me find out.
All right. Yes, please. you're number one, did you make it where you wanted it?
Yes.
What time did you get there?
Chapter at 3.
At 3, but we recessed it.
No, we got some Tuesday at like 1. Or 12:30.
Oh, that's right.
I wasn't, I can't.
You got there in time. You got there,
I got there in time.
you get your speech.
He was like, talk about Mars.
All right, we are back on the record. All parties, jurors, and counsel are present. We're about to start the summations. I want to remind you that what the attorneys say is not evidence. However, sometimes the attorneys might say something that you feel will be helpful for you in deliberations. Does anybody need an additional pad, a paper? Everybody's okay? All right, about scheduling. I don't think we'll finish the summations today. There may be a little left, so that will be tomorrow. We'll start up again tomorrow at 9:30. After the summations are finished, then you'll be released to deliberate. But you will be deliberating tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday. If you do not finish tomorrow, you will have to come back on Tuesday. Monday is another holiday. It's President's Day. And the deliberation hours will be 9 to noon and 1:30 to 4:30. All right, Mr. Prislomic, are you ready to proceed?
I am, Your Honor.
Floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. When I stood up here in opening statements, I started by telling you that this case was really an easy case, not a complicated case, a very simple case. And as I stand up here before you now, I want to reiterate, this is not a difficult case. The question for you to answer in this case boils down to really just one question. There's only one important question in this case, one critical question that you have to answer. And that is, did Mr. Mayers, the man at the table, did he use a real gun or did he use a fake gun? Now, for those of you who have been jurors in the past, you know that as jurors, often when you sit in these cases, you have to answer a whole host of questions. You need to answer, was the defendant, was Mr. Mayers, was he even there that night? Was a gun, did he actually have a gun? Was the gun loaded? Did he actually fire the gun? You know, there could be a bunch of different questions that you have to answer. In this case, all those questions are agreed to. And it only comes down to that one question. Was it a real gun or was it a fake gun? Nothing else is in dispute. Now, I'm sure that Mr. Tacopina, when he comes up here, he's going to stand up here, he's going to talk about Mr. Ephron a lot. And he's going to talk to you about how did Mr. Ephron earn his income, who's Mr. Ephron's girlfriend, did Mr. Ephron tell people he was a millionaire, or what kind of lifestyle did Mr. Ephron lead people to believe he had on Instagram? None of that matters. None of that matters. None of that relates to the singular question that on November 6, 2021 in Hollywood, did the defendant have a real gun? Did he have a fake gun? Now, you're not going to hear me, and you haven't heard Mr. Lewin or I throughout this case tell you that after this crime happened, that Mr. Ephron did not think to himself, I want to be compensated for what happened to me. And we are not going to tell you that Mr. Ephron, after this crime, this horrible crime happened, that his primary motivation wasn't, man, I really need to go to the police and make sure that whoever did this was held accountable. That's not what Mr. Ephron was saying. Mr. Ephron was absolutely focused on himself. We agree to that. We talked to you about that all the way back in jury selection. We told you at the time, Mr. Ephron filed a lawsuit. Mr. Ephron wants money because of what happened. okay? That hasn't been hidden from you. We actually stood here and stipulated to that with the defense, that there was a lawsuit, what the causes of actions were. We agree to all that. None of that's in dispute. It's very important that you understand your role in this case, and specifically what your role in this case is not about. You are never going to be asked to decide how much money should Mr. Ephron get for what happened to him that night. Does Mr. Mayers, does he owe Mr. Ephron $1, no dollars, a gazillion dollars? You'll never be asked to answer that question. Your role is not to consider that, not to consider that question. The only question that you are here to answer is, that night in Hollywood, did Mr. Mayers have a real gun or a fake gun? Was the gun that Mr. Mayers pulled out of his pants, pointed at Mr. Ephron, a real gun or a fake gun? Was the gun that Mr. Mayers turned around and pointed at Mr. Ephron and fired twice at that corner of Selma and Vista Del Mar, was it a real gun or a fake gun? I want to start out too with where I started in opening statements, with the video. My apologies, the audio here is not good video. But that's what we're talking about. That moment in time, when you see the gun on that video. The answer to that question that I've now posed to you several times is obvious. It's obvious. That man decided, for whatever reason, that he was going to settle his dispute with Mr. Ephron that night with a gun. That he was going to do that in the middle of Hollywood. And that he was going to fire his gun not once, but twice. That man made the decision to reach out to Mr. Ephron, to provoke this confrontation. He made the decision to bring two other people with him, Ills and 12. Mr. Ephron's outnumbered 3-1. But still, he made the decision to bring a loaded, concealed gun with him to that confrontation. Those were his decisions. Those decisions had consequences, and you know the results of those decisions. And that is what we are asking you to hold him accountable for in this case. We know the consequences of his decisions really beyond a doubt. The video here is clear. The defense put up 12 Mr. Phillips to narrate the video for you. And I guess the question you have to ask after listening to 12 is, are you going to listen to 12, the man who relies on the defendant for his livelihood, for his income, really for his entire career? Are you going to rely on him, or are you going to rely on your own lying eyes? Because what he described on the video did not happen. What did the video show? Well, it showed the defendant confronting Mr. Ephron. It showed the defendant executing his plan to immediately get in Mr. Ephron's face. Immediately engage in a physical confrontation. It shows Mr. Ephron did Ephron was really unprepared. He was. Mr. Ephron went there to talk. He went there to argue. He went there that night to resolve his differences, not to engage in a physical fight. But he's immediately confronted with a physical confrontation. So how does he consider when he's asked simple questions? This is just a hypothetical, but if he's asked, "What's the weather like that night?" You know, his answer is going to start out with something like, I couldn't tell. Mr. Ephron is such a huge man. He's so muscular. When he approached me, he blotted out the sky. I couldn't tell you what it was because he's such a large individual. Okay? He repeatedly puts that fact in front of you. He wants you to focus on Mr. Ephron's size, how big he is, how muscular he is. How honestly, it sounded like this was the first time that 12E had seen Mr. Ephron outside of the gym. He constantly repeated how much Mr. Ephron was in the gym, how big he was. At that moment, when Mr. Ephron is approaching the defendant, he doesn't know what's about to happen. We all know because we see it on the video. But at that moment, he did not know. He did not know the defendant had a gun. So Mr. Ephron, this huge, hulking man, he's confronted outside the parking garage, and how does he respond? He responds by doing absolutely nothing. He's approached by the defendant, and what does he do? He reaches forward with his left hand. Now this man's coming right up in his face. He reaches out to maintain the distance. 12E wants you to believe Mr. Ephron's there to fight. He's there to start it. So when he reaches out with his left hand, what does that leave free? His right hand, his dominant hand, that muscular right hook. Does he throw a punch at the defendant? No. He honestly does nothing. He reaches out with his hand, and the defendant immediately gets in his face. He's actually propelled backwards. Why doesn't he punch the defendant? Why doesn't he fight? He's there to fight him, right? That's what 12E wants you to believe. He's there to fight the defendant. Why doesn't he? Well, he told you. He knows. If I fight this man, it's all over. Not just his relationship with the defendant. He knows they're not going to recover from that. If I punch him in the face, we're done. Our friendship is over. But not just that. My livelihood, my life is over. He's thinking in that moment, we've had problems in the past, we've talked it out. We have problems now, we can talk it out. Okay? That's his mindset. He doesn't know the defendant's mindset though. And he has no idea how bad it's gotten for the defendant. Because a relationship takes two people. And Mr. Ephron, he can only give you his perspective. Apparently though, it's gotten very bad for the defendant. Beyond repair. That is, Mr. Ephron doesn't know that. He doesn't know how bad it's gotten until the next split second when that gun comes out. And you have to understand, in the instant that gun comes out, it has to be immediately clear to Mr. Ephron, oh my God, it is so much worse than I thought it was. This man, my friend, a person I've known 15 years, is pulling a gun on me. This guy hates me. And this is not going to end well for me. It's all over. That's what he's confronted with in the split second that gun comes out and is pointed at him. My career's over, my livelihood, it's all done. Now, I'm gonna go through multiple people's perspective. I am not going to hold back, okay? When I talk about the defense witnesses, I wanna be very clear. What they got on the stand and told you were lies. They repeatedly lied when asked about a whole variety of topics we'll get into. But there was one thing that not even they could lie or deny. And that is what was, and it had to have been obvious to you before you even walked into this court on this case. The defendant, and certainly his significant other, are powerful individuals within the entertainment industry. Even their own witnesses, even 12E, even ASAP Lou had to acknowledge that too. And they certainly have enough power to cancel small players like Mr. Ephron or 12E or Lou if that's what they want to do. And that right there, in that millisecond the gun is pulled out, that's what Mr. Ephron is faced with. So how does he respond to that? That's a lot to take in a very short amount of time. You cannot put yourself in his shoes and say, what would I do? You cannot possibly capture all the emotion, all the history, everything that's going on in his head. And he probably doesn't respond the way that you would. You know? I mean, you probably would not walk after the person who just pulled a gun on you and unload on them verbally with your grievances. But he's angry. He's upset. He's confronted with his life changing, and he knows it's over. And even though the defendant pulled a gun on him, he's not really thinking about the gun. So he follows, and he tells the defendant how he has failed the other members of their collective. And he uses ills and he uses 12E as examples along the way. So we get to the next location, the parking lot, Vista Del Mar in Selma. And when we get to that corner, the defense, certainly 12E, want you to believe that as they arrived there, Mr. Ephron immediately started attacking ills. I'll go through the video. Honestly, we will slow it down and I'll show you where everyone is at that moment when the defendant turns around with the gun. But you know, you've watched the video. I honestly wondered to myself if I even had to address, was Mr. Ephron attacking ills at that moment? There's daylight between them, clear space. But this is where the defense is going to double down on the idea that you cannot believe what you see with your own eyes. Because when you watch the video, you can see space between ills, you can see space between Mr. Ephron. 12E could not acknowledge that on the stand. That's not why he was here. He was here to say that Mr. Ephron was attacking ills. And I'm sure, as you listen to his testimony, when he first started testifying, you had to think, this sounds like something that's been practiced. This sounds like a man who's repeating pre-programmed answers to it. It came off very robotic. I don't have to tell you he was coached into certain answers because you saw it for your own eyes in court. If you didn't see it, you heard it. When 12E's asked a question, what is odd? That's kind of a mundane, really seemingly insignificant question. What does the defendant do? He screams out, don't answer that. Don't say. He's literally coaching him in court in front of him. And what's 12E's response? My brother's company? Man, I can't say. So do you expect him to come into court and tell you the truth about exactly what happened on that street corner? That video does not show Mr. Ephron attacking Ills. And that really is why when we get to the jury instructions, the instructions on defense of others are not going to apply in this case. Because what the video shows is that when they got to that street corner, the defendant thought, I've had enough. And he decided to pull his gun, and he decided to start firing at Mr. Ephron. The video clearly shows, before Mr. Ephron is anywhere near Ills, the defendant is already pulling the gun out, turning around, putting his arm forward. When exactly in that sequence he fired, hard to say. The sound doesn't necessarily match up perfectly with the audio. These are from two different systems. The sound is farther away than the video, but they're close enough that you can tell that in those seconds, the defendant starts firing. How does Mr. Ephron react? He reacts by grabbing Ills and using him as a human shield. Would be a natural response when you're faced with someone firing a gun at you. How does the defense try to twist that though and reframe it? They try to tell you that's actually, Mr. Ephron attacking Ills, because it's a tough case for them. Because it's all on video, you get to see it for yourself. This would have been a lot easier if there was no video and all they had to do was poke holes in Mr. Ephron, but there's video. So they're trying to get you to believe that what you see on the video is not really what you see. Apparently, the defense also thinks that it's a problem that the defendant is actually firing shots at Mr. Ephron. A problem for their defense of, apparent defense of Ills, because they say actually what he was doing was firing warning shots. Warning shots. We thought it was a prop gun. There's no such thing as a warning shot from a prop gun. So that takes me to the next, really most absurd part of the defense in this case, which is that not only was this a prop gun, but Mr. Ephron knew it was a prop gun. They want you to believe Mr. Ephron knew that this gun was a prop gun. But at the same time, they also want you to believe, need you to believe, that he pulled the gun in order to intimidate Mr. Ephron with the gun that Mr. Ephron already knows is a prop gun. It is absolutely absurd. Let's start with the first premise that they want you to believe there, that the defendant is carrying a prop gun in the first place. The testimony through Lou, what the defense wants you to believe is the defendant, he's been stabbed. Not only was he stabbed in this nightclub, 12 was stabbed at the same time. That's a violent thing to have happen to you. Not only that, but he has crazy people breaking into his house. Crazy people stalking him. Also breaking into his house. And when he's faced with that real violence, being stabbed with a real knife, having real people in his house that he doesn't know, what is his rational response to that? Let's carry a fake gun. Let's talk about Lou for a second. This ASAP Lou. ASAP Lou is a very valuable friend to have. ASAP Lou tells you that the defendant singled him out in a crowd because the defendant liked his energy. And little did the defendant know that he was basically recruiting the Swiss Army knife of best friends. Okay? ASAP Lou, not just your personal assistant, but he turns into your tour manager. You need someone to be at your house while the police are searching it on a moment's notice, you got Lou. He's there. But, by the way, let's be clear, Lou, he's totally impartial. He's not financially reliant on the defendant because Lou also has his own DJing business and his own clothing brand, which apparently have nothing to do with his good friend, the famous musician who is also an ambassador to multiple clothing designers. Lou must have done that all on his own. On top of that, Lou, I said he's the Swiss Army knife. One of his functions, he's also the defendant's security consultant. And Lou told you that he sat down with some unnamed, unidentified security expert that did not testify, whose name he couldn't tell you, could give you no information about. And after the real security issues that the defendant was having, being cut with a real knife, he decided the best way that he could protect himself, that Rocky could protect himself, is with a fake gun. So that the next time someone approaches him with a real knife, he can pull out his fake gun. That's going to go one of two ways. That assailant might say, I didn't know you had a gun, and leave. Or they might attack you with their real knife or their real gun, and your fake gun is completely useless. You have no way of actually defending yourself. And if you're faced with real threats, clearly you want to have something that you can really defend yourself with, not some prop. That security advice, that is not just illogical, it's absurd, okay? And the reason why it's absurd and makes no sense is because it's not real advice. That advice was not given to the defendant, okay? Lou made that up for this case, for his testimony in this trial. It did not happen. But wait, because it gets even more absurd, all right? It's even more absurd because they're saying that Mr. Ephron knew, he knew that that gun was fake when the defendant pulled it on him. So any even remote possible deterrent effect that that fake gun would have on anyone goes completely out the window when we're talking about Mr. Ephron. Because Mr. Ephron knows it's fake. I mean, with the defense logic, the defendant could have popped a balloon and it would have had the exact same deterrent effect on Mr. Ephron as the fake gun. Did they prove to you? Did they prove to you at all that Mr. Ephron knew that gun was fake? Mr. Ephron denies it. He says, when I asked him about a prop gun, it took him back. What are you talking? Where does this prop gun come from? Okay? They told you he got that prop gun at a music video shoot in July 2021. We know the shooting happens November of 2021. Between July and November, did they show you a single instance where the defendant and Mr. Ephron are together? A single instance where Mr. Ephron could have received that information that this was a fake gun? Does it even make sense that if the defendant's going to carry a fake gun for his security, that he's going to tell everyone around him, hey, it's a fake gun, it's a fake gun? How does that make any sense? It makes absolutely no sense because it's not true. The truth is the defendant did not have a fake gun. He had a real gun. How do we know? Well, the first scene where the defendant pulls the real gun on Mr. Ephron, what does he do? How does Mr. Ephron respond? How does Ills respond? You don't see the very moment that the gun is first pulled on Mr. Ephron. It's not captured on the video, they're just off camera. But what do you see when they come back into the frame? Mr. Ephron's backing up. Ills is between them. Ills' entire focus is on the defendant, the man with the gun. might play audio back on there. Where's Ills looking? Is he focused on Mr. Ephron, the provocateur, the one who's provoking this fight, who's trying to hurt his friend Rocky? No. He's got his back to Mr. Ephron. He's focused completely on the defendant. What's Mr. Ephron doing? Again, they want you to believe Mr. Ephron looked at the defendant and said, "Put that fake-ass gun away." He never said that. What's he doing on the video? He's backing up. There's no video of the second that gun is pulled on him from this scene. But there is that video from the second location. So I want to play that for you, and I'm going to slow it down for you. I will play it at 2 different speeds. You've seen this video over and over and over. You could probably, if you have any artistic skill, you could probably draw it out from memory. But I want to play it slowly. You know who the people are involved in this. What's the defendant doing? He's pulling the gun out, and you see Mr. Ephron dive behind Hills. That's how Mr. Ephron responds when the gun is pulled on him. Now this is really the moment. So I'm going to slow it down even more. We're going to go to 1/4 speed, okay? You can see the defendant already moving back towards Mr. Ephron. Mr. Ephron is nowhere near Ills. He's lunging towards Mr. Ephron, and Mr. Ephron is diving out of the way. Now this video, it creates a host of problems for the defense in this case. This is the moment where the defendant is turning around towards Mr. Ephron, where he's pulling that gun out, where he's pointing it at Mr. Ephron. And the gun comes out before Mr. Ephron is anywhere near Ills. That completely negates their defense. Negates the reason why he says he had to pull the gun in the first place, to protect Ills. Negates 12E's testimony that Mr. Ephron was punching Ills. Creates a lot of problems for them. You can see the space for yourself between Mr. Ephron and Ills. You don't need anyone to tell you that Mr. Ephron is not attacking Ills. I guess the best that they could argue is that Mr. Ephron was going to attack Ills. I don't, for that to be true, there would have to be a time machine involved. But the instructions, the jury instructions on that are clear. No, you cannot have a belief that there's going to be future harm. Doesn't matter how imminent it was. Doesn't matter if Mr. Ephron was actually saying, "I'm going to beat Ills up. I'm coming after you, Ills." Doesn't work. Belief in future harm is not sufficient. I want to go back to this. You can see the moment where the defendant turns with the gun in his hand, where Mr. Ephron is, and where Ilse is. The second problem with this, so other than negating the defense, right, that 12E wants you to believe Mr. Ephron is beating up Ilse, that video further causes problems for the defense because nobody on that video is acting like that's a fake gun. They're all reacting to a real gun. Consider it from each of their perspectives. From the defendant's perspective, Mr. Mayers. If he's holding a prop gun and Mr. Ephron knows it's a prop gun, that's what they're telling him, right? Why does he have to run towards Mr. Ephron? Why does he have to move at all? Why does he have to lunge towards him? When Mr. Ephron runs around Ilse, why does he have to try to duck and dodge side by side to try to get a line of sight around Ilse? If nothing comes out of the barrel, the tip of that gun, because it's a prop gun, not a real gun, there's no need to chase Mr. Ephron. There's no need for him to move, period. The gun would make the sound. They're telling you that's what the deterrent is. So why does he move? He moves because it's a real gun, because things do come out of the end of that. And he's trying to get a line of sight on Mr. Ephron. Consider it from Mr. Ephron's perspective. They want you to believe at the first scene, Mr. Ephron looked coolly at the defendant when he pulled that gun out and said, "Put that fake ass gun away." So when he pulls it out a second time, a few minutes later, does Mr. Ephron look back at him and say, "Do I have to tell you again? Put that fake ass gun away again"? No, clearly that's not what he's doing. What he's doing is reacting to, oh my God, someone just pulled a real gun off. And he's jumping around Ilse, trying to put something in between him and the defendant. They're very close. He believes that's a real gun. He knows. His reactions are, that's a real gun. 12E. Let's talk about 12E's perspective. He says, when he testifies, I knew that that was a fake gun. That's, going back, I already knew that before the defendant pulled it out. But what does he do on the video? What does the video show? He's behind a wall. So he's the guy to come in here and tell you, we all knew it was a fake gun. When you see him, when you see his reaction, where is he? He's on the other side of the street, he's hiding. Why does he have to hide if nothing comes out of that gun? He's hiding because he knows, what we all know, it's a real gun. The third problem that that video creates for the defense, it negates this whole idea of defense of others, that the defendant had to do this in order to protect Ilse. The defense of others instruction will tell you that it really only applies if the defendant used no more force than was reasonably necessary in the circumstances. The defense in this case needs you to believe that Mr. Ephron was not just beating up Ilse, but that he was savagely pummeling Ilse. 12E, before he's confronted, says Mr. Ephron was throwing haymakers at Ilse, mercilessly, savagely punching Ilse. Why is Mr. Ephron doing this? That's never explained. 12E has no explanation for that. In his opening statement, Mr. Tacopina told you that Ilse's face was pummeled and that they were going to bring in pictures to show you just how damaged Ilse was. Well, obviously that did not pan out. And obviously 12E was not expecting to be confronted with pictures or videos of Ilse's face the day after this happened, showing not a single scratch on his face. Nothing. If what 12E was describing to you had actually happened, these savage blows landed on Ills' face, if that had actually happened, they would have brought in photos of Ills' bloody, bruised face, black eyes, busted lip, whatever it was, cut on his cheek. They didn't bring in any of that because it didn't happen. One step further, we actually brought in pictures of him to show there's nothing there. It absolutely did not happen. Okay. Before I go on, I want to address another thing that I'm sure Mr. Tacopina is going to talk about when he stands up here, and that is the injury to Mr. Ephron. And some of you may have the attitude as you sit here, you know what? He wasn't really hurt that bad. Mr. Tacopina will, I can almost guarantee he's going to call it a finger scrape. And then you have on top of that, you have Lou blurting out that, the defendant's going to go to prison for this long period of time. There's a reason why the judge sustained that, told you not to consider that. But it's interesting that Lou blurts that out when he's not asked a question about that. That's evidence, clear evidence of Lou just trying to get out information to you that he thinks is prejudicial to the people, to our case. I hope you understand that even though this one incident did not result in a serious injury, this is still a serious crime. That the potential for real serious harm was absolutely there that night. This was 10 o'clock p.m. on a Saturday night, a busy Saturday in a busy area of Hollywood. And your common sense tells you how bullets travel when they're fired. They don't always hit their intended target. And the potential for someone else to have been seriously hurt, in this case, is absolutely present. You had busy nightclubs, people getting out of nightclubs, cars, the whole parking lot full of cars. The potential that someone else could have been hit was there, it was real, and it's serious. And you know that when guns are discharged in busy areas, people die. We are lucky that's not this case. But it's still an unimportant case. And I'm going to continue to point out how absurd some of the defense arguments are. And I will fully acknowledge to you that my tone can be sarcastic. Please don't take my sarcasm as any indication that this is unserious. There are definitely laws that you can argue with and say, I don't really know if this should be on the books. This is not one of them. Firing a gun off in Hollywood on a busy Saturday night, not one of them. And even if that's your perspective, you need to set that aside. That's not your role as a juror. The judge tells you what the law is. Your job is just to apply the facts to the law and make a decision. The only decision you have to make is, was it a real gun or a fake gun? Now, to that end, talking about Mr. Ephron's injuries, you'll be able to read the jury instructions for yourself, but there's a whole host of things that we do not have to prove in this case. The law tells you we do not have to prove. That the defendant even touched Mr. Ephron. Mr. Ephron doesn't have to be injured in any way. The defendant does not even have to fire his gun for this crime to be completed. He doesn't even have to point it directly at Mr. Ephron. The moment the defendant pulled that gun out, armed himself, and was capable of inflicting injury on Mr. Ephron, that crime was completed at that moment. Again, you'll see in the instruction, I put the number of the instruction at the bottom for you, so you can go back and read it yourself. The gun does not have to be pointed directly at Mr. Ephron. There can be steps that the defendant still has to take before he inflicts injury. It does not even need to be fired. The evidence in this case compels you to one conclusion to that question I've posed to you multiple times. Was it a real gun or a fake gun? And that is really that the defendant was in possession of a real gun. Mr. Ephron recovered real ammunition from the scene, from a real gun that fired. Everyone in the surveillance videos that I've played for you now, that I've slowed down for you, is responding like it's a real gun. When the defendant's house is searched by LAPD, they only find real guns and real ammunition. The defense theory in this case that this was a prop gun, there is absolutely no evidence to support that idea. The only thing that supports that is Twelby and Lou, who are telling you that it's a prop gun. Once you decide that it's a real gun, you're deciding that those two witnesses especially lie. Everything that they say should be rejected. And why do they lie to you? Because they know the truth. They know this was a real gun. So you can decide this case by finding they lied to you. You can decide this case by just watching the videos for yourself. You can decide this case by listening to Mr. Ephron's testimony. Every time he's talked about this crime, he has always maintained this was a real gun. And if you determine that the gun used in this case was a real gun, the law compels you to one conclusion, that the defendant is guilty. That's it. Not because you want to find him guilty, not because you're going to find pleasure in finding him guilty, but because the law compels you that once you make that determination, that's the only just outcome in this case. I know Mr. Tacopina is going to talk about Mr. Ephron, and he's going to talk about all of Mr. Ephron's statements. He's going to point out every single minor inconsistency that Mr. Ephron has ever made when he is given statements. He's going to bring up points in time that Mr. Ephron is talking about things that have absolutely nothing to do with this case. You saw that clearly when the defense put up Wally Sajemi and tried to play snippets of Mr. Sajemi's recordings of Mr. Ephron. They tried to put up clips where Mr. Ephron said to Mr. Sajemi, "I'm already a millionaire." Oh, look, see, he said he was already a millionaire, but he's not. Where he said to Mr. Sajemi, "Go ahead and post news articles on social media." He said he was, I'm suing Rocky. I don't care about the police. I don't care what happens to the criminal case. I'm getting 30 M's. If I disappear, this case will be harder for the prosecutors. All those clips, none of those clips helped you answer the question in this case: was it a real gun or a fake gun? And who cares? Who cares if Mr. Ephron said in the past he was a millionaire when he wasn't? Who cares if he asked someone to post a news article on social media? Mr. Ephron wants to be paid because he was the victim of a real crime by a real gun. And some of the most important evidence that you heard in this case actually came from those recordings. Those recordings are very important because Mr. Ephron does not know he's being recorded. He thinks he's talking to his friend. He has no idea that this person is betraying him, recording him, and then immediately turning their conversations over to the defendant. These are his unfiltered, unprepared thoughts. He's not talking to the police. He does not even know he's being recorded. But what he says to Wally in those recordings is exactly what he told you here in court. I want to go through them because these recordings are important. So I'm going to break them down. We're going to play a couple of them.
Okay, signs, I'm not a both y'all niggas gonna let that shit happen, you feel me?
Oh, it ain't no picking sides. That nigga 100% crazy and wrong.
Yeah.
100% wrong. And he got 12-year ills mixed up. Bro, I'm not. You gotta understand, Racky been on this high horse for a very long time. You feel me? He didn't have to do what he did. I don't have, he forced my hand. You feel me? I got over 20 missed calls between him ills. Why is Rocky going out of his way to do anything like that? You get what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure you didn't get a story or whatever it is, but you gotta look at it like this. Why is he going out his way to call me 20 times? Like it was a 12-year with him. Text messages saying link up, where you at? And all of this is because of I pressed him about Josh, him not doing right by Josh, and he spoke to Josh's mom and lied. You get what I'm saying? So I wrote him about that. He hit to Bari later about that, but I'm with Bari. Bari got the phone on speaker. You get what I'm saying? This shit didn't fit well with me. So Rocky talks about me within that conversation because he sees I text him about Josh. You feel me? And told him to take an ASAP out my name. This is 7 months ago. I took ASAP out my name. You feel me?
Yeah.
He's a bitch, so he goes ahead and hit Bari because Bari influenced him a whole week later doing that complex con shit. You feel what I'm saying? Just so happened I'm with Bari while Rocky hits him. Rocky says my name. You get what I'm saying? Real Money 12-year ills is at his house. I hit Real Money the next morning, tell Real Money. I heard Rocky bitch ass tell him I don't fuck with him. Woo-dee-woo. You feel me? No fighting words, none of that. Just basically, nigga, I heard you. But in Rocky's head, he was like a bitch because Bari had him on speaker. Rocky don't know who else heard that conversation, but he know I heard him talk about me. And I told Rocky over the years, nigga, if you have a problem with me, let me know. Cause I'm Rocky me sweet. You feel me?
Yeah.
Boom. Next thing you know, I guess that was enough for him. He felt like a bitch because he knew I heard that conversation. I wasn't supposed to hear that conversation because Rocky I never heard him say curse words or even have that type of energy towards me. You know what I'm saying? So now I know the real him. I tell Real Money, tell that nigga fuck him. You feel me? Boom. Shit is related to him. Next thing you know, I get over 20, 30 missed calls between him, Ills, and Rocky. Text messages. I'm staying at the Lowe's. I tell him, he calls me. I finally answer because I'm sleeping.
Yeah.
I answered him. He's like, where you at? With his flip voice. I'm like, huh? Where you at? Nigga, I'm at the W. I'm not really at the Lowe's. You feel me? You know, Hollywood Boulevard. They all look the same. He's like, no, you're not, nigga. That's a bum-ass hotel. I'm like, huh? He said, show me outside. Okay. All of it look the same. I showed him outside. What he does, be there in 5 minutes. I'm like, all right. My girl like, what the fuck is going on? I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah.
He calls me. Ills calls me. I got all these text messages. Bro, these niggas is dumb. You and a couple only people heard this story. Rocky out here thinking it's all sweet, but his life is really, and bro,
That's what I wanted to ask you, bro. Like, why the boys though? You feel me? Why take it to you know the guys? You feel me?
who me?
Yeah, maybe though how the boys meet.
Why wouldn't I, bro? He's a multi-millionaire. He blamed at me. I'm no longer on his level. Everybody turned on me. Everybody,
bro.
Rocky had everybody turn on me that day. Plus, what the fuck am I doing? Spin on his block and go shoot him up?
In that couple minutes, he tells the exact same details that he told you when he testified in this case. That's evidence they created. That's their person trying to trick Mr. Ephron, trying to get Mr. Ephron to say something damaging, say something that's going to undermine his case. Because while he knows he's recording these conversations for one purpose, so that he can turn them right over to the defendant. But what is Terrell saying? Everything consistent with what he told you. How this interaction started. Even that he blammed at him, that he shot at him.
The same thing, because he went at me 4 or 5 times, and I had to use ills as a shield while I be mad.
I feel niggas ain't trying to like, you feel me? Not trying to end squash this shit, get some paper or something, or what, you know, like.
Bro, it's too late. He told me to suck a dick. Boom, boom, boom. I hit up John the same day. Bro, that's all I had. We had nothing but time, bro. When I got the best boy in LA and went about my business. You feel me? He told John to stop contacting me. I sent him the pictures of the bullets, sent him the text messages of him, letting him know how serious this is. You know what he said? Nigga, fuck you. So what I'm supposed to do? Accept the nigga shooting at me 4 or 5 times where I almost died, or sue this man. Now coming with suing, of course, the severity of the case, he's trying to kill me. So that's what he gotta read. You feel me?
There ain't no way niggas could slide, like, you feel me? No paper, no nothing, bro. Like, you feel me? Like,
bro, he's he's 33 years old. He got other men talking for him. You know what he did? You get what I'm saying? He had more than enough time. This shit happened 7 months later. He wasn't trying to reach out to me. He still didn't reach out to me.
with legal shit involved out of boys, you know, so.
That's on him. I didn't want to go with that. I wanted to have a lawyer. If you get a lawyer that has nothing to do with boys, and Jabari is his friend, he might as well thank him for him not being late in the field, because those allegations, you feel me? He got enough, and you're part of the PR team. He would have had enough people to block that if Jabari didn't say nothing, bro. Those was allegations. Jabari made it official.
Again, he's entirely consistent. The defendant shot at me 4 or 5 times. The same thing he walks into the police station and tells the police. He's entirely consistent about what happens after the shooting. That he reached out to the defendant, that he sent him text messages, pictures of the fired cartridge cases, that he reached out to the defendant's manager. All that consistent with what you saw in the text messages and everything else that came in. Even how he was outed as the victim in this case, that Jabari made it official. That Jabari was the one who said that he had snitched and attached his name to it. That's their evidence that they created. And it's entirely consistent with what he told you when he testified.
I just want y'all niggas to kind of end this shit and, you know, buy down some
And no,
time.
he could have ended it when he shot at him. Who ends anything when a nigga shoot at you 4 or 5 times when you gotta grab another member to protect yourself? He called me out my living space. Called me, told me to stop ducking him. He claimed that. That's called premeditated, bro. You feel what I'm saying? He didn't give me a chance. He told me I'm gonna come to a gun battle. I came to link him to see what the fuck the status was about. He pulls out. He tries to chest bump me. He tries to chest bump me and then pull out a gun for self-defense. He's a pussy boy. Give me an ills to standing in between while he's trying to shoot me. He ain't give me no seconds, bro. This shit happened like that. And I got it all on camera. You don't want that, like, trust me. He's stupid. He did it all on camera, champ.
Again, consistent. I didn't know I was walking into a gun battle. I didn't bring a weapon. What does he do to me, though? He tries to chest bump me, and then he shoots at me.
So it's really to get in the road, or you just trying to move on and shit?
Besides suing somebody like that. You feel me? Now, he got to face the consequences of with that because he wanted to be a gangster and run out his crib like that. That has nothing to do with me. You feel me? I did my part. If you look at it on my head, what else am I supposed to do?
Why not just ask for the bag, or, you know?
I tried already, bro, and you don't ask for the bag because that's extortion, bro. When you got somebody that's shooting at you, you ever look like, I'm smart, bro. You gotta understand I'm not no dumb black nigga, bro. You know what I'm saying? You ask for a bag without a lawyer, bro, it's called extortion. You feel me? You gotta do everything accordingly. Everything accordingly, or it's gonna catch up with you.
What's Mr. Sajemi trying to do? He's trying to bait Mr. Ephron into giving some kind of inconsistent answer, but Mr. Ephron's consistent the whole time.
The lawyers, when I went to the lawyers filed gave the police the evidence, but you can't sue somebody with circumstances like that without criminal actions because it's such a heinous crime. When you purposely know what you're doing, that's a whole different ballgame. You get what I'm saying? And I'm still feel sympathetic for this man because I know that. I know what he's about to endure. But he told me to fuck off, go to the police. He told me this type of shit.
You're hearing his unvarnished, his unprepared thoughts. He's telling you, even as this happens, he still feels bad for the defendant. Still knows he's about to go through stuff, but the defendant gave him no other option. Told him to go to the police.
I'm not the toughest nigga in the world, and I don't know too many gangster niggas that's gonna come at Rocky. He's a millionaire, bro. That shit can come from anywhere. He decided to firearm me.
And that's why, right? Because it was the defendant's decision.
Like, who gets called after somebody firing on you 5 times, bro? Nobody.
Bro, I could probably talk to them and shit and figure out, you know, like some.
I don't even want no message relay like that because he had more than, bro, I had over a year to reach out to me, bro. I'm not the hardest person to reach. You get what I'm saying? He chose to do that. Like, and we seen what I just sent you the other day, how he reacted off of me hitting up John to try to figure out what we're gonna do here before I even hit up a lawyer or anything. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, he don't want to hear nothing from nobody, bro, until like, some people is like that. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, shit.
And then I don't want to jeopardize what you have going on and thinking that you spoke to me. Like, don't even put yourself involved in this shit, bro. Trust. Rocky will start looking at you funny, and I don't need you feeling like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It just trickled down to everyone, you feel me? Like, even if you
It
don't,
do.
you feel me? Like,
That's gonna fuck up everybody's career who worked for him.
You feel me? So,
Everybody who worked for him, but he did that because he's stingy, bro. I can't not do what I'm doing and think about everybody else. You know what I'm saying? Because I gotta worry about myself and worry about what the fuck happens to me. He wasn't thinking about nobody. Everybody's thinking like that, but then when it comes out, niggas are gonna really start hating him because, bro, why would you do that? Why would you put yourself out there to do something like that where it's unforgivable, bro? You get what I'm saying?
yeah.
Like, this ain't something like it was a fight, you punch me, I can sue you, you don't go to jail, bro, you fired on me.
Those recordings are important because the defense created them. Because Mr. Sajemi knew he was going to send those immediately to the defendant. And he recorded 2 separate phone calls on 2 separate dates. Said he sent them to the defendant. But Mr. Sajemi, although he tried to catch Mr. Ephron saying something inconsistent, catch him in a lie, didn't work. When it comes to asking Wally, well, hey, what did you say? What did the defendant say to you about this? All of a sudden, he can't remember. Didn't record those calls. He's the mediator, right? But he doesn't remember a single thing the defendant said to him about this. Definitely doesn't remember the defendant saying to him, what are you talking about? This was a fake gun. He hears over and over and over from Mr. Ephron that the defendant fired a real gun at him 4 or 5 times. So he's trying to catch Mr. Ephron in a lie, but what does he catch him saying? I'm with Jabari and Rocky talks bad about him. I tell Rocky I don't want to have anything to do with him. He calls me while I'm sleeping in my hotel room. He provoked a meeting with me. He and Ills called me 20 times. He told me he's going to come meet me at the W, and he fired at me 4 or 5 times. I had to use Ills as a human shield, or I'll be dead. He's unequivocal. This was a real gun. He tried to kill me. And after that, everybody turned on me. It's too late for Rocky to pay me and make this go away. I tried to resolve this quickly. I tried to reach out to Rocky. I tried to reach out to John, his manager. He left me no options. He told me go to the police. So I got a lawyer, and that's what I did. Maybe we still could have kept this quiet, but then Jabari posts that post about me and outs me to the world as a snitch. Those recordings, I want to say they're about 25 minutes. You listen to the whole thing, those are just snippets. Tried to give you a reasonable sample from them. But you listen to the whole thing, what will you not hear Mr. Ephron say? I'm faking the whole thing. Rocky really fired a fake gun at me. You know, right? We all know Rocky carries that fake gun, that's what he used. I was never in any real danger. None of that comes out of Mr. Ephron. He's unequivocal. He tried to kill me. That's the entire case. Mr. Ephron told the police what happened. He was consistent about the details of the shooting. Since the very beginning of this case, he's been consistent. He was consistent when he knew he was being recorded. He certainly knew the police were going to write reports. He probably had some idea that the police were video or audio recording him. More importantly, he was consistent even when he didn't know he was being recorded. When he thought he was in a safe space, when he thought he was talking to his friend, he's still consistent. He has told the details of what happened that night no less than 9 times. Okay? And he was on the witness stand for 5 days when he testified. He has had to repeat this over and over and over. Can you imagine telling the details of something that happened to you 9 times and not having minor inconsistencies of what you said? I mean, it's completely natural. But he, Mr. Ephron, was locked into his statement on November 8th, 2021. You could even argue that he was locked in on November 6th, the day of the shooting, because he started sending text messages to the defendant, to 12, 2 Ills, 2 John. He's locked in with all of them, telling them this was a real gun, sending them pictures of the cartridge cases. Focusing though on that important question of was this a real gun or a prop gun, when is the first time that's raised, that this is a prop gun? You heard in the testimony from ASAP 12 and ASAP Lou that the first time this comes up, I guess, is August of 2024, and they are only going to tell the defense attorneys. So they held that all-important information for over 2 years, almost 3 years, before then they're going to tell the details to the defense attorneys only. You found out that it was only turned over to us the day before jury selection started in this case. And then you found out that Lou's statement was actually changed about, oh, where the gun is now. That was changed the day that he came in to testify. That timing alone defies credibility.
Objection, or the mistakes together.
That the idea that they would not be running into the police station to tell their story is absurd. So let's focus on their stories. ASAP Lou, I've already talked to you about how he's conflicted in this case, how he relies on the defendant for his financial, livelihood. You should view his testimony as being very convenient. His story changes, and he has a perfect explanation for everything. He came in, he told you a story to explain away the evidence that would obviously point to the defendant's guilt. The primary piece of evidence that he needs to explain away, that Lou needs to explain to you so that you no longer see the defendant is guilty, was why was the defendant carrying a fake gun? Lou's going to answer that for you. And why did the defendant have a magazine for a Glock 43, which just so happens to be the same type of gun that's consistent with the gun that fired those 2 cartridge cases that Mr. Ephron located? Why does he just so happen to have that same magazine in his bedroom closet, defendant's bedroom closet? So how does he answer the question of why the defendant was carrying the fake gun? Again, we went through the whole thing of extreme violence the defendant's facing, and their only reasonable response to that is to carry a fake gun. We've already talked about how that defies any logic. Keep in mind, though, that apparently, even though that was Lou's advice, the defendant doesn't follow that advice completely, because he literally sleeps next to a 44 Magnum Desert Eagle, a real gun, which is in reach of his bed. Not much further away, he has a rifle and a shotgun. What he did not have anywhere in his house was a prop gun or any prop ammunition. Obviously, if you were the victim of a violent crime, the response to arm yourself with a real gun is preferable to this whole prop gun thing. Clearly, that's something the defendant also agrees with. Lew was very clear that the fake gun that he alleges that the defendant had, which he said he personally modified, was modeled after a semi-automatic pistol. That's Lew's testimony. And here's where it becomes painfully obvious that Lew did not fully think this through. He didn't fully flush out the story before he came in to tell you. He had to tell you that he modified the gun by adding that belt clip and by putting that magazine extender on, so that he could explain why that gun had those small things that Twelby could just so conveniently come in here and tell you that in the heat of the moment, when it's quickly pulled, he saw those 2 same features, that tiny piece of metal on the side that would hold it to your belt, and the magazine extender, so that their stories match, their stories line up. If you accept that the defendant had a fake gun that Lew just described, you would also have to explain why there are no fired fake prop cartridges at the crime scene. Because the gun that Lew described, this prop gun that existed, that's a semi-automatic prop gun, would operate just like a real semi-automatic pistol. And it would shoot those cartridge cases out the side just like a real gun would. So why are there no prop cartridge cases found at the scene? In his opening statement, Mr. Tacopina made a big show of pointing out how 7 or 8 LAPD patrol officers scoured every inch of that street of Vista Del Mar. They walked up and down with searchlights, and they didn't find anything. They definitely did not find any prop-fired ammunition. Now, he obviously did that to argue to you that Mr. Ephron planted those cartridge cases. But he actually discovered them at the scene after the police had searched it. So there's no cartridge cases. He comes back and he plants them. But he forgot that if the police are as thorough as he's saying, that they also would have found the ammunition from the defendant's gun. That painfully contradicts their own defense in this case. You know, do you want to, I got your notes, do you want to take a break now?
It's up to you. Is this a convenient spot?
I'm going to move into.
All right, let's take a break now. Folks, please be outside the courtroom doors at 10 minutes after 11. At this time, we will resume. Please don't discuss the case. Give me a vote.
Hey, hey, all. Nice to see you. Mike was muted there because I figured he was kind of meandering a little bit. That was the lead attorney for the DA, as you know, doing the closing argument. I jumped on with the a little bit on YouTube to talk about what I was hearing, and then I decided, well, let me just take a few minutes. Let me just go get some lunch that my husband actually had cooked this morning. I'm going to buy him a T-shirt that says "Yes, Chef." Before he's leaving, and I figured I'd go grab some lunch. And of course, what do I hear is that we're going to go for a break. We're going to go for a break for 20 minutes. So rush back here, putting myself in so I can answer your questions, because I just want to tell you a couple things that I posted. Okay. Hi, everybody. Hi, Oasis Cat. Hi, Motion to Scream. Hi, Law Nerd Amber. Hi, everybody. These are going very fast. We were talking, because you guys are great, right? You pick up everything. And with Michael Bryant, that one of the things that we thought before we heard from Lewin and before we heard from 12E, but especially Lewin, that the weakness in the defense case, even though they don't have to prove anything, was that no one was going to talk about the prop gun, where it went, what happened to it, And then they came in and they talked about the prop gun. Then the second thing that was being asked, because it was confusing, and we ended our show with it, as you recall, and I made a statement to Michael Bryant. The judge said the indictment is for two counts only. That is the assault and batteries. One's assault, one's battery, with the deadly weapon, and it had to be a firearm. It specifically says it's a firearm. So ASAP Rocky cannot be convicted unless that's a working gun, a real gun, because there was confusion. Well, what if he shot the prop gun? Because he'd still be convicted of assault and battery under the indictment. The answer is no. And then this morning, what's the first thing out of the DA mouth? And quite frankly, I was shocked. The first thing was out of the DA mouth is that you only have to find one thing. You only have to find one thing. Is it a real gun? If you find it's a prop gun, you don't convict. But if it's a real gun, that's your only finding. Once you find a real gun, he says the elements of the crime were met. That's not quite right, but that's exactly what I told you the other day. If you find it, and it's not if they find, the prosecution has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, okay, beyond a reasonable doubt that this is a real gun. The defense has to prove nothing. The prosecution now, because it has been raised by the defense about a prop gun, has to also prove that it's not a prop gun. And doing so, you have to prove it's a real gun. That's their burden. It seemed to me the defense was burden shifting here, saying, look, the defense has to prove it. Okay, that's a real gun. So that's really what it was. And then I kind of was a little bit meandering, right? I mean, I just thought that there was a little bit, I don't know how you thought, meandering here. You either prove your case or not. Instead, what the prosecutor said, well, if you had to tell your story like Relli had to tell his story 9 times, there's going to be inconsistencies. So I'm batting my head. What are you doing? What you're doing, you're actually going in. I'm going to answer your questions. I know we have a lot of starred questions here, but you're actually saying, and you're trying to answer what you think the defense is going to bring up. That's not how you try a case. You never try to answer what as a prosecutor, because I was a prosecutor and a very good one. I had a lot of convictions for people that were guilty, and when they weren't guilty, I dismissed the case. That's how I felt about prosecuting. You don't go to your weaknesses. You're just showing you're weak by doing that. Anyhow, that's what getting that off my back. So let's go to some of the questions here. Missy, Dizzy was started this morning. Missy took over. Hi, Missy. Thank you for coming back and being so great. Okay. Home Life Vegas, JSTV. I remember hearing you say that Relli said Rocky shot in self-defense on one of the shows. Do you know when he said that? Yes. It's on the tape, one of the tapes that he spoke to Wally. He says he pulled out the gun and in self-defense. Okay, so once you pull out the gun and you shoot, that's self-defense. He actually uses the word self-defense. Now, we don't have a copy of the jury charges, but the judge yesterday, because he ordered that the camera be off when he charged the jury, the first thing he said to them before the camera went off is, I'm going to talk to you about self-defense. Let me tell you why. And then the camera went off. All right. So Relli in the tape statement, and he didn't know he was being taped at that time. It's one of the ones where he's also asking for, in my opinion, a shakedown. Okay, says that. So I assume that the defense, you're going to hear that. All right. I wasn't sure they were going to go there, but once a judge is going to charge that, they have to go there. And quite frankly, it's a built-in defense, right? If Rocky shoots in self-defense, even whether it's a prop gun or not, because again, we were concerned, all of you were concerned, well, if he shot a prop gun, could he still be convicted? And now we know the answer is no. So I'm sure that you will hear Mr. Tacopina. I'm sure if we go back to one of the Wally tapes, some of the testimony, Dizzy or Missy in their spare time, in which they have none right now because they're out with you all the time, can find that. I'd love to have that. Maybe I'll try to look for it, but I'm also doing some other things too. But I'm sure I'm going to put you on that Home Life Vegas. See if you can find the testimony. Court TV was running it where they ran Wally's tape, and in there it said self-defense. A lot of chatters were speaking about it at the time because it was like, oh, self-defense? Really said that? Okay, so that was that's why we said it. Okay, Che Lee. Let's see. The calls that the defense played were the calls that Relli denied were him. Absolutely correct. Relli said those calls were AI. To me, that is case over. If he lied about making those calls, which he did, he wanted you to believe they were AI. Now, you notice that the prosecution didn't come back with any expert that said those were AI calls, okay? I mean, if they were AI calls, you would have heard that expert. Why? Because to me, again, the call that says, look, and it's the second time he asked. He asked for 30 million once, and he asked for 30 million in cash. He said if he gets it, he will be on a beach somewhere, and the prosecution will have a hard time bringing him back, fighting him, and prosecuting this case. He says that right on the tape. But he further says, I needed to get a lawyer because to get the bag, and a bag is usually, when you're doing something illegal and you're getting paid off, they call the bag man delivering in a bag. To get the bag, I needed to get a lawyer. All right. So basically, he's saying he's trying to extort, but he's using a lawyer to try to cover up the extortion. But by the way, give me a cash, and I'm going to be on the beach somewhere. Now, if Rocky had given him any cash, right? I mean, Rocky would be indicted for tampering with a witness, obstruction of justice, and all. So yes, he denied that was him. And again, I say as soon as that denial was made that those were AI calls, to me, that's case over. Okay, so let's go to the next question. And if I'm not answering them, just please continue. I'll try to do what I can before the prosecution goes back. Lindy, no one really said Rocky shot in self-defense. Yes, again, it was on one of the Wally tapes. If I recall, there were 2 Wally phone calls. All right. Home Life Vegas again. Wouldn't really saying Rocky shot in self-defense be a simple not guilty? Trying to find that he said that because I heard you say it multiple times. Yes, to me, again, another simple guilty because not guilty. Not guilty. Not guilty. All right. That's like, okay. Because it doesn't matter then, even if it's a real gun, right? Even if it's a real gun, that's not then you all have to find. If they find it's a real gun and he shot in self-defense, it's still a not guilty. And that's, I'm sure, what the jury has charged, because he met force with equal force. He didn't kill anybody and all. So, yeah, so these are absolutely great questions that you're honed into. Motion to scream, WTF granted. Question. Paulie honed in on the Paulie P. That's what Michael Bryant keeps calling him, Paulie P. Honed in on the self-defense not being valid for perceived future danger. Does that mean they can only use self-defense after someone starts to kill you in California? No. He's basically saying that his perceived danger was wrong. That it wasn't that he had any perceived danger, because he was the one who called, according to the prosecution, and wanted to go after Relli. So that's what I think. That's what he was saying. You don't have to be killed and all. Linda, you look super cool tonight. Hope you're out for date night with hubby tonight. Actually, no. I had a meeting this morning, but I have a lot of clients that are also kind of like, they're hip, right? They don't want to see me. I mean, I have suits. Trust me, I have lawyer suits, not with those little bow ties this woman used to wear. But you know me. You've been watching me dress. So since we were going to be here all day, I thought I would then, after I got back from my meeting, kind of dress comfortably like you guys do. But I do have, and I would tell you that I do have. Before I married my husband, when I met him in 1991. But in 1994, he bought me these 2 Tiffany Elsa Peretti, initials L and the K. So I did rib him this morning. I reminded him that tomorrow was a Valentine's Day, and I don't have the B yet after all of these 21 years. So however, 31. Oh my God, I met him a long time ago. I was like a child. So was he. Okay. But yeah, so thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. Injurious personalities. Wait, was the state burden shifting? I believe the state was absolutely burden shifting because they said the defense didn't prove to you this. The defense didn't prove to you that. There is no burden on the defense. As a matter of fact, they did more than they had to. They anticipated there would be questions by the jury, and they answered them in case somebody believed, well, where's the prop gun? Now we know where it is. We know that Rocky had licenses for the guns in his house, licensed to, and he didn't have a Glock. The state has never proven he had a Glock. What are they relying on? Some magazine case that cost about $20 that Lewin said was him. And again, the prosecution could have gone to the gun place that Lewin bought those from and asked, is that all true what he said, that he, you checked out, it was easy. They could have done all that. They didn't do any of that. They didn't do any of that, even though the defense went forward and put out, what they had put out, which I think was actually good. I'm a firm believer, by the way, that the defense should always put on a case, even though they don't have to. They could have just rested after the prosecution case. But I think that you give, when you put on a case as a defense attorney, which I always do, or recommend to my teams, or recommend when I'm hired as a consultant to do, it gives the jury more to speak about, because you want those jurors that are for you having pieces of what you've put forward to argue for you in that jury room. Okay. Brooklyn. Hi, Brooklyn. I know the mug. You got the mug, and it's the green one, right? Okay. So that's good. Again, here's our mug back. It's behind me. I'll get it after. Was the complete audio call played before in cross? It was played. Yes, it was played in cross. I don't think it was played in the prosecution case. It was played in the cross case. While it was played in the defense case, my recollection is. But that doesn't mean that the prosecution doesn't know about it, didn't hear it. Was the prosecution informed that this was a shakedown before they indicted? My belief is that they were. My belief is that it didn't matter to them whether they were, even if they didn't have a tape of Wally. Because why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you, if you're a defense attorney, inform the prosecutors that? But we hope, if it's not guilty, and even if it's guilty, we hope we have submitted a request to have Mr. Tacopina come on the show. Now, we're small, but we're mighty, as you know. So hopefully he will come on the show and he will answer. I did, before there was a gag order imposed, because I was on a panel where Richard Gabriel, my jury consultant, and his jury consultant right now for Rocky, was there in New York City, and there was no gag order. And I said to Mr. Gabriel, Richard, would you please come on our show, Justice Serve TV, after the Rocky ASAP trial, and talk about jury selection there? And he gave me a commitment, then he would. So I know we at least have that coming for you at some point after this verdict. So, and Richard is a great, I used him in all my cases ever since the Phil Spector trial. He's just a great, it's not just a jury consultant, he's a trial consultant. He stays with you the whole time for the trial. And it's very, very important, because sometimes the jury is spent, and you need to know that, and jury consultants can kind of figure that out. Okay. How is it ethical to continue the case after Relli's testimony? Okay, so I'm going to give you my opinion on it. It wasn't. It was not. And as you know, we double source reporting that the judge 2 times during Relli's testimony expressed to the prosecutor, the first time actually using the word ethics, that how could they consider, were they considering going forward, or what were the ethical duties going forward? And then during the cross-examination, because it was so brutal, again expressed to the prosecutors whether or not they should go forward on this case and consider whether they were. And the prosecutors apparently decided it was ethical to continue. And I'd be wondering whether or not they had an ethics counsel review it for them. I would bet you not. I bet you that Mr. Lewin made that decision. And I don't know whether he made it with Mr. Hochman, the new prosecutor, but I bet you they didn't have an ethics counsel at that point in the trial to determine it. I think it was not. Quite frankly, I think once they got the Wally tape, if this were in New Jersey and we were trying this case in New Jersey, the prosecutor's office that I would have to send Relli's case about whether or not he tried to extort or blackmail, whatever you want to call it, money from ASAP Rocky to the Attorney General's office while we continued this case, and then let the Attorney General's office make a decision separately on whether or not Relli should be prosecuted for that. And then you have to come to some agreement whether you can continue or you hold your case in abeyance. I don't believe that was done here. I don't see any indication that the Attorney General of the state of California was informed about this. And the question I had, and we posted on Justice Served TV, and it wasn't just me, it was our streaming partner, Michael Bryant, and I, who we own this channel, to the prosecutors yesterday. Did they have ethics counsel review this case at any time? If they did, open up your transparency, open up your files, show us. We were still waiting for comments about whether or not if the judge has judge inquired, as we double sourced, because we did inquire we sent an email to both the prosecutor, the DA's office, and to Tacopina's office. We got no response because of the gag order, but we said to the prosecutor over and over again here, hey, undo your gag. You are the ones who asked for the gag order. Undo it so we can find out what is going on. So we did do that. Also, there was an incredible piece that we tweeted out from our Justice Served TV X account, formerly Twitter, and then you can find that Justice Served TV is our handle, from the National Enquirer. I remember when they used to talk about aliens and like seven-headed babies, but they now had a piece that was very well sourced from lawyers in Los Angeles about the ethical duty and ethics of one of the prosecutors involved. They specifically mentioned John Lewin in this story. It was a very interesting article, and we also asked the DA's office if they had any response to that. And of course, we have not gotten an answer to that. So that's my belief now. Others may have other beliefs, but that's what I would do, having been a prosecutor in New Jersey. And maybe in New Jersey, we have some of the highest ethical duties and ethical standards. So even though I'm admitted in New York and in Washington, D.C., I still have to comply with New Jersey rules of professional conduct. And I try to do that since they're so strict that if I don't run afoul of New Jersey rules of professional conduct, I don't run afoul of any rules of professional conduct. And so far, I've also been admitted pro hoc vice in, let's see, Tennessee, Florida, Massachusetts, Connecticut, California. I know I'm missing, one or two. But you have to do that. You have to show you have no disciplinary actions against you and all, again, in the states that you are actually admitted, which are the three locations that I have mentioned to you, plus all the federal courts on the New Jersey District Court, federal courts in New York, and the U.S. Supreme Court. So that's my ethics, okay? So I believe that this case should have been discontinued based on that. But, it wasn't, and we'll see where it is. Thank you, Missy. Thank you. Yeah, I am dressed down because I'm going to be sitting with you all day. And, I have to tell you that I have such great clients. They know I'm doing this because I haven't been like on top of their cases right now, but my partners have been. And I have such great partners. I'm of counsel to a small firm in New Jersey, Krenkel and Krenkel. And they, even though last week I took the day off to do that 11-hour mediation, they've been bearing the brunt of my cases and the clients, and of course my assistant Patricia Hulbert and all, as I sit with you guys, because this is really an important case, isn't it? It really, really is important. And I really thank you for joining us to listen to what we have to say. Oh, Brooklyn says, Tiffany, I'm going to star this. Tiffany Blue Block's coming tomorrow. I don't know. Let's see. We'll see. But I did drop that hint. Okay. Linda, have you heard anything from your sources about a directed verdict discussion? I have not, and I have tried. As I said, it's a big world out there who's following this case, and there's a lot of people out there. There's a lot of people in the courtroom. There's a lot of people who work for LA. There's a lot of people going up and down the elevators. If you go up to the elevator, down the elevators at 9th floor, there's a lot of talk all the time. I mean, you could hear a lot of things, and I have not been able to find out what the judge has done on that. I'll continue to try, though, because I'm interested to know, because it had to be made in some way, whether it was made in chambers or it was, it was going to be held to after the jury was deliberating or the jury verdict. I don't know. Okay, so let's see. Let's see where it is. But I know it has to be made because as a good attorney, if you're going to preserve non-constitutional appeal issues, you have to make a motion for a directed verdict on the record. It's a stupid rule. It's really stupid. It should just be, hey, you don't have to do that. I mean, if you have reasons to appeal, you should appeal, but it's in every single jurisdiction. So, that's where we are. Hajar Logan, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I am really grateful for this podcast. Thank you. Whoops, they're back. So I'm going to get off. Let's listen to the judge, and I will see you.
All parties in council are present, and Mr. Prevost,
Thank you. All right, just to pick up briefly where I left off. We were talking about the police search at the scene when they initially respond to these calls. And I point out these calls because you heard from Sergeant Zizzo, and he did his best to describe for you their response to what was, not necessarily a clear situation. They received multiple calls, and they talked to multiple people on the scene that pointed them in 3 different directions. Did this happen at Selma and Argyle? Did this happen at Selma and El Centro? Did this happen at Vista Del Mar and Selma? Was it in the street? Was it in the parking lot? What exactly happened? They show up, they do their best. That was the testimony from him, that with this conflicting information, they did the best that they could, but they went to these multiple locations, sometimes receiving conflicting information. What Mr. Tacopina did when he stood up on cross-examination was play videos from another officer to show, look, there's 7, 8 officers on the scene, they're doing this thorough search of the street. He tells you in an opening statement, it's a thorough search, spotlights involved. But what he's not told you is why the police then don't find the fired cartridge cases from the defendant's gun, this prop gun that's going to fire prop ammunition, why they don't find those cartridge cases either, because they're saying that's also a semi-automatic firearm. So 2 cartridge cases also would have come out of that. Mr. Tacopina also made a similar error to you when he stood up in opening statement, and he described how you were going to see Mr. Ephron returning to the scene. He put up part of that grainy surveillance video of a person with a white top coming back to the scene at 11:10 and made a big point of telling you that's going to prove that Mr. Ephron's a liar because Mr. Ephron said he came back with his girlfriend, and these were his words, unless she's a ghost, she's not on that video. But you know now, because you've sat through the evidence and the testimony, that all the evidence points to that not being Mr. Ephron. Mr. Ephron, when he came back, took photographs of the cartridge cases. When LAPD went to collect this video the day after they were notified of this, they were told by Mr. Ephron an approximation of when he turned. He didn't have an exact time. He gave them an approximation. They went, they collected the video, they saw someone returning, and they thought, okay, that must be him, and they collected it. That error that they made back in November of 2021 has certainly been flushed out in the years since this has happened. And what you know from the timestamp on Mr. Ephron's photographs of those cartridge cases is that he actually came back closer to 11:45. The video stops at 11:20, so obviously we don't have video of him actually coming back. It certainly does not contradict Mr. Ephron's detailed statement to you that when he came back, he had his girlfriend with him. She wouldn't obviously be on video, it's not collected and not played. It's also clear the person who comes back is wearing different clothing than what Mr. Ephron was wearing at the time. And you also heard Mr. Ephron testify at the preliminary hearing. When he was first shown that video, he looked at it and said, that's not me. So all that together, you know the person that you see on that video was not Mr. Ephron. Mr. Tacopina, I'm sure, made a big point pointing out why Mr. Ephron returning to that scene, not having his girlfriend with him, and proving that Mr. Ephron was lying with those details, was all to get you to believe his next big point, which is that Mr. Ephron planted those 2 fired cartridge cases that he found at the scene. That's what the defense needs you to believe in this case. But the idea that Mr. Ephron planted those cartridge cases, when you really think through all the information that you have, does not make sense. One reason, consider that Mr. Ephron, as he's telling people what happened to him over and over and over, I mean, I could go 9 times over, he's telling everyone that the defendant shot at him 3 or 4 times, including the night he brings those 2 cartridges into the police station. He tells that police officer 3 or 4 shots. This is important because if you assume that what the defense is trying to argue to you, that Mr. Ephron planted those cartridge cases, you have to ask yourself, how, within reason, how did that happen? What you'll find is that none of the things that you would reasonably expect to happen actually happened in this case. If he planted those cartridge cases, what would you expect? First, where did those cartridge cases come from? How did he actually, mechanically, how did he have 2 fired cartridge cases to plant? The defense wants you to believe that apparently he knew in advance that Mr. Mayers, the defendant, was going to shoot at him. And that he was going to shoot at him with a semi-automatic pistol. So Mr. Ephron, the mastermind that you saw testify here, hatched this elaborate plan, and weeks before this crime, he went to a gun range, and he got a 9mm Glock 43 and fired it multiple times. By some miracle of a coincidence, Mr. Ephron must have known that ASAP Blue accidentally bought a magazine for a Glock 43. Okay? And that ASAP Blue, somehow Mr. Ephron learned that. He's also going to intuit or know ASAP Blue's going to load that magazine, fully loaded, and he's going to leave it at the defendant's bedroom closet. Now, if you're already thinking this sounds completely unreasonable, I'm with you. It makes absolutely no sense. At this point, just to go back to jury selection and the example that you were given with Boomer the dog, and Mr. Lewin asked you, well, how can you be sure that a tornado didn't come down the chimney and just trash the house? How can you be sure? I mean, honestly, that sounds more reasonable than the idea that Mr. Ephron knew in advance that he was going to be fired at and knew to go get that specific kind of gun to fire at a firing range to collect those cartridge cases that he could plant in the future when this shooting happens. There's no way that this scenario would work without Mr. Ephron knowing in advance that this shooting is going to happen and that he's going to need cartridge cases to plant at the scene. Under the defense scenario, too, he would not have time to get those cartridge cases any other way. He has a limited amount of time at 10 p.m., just after 10 p.m. on a Saturday, to leave the scene where the shooting happens, go find a gun, fire it off 2 times. The gun he's going to find also is going to be a Glock 43, so not any gun, but that specific gun. And he's going to fire it off multiple times, and then he's going to go back to the scene. I guess, by 11:10, when that person in the white shirt, so he changed his clothes, he's going to go back and he's going to plant those cartridge cases at the scene. He would not have enough time to possibly do that. So second point to consider, how it doesn't make any sense that Mr. Ephron planted these, is that, as I pointed out, Mr. Ephron told literally everyone who would listen, including Wally on those tapes, that the defendant fired more than 2 shots. Now, you all, I'm sure, can appreciate how stressful this situation would have been for Mr. Ephron, and that as the defendant's firing at him, he's not sitting there counting exactly how many shots. So as he's telling the police how many shots were fired at him, he's doing his best to recall a stressful situation, and he genuinely believes 3 or 4 shots are fired at him. That's his sincere belief. That's what he tells the police. If he is going to plant those cartridge cases, though, and come up with the crazy scenario that I told you, he intuits the shooting's going to happen, he gets these cartridge cases in advance so he can come back and plant them at the scene, wouldn't you reasonably expect Mr. Ephron to tell the police the defendant only fired at him 2 times? Wouldn't that be your reasonable explanation? If he's making this up, he planted these cartridges, and he's making up how many shots were fired at him, wouldn't you expect him to walk into the police and say, no, it was only 2 shots? He would match his story with the physical evidence that he's walking into the station with. Now, to this point, here's another way that Mr. Ephron would have had to have used his telepathic powers, because he's going to know, or he would have to know, that after he tells the police, I only got 2, but there were 3 to 4 shots that were fired, he's going to know the police are going to later go collect a video that has audio, and that audio is going to definitively show you that in fact there were only 2 shots that were fired. I want you to consider, when you're considering how reasonable this scenario is that Mr. Ephron planted these cartridge cases, consider the alternative, which is, what if Mr. Ephron had walked into the police station and he said, the defendant fired 4 shots at me, and he walked in and he was holding a bag with 4 fired cartridge cases in it. And then the police went out and collected video, and you found out there were only 2 shots. Then you'd have a major, major problem. It could not be true what Mr. Ephron would be saying. But that's not the evidence you have. You have the inverse. You have him saying, I genuinely believed it was 3 to 4, but I only found 2. And then you have independent evidence, independent of him, that shows you it was actually only 2. Third problem with Mr. Ephron planting these cartridge cases. If what the defense was telling you was true, that Mr. Mayers fired a fake semi-automatic gun, and Mr. Ephron planted these 2 real fired cartridge cases at the scene, wouldn't you expect other evidence to contradict his story? I mean, Mr. Ephron specifically sends text messages that night to the defendant's manager, Ills, and 12E, all of which, in sum and substance, accuse the defendant of firing a real gun at him. Wouldn't you expect even one of those people to respond back to him and say, what are you talking about? We all know Rocky carries a fake gun. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. That's their moment to contradict him, to confront him, and they don't. While we're on the subject of his text messages, and him really kind of locking himself into this being a real gun that's fired at him, those text messages are important because they also betray 2 other major flaws in the defense theory of this case. Those messages by Mr. Ephron put the defendant, certainly the defendant himself, but all the other people in his inner circle on notice that Mr. Ephron is going to accuse the defendant of shooting a real gun at him. So I've already told you, wouldn't you expect them to respond back with, hey, you know that that's not true, this was a fake gun. That's not what happens with, the text messages you saw from the defendant were to deny anything happened. But second, the defendant would immediately understand that that prop gun that he used, right, that real prop gun that he has, that is not only his get out of jail free card, that is his make Mr. Ephron's fake lawsuit go away later. So he needs to keep close tabs on that fake gun, right? So your reasonable expectation was, Mr. Ephron texts the defendant, you tried to kill me with your real gun. The defendant's response would be, I gotta keep that gun. Now, what is the actual response you receive through Lou? ASAP Lou comes in here and tells you that the defendant came up to him with the prop gun and said, "Get rid of this, I don't want it anymore." Is that reasonable? This is kind of where my job gets hard, because I have to explain to you how their version of how this prop gun disappeared doesn't make sense. But we know that none of this actually ever happened, because this is all a made-up story. So when I talk about the prop gun, understand that there never was a prop gun, okay? Never to begin with. I'm sure what happened was Lou took that Glock 43, the real one that was used, with the modified slide, and got rid of it. And when he did that, he forgot that there was an extra magazine for that gun in the defendant's closet. Now to that point, and oh my gosh, this is a new magazine, I'm not saying that that magazine that we have in evidence, that magazine specifically was the one in the gun that was used at the time the shooting happened. Guns come with multiple magazines. You can purchase additional magazines for guns. But the defendant knew he had to get rid of that real gun. He can't have that, because that's going to definitively tie him back to this crime scene. So either he or Lou, his right-hand man, get rid of it. And they get rid of it with the magazine that's in it. But they forget there's that backup magazine in the defendant's closet. But either way, let's assume their prop gun theory is true. Why would the defendant get rid of the one thing, the most important thing that could definitively prove his innocence? Why would you do that? You received an instruction about someone, either the defendant or someone other than the defendant, trying to conceal or destroy evidence, and using that as actual evidence that the defendant was aware that he was guilty. Why would the defendant get rid of that gun unless he knew it was going to prove he was guilty? Unless he knew it was a real gun. It literally makes no sense that he would not keep the prop gun so that when Mr. Ephron goes to the police, he can turn around and say, here it is, here's the prop gun. This is the one I used. Anyway, if you're inclined to accept Lou's story that he flew across the country on a private jet and he gave the prop gun back to the co-director of the DMV music video shoot, there's still yet another problem with Lou's story. Why doesn't Lou get the gun back? So they haven't explained why would the defendant get rid of this gun in the first place. He needs to keep this. This is very important in this situation. But for whatever reason, he gets rid of it. Lou flies it back and they give it to this co-director. Lou knows this is a crucial piece of evidence. This would prove that his brother is innocent. So what does Lou tell you? What efforts did Lou make to get that gun back? Because he needs it back now. Oh my God, I can't believe we got rid of it in the first place, but now we definitely need it back. But what does he do? He makes one phone call, and he's basically told, I don't really know where it is. And so he decides, just let it go. Doesn't make any other inquiries, doesn't do anything else to try to get that gun back. Does that sound believable for even 1 minute? It's certainly not reasonable. We're bordering on insulting to your intelligence. Also consider the timing of when Lou comes up with this idea that he gave the prop gun back to the co-director of the music video. That was literally something he came up with the day that he testified. Why does that matter? Well, we don't have an opportunity to go find this co-director, bring that person into court, call them as a witness. But Lou's known about him for years. They could have called him. They could have had him come in and testify and tell you all about it. Certainly, they would have known about it when Lew tells his story in August of 2024. So where is he? Where is this co-director? Where is his testimony? You didn't hear from him because his whole story is made up. On top of that, has the defense proved to you that this prop gun ever existed? Ever existed? I mean, you would want to hear from the co-director that has it now, right? But wouldn't you also want even a single piece of paper that proves to you that that gun ever existed? A receipt for it? This was on a music video. Where are the call sheets about it? Is there a safety coordinator that could say, yeah, I was there, we had prop guns, and I had to warn people about them? Was there a video of the gun, even at the music video shoot? Is there literally a picture of anything? We found a picture of Ilse's face from the day after this incident. This they're saying is a prop gun that not only was it in the music video, but it was so widely known that the defendant carried it. Where are pictures of him with it other times? There's literally been no documentation provided to you that that gun ever exists. No purchases, no receipts, no paperwork anywhere. Lew says he took that prop gun, right? And what did he do? He modified it. He put a belt clip on it. He modified the magazine. Did he bring in any proof of that? Receipt for a belt clip? Receipt for a magazine extender? Nothing. On top of that, this is an item that the defendant carried around all the time, right? If he had to. This was his security. When the police search his house, do they find literally anything that supports the idea that a prop gun was there? Do they find any other prop guns? No. Do they find prop ammunition? No. Nothing. Literally nothing. You literally have zero proof except for the testimony of Lew and the testimony of 12E. And I've talked to you about why you should view their testimony with a healthy dose of skepticism. That's literally the only thing. There's no independent proof that that prop gun has ever existed. And equally insulting is this idea that there is like a cone of silence within the ASAP collective relating to members who knew that the defendant always carried this prop gun, which they only speak about, only ASAP 12 and only ASAP Lew, they only speak about this on the eve of trial. And that they're going to hold this information inside them, knowing that the defendant, their brother, is facing criminal charges. They're going to hold this inside, and they're only going to really present it to the 12 jurors. Does that make any sense to you? As soon as the defendant's arrested, what would you expect them to do? You'd expect them to be beating down the doors of the police station to tell the police officers and detectives, you guys got it all wrong. This is a fake gun. That's not what they do though. They hold it inside. They let him have criminal charges hang over his head. They let the preliminary hearing come and go. They literally wait till the day before jury selection to finally reveal that there was the gun that was used was a prop gun. It's, again, defies all reason. They claim, 12E and Lew, they both claim that the police never tried to talk to them. It's not true. You heard that they both refused to talk to the police when asked. That the judge specifically asked both of them, will you sit and talk to the police? They both refused. But even more, that's not really the expectation you would have, right? They had this information that would exonerate their friend, their brother, their meal ticket, the guy they rely on. You'd want them to seek out the police. At least that's what you'd expect. not wait for the police to come knocking on their door, knowing that they have this secret information. Ladies and gentlemen, when you decide that the gun in this case was a real gun, for any one of the many reasons that I've given you, this case is over. Let me address really quickly, though, the new defense. It goes something like this. If you don't believe this was a prop gun, try to believe that when the defendant fired his real gun, he was only doing it either in defense of ills or in defense of 12. Now, right off the bat, you have to acknowledge that that defense is completely contradictory, completely incompatible with the other defense, which is, no, actually, this was a prop. It cannot be both a prop gun and a real gun. The problem with that defense is very similar to everything else I've talked to, which is this whole case is on video. What the video in this case shows you is that Mr. Ephron was not the violent person in either of these incidents. And especially at the corner of Vista Del Mar and Selma, when you can see that initial interaction, you can see that he's feet away from Hills as the defendant charges towards him with a gun. The defendant was not protecting anyone. He was not doing anything but initiating an attack, which he legally cannot do and then claim self-defense. I want to finish my argument with you by telling you a story. The story I'm going to tell you is the story of the defense in this case. If what they're telling you or want you to believe is true, this is essentially what would have to happen. Now, Rocky, he's a famous rapper. He's in his house and he's just hanging out with his good friend Lou. Lou would do anything for him. They meet in a crowd. Lou becomes his personal assistant, his tour manager. He's a DJ. He has his own clothing brand. He's a security consultant. Lou does it all. You need to know that even if you need someone to be at your house while the police are searching it, Lou's got your back. You need someone to come to court, lie on your behalf, provide a false alibi, Lou will do that for you too. Lou is Rocky's right-hand man. Now Rocky's having security problems. He's constantly being victimized by scary people. He's in a nightclub, he's stabbed with a real knife. It was violent, it was scary. Not only was he stabbed, but his good friend Twelvey was also stabbed at the same time. That's the kind of violence that he's faced. Not only that, scary people break into his house. He's had his home burglarized. He's had stalkers follow him. On top of all that, which has happened to him directly, that violence that Rocky's experiencing doesn't happen in a vacuum. Other rappers around him are also the victims of violent crimes, some even being shot and murdered with real guns. So faced with this violent world, these violent people, Rocky does the only reasonable thing he can think of. Does he hire extra security? No. He turns to Lou. And Lou, his security consultant, and a professional security person who will remain unidentified, jointly came to another reasonable conclusion, which is that when someone needs to defend themselves against real guns, real knives, like Rocky does, what they should do is they should carry a fake gun. Lucky for Rocky, he just so happens to film a music video, and on that music video set, they just so happen to have such a prop gun. Does he have to go out and buy a prop gun? No. That would have created a paper trail that could have proved that he had this prop gun. Instead, what Rocky does, he uses his ability to see in the future, where he sees that he's going to need this prop gun. And so he takes one of the prop guns from the music video shoot just in case. This is going to be very handy when his good friend Lou suggests to him that he should carry the prop gun to defend himself against, again, these scary people with real weapons, real knives, real guns. Lou, you gotta understand too, in this story, Lou also loves guns. He owns a bunch of guns, he loves to shoot them, and he's very knowledgeable about guns. Specifically though, Lou owns a Glock 42, which uses .380 ammunition. Very important, you gotta understand this for the story. Neither Lou nor Rocky own a Glock 43. That has to be true in order for their story to make sense. Because a Glock 43 uses 9mm ammunition. But back to Lou, the other thing that you need to know about Lou is he's also apparently very clumsy. He's not detail-oriented. And when Lou goes to the gun store one day, he just so happens to purchase an extra magazine, and it, wouldn't you know it, golly. Even though he owns the Glock 42, he just so happens to grab the wrong magazine. And he accidentally buys a Glock 43 magazine. Now remember, totally wrong magazine, will not fit in any of his guns, totally different caliber, totally useless to him. And around the same time, Lou and Rocky decide they're going to go to a shooting range together. And Lou comes over to Rocky's house, and he brings his guns and his new single useless magazine he's just bought for the completely wrong gun. And only then does Lou realize his mistake. While he's in Rocky's house, of course. Even worse, Lou calls around trying to find a gun range that they can go to, but he can't find one. So they don't go shooting. Now he has his guns, that's why he has his guns at Rocky's house, but that's why they don't go shooting. So what do they do instead? They're going to hang out, they're going to drink alcohol, and they're going to talk. Lou's not only clumsy though, Lou is also fidgety. That's his word, fidgety. And instead of fidgeting with literally anything else in the house, maybe the label on beer, literally anything else, what Lou's going to fidget with is that magazine that he bought for the wrong gun. And Lou's fidgeting is basically going to consist of him loading that magazine, that completely useless magazine, with his real ammunition. The ammunition, by the way, is difficult to purchase, regulated, but Lou doesn't care. Lou fidgets and also apparently stops fidgeting when the magazine is fully loaded. Doesn't unload his 9mm ammunition. For some reason, keeps it in this useless magazine. And Lou, because he's responsible, is going to leave it at Rocky's house. By the way, the first time Lou's going to mention that he's fidgeting and he has to do that is when he's on cross-examination at trial, and the fact that his useless magazine was fully loaded is pointed out to him. Convenient detail. Anyway, because Lou's been drinking, he leaves his guns, he leaves his magazine, including that useless one, at Rocky's house overnight. He comes back the next day and he collects most of his stuff. What Lou doesn't collect, though, of course, that useless, fully loaded magazine. You also have to understand that even though I told you in this story, Rocky, he's been told, carry a fake gun, he doesn't really follow that advice when it comes to his house. And even though he's told he should carry a fake gun, he's going to disregard that advice and he's going to have real guns in his house, including chrome 44 Magnum Desert Eagle handgun. He's going to have a rifle. He's going to have a shotgun. But importantly, none of those guns use 9mm Luger ammunition. And Rocky keeps those real guns right next to his bed. Somehow, and Lou doesn't really explain this, after Lou leaves this Glock 43 magazine at Rocky's house, the magazine miraculously is going to end up not just in Rocky's bedroom, but in his bedroom closet. And it's going to be in a box with a bunch of stuff that actually fits the guns that Rocky has. Rifle ammunition, shotgun ammunition. And again, it's just a total coincidence. Lou's useless magazine is going to end up, the one he's been fidgeting with is going to end up in Rocky's bedroom closet. Now, at this point, this is where I need to introduce yet another character to this story. This character, he's a cartoonesque villain. He's hulking, hugely muscular. He spends most of his time in the gym, except for when he's using his cartoon villain powers of seeing into the future and mind control. What do I mean by that? Well, this figure, I'm going to call him Relli, is going to set up Rocky to make it look like Rocky shot at him with a real gun when everyone, including Relli, knows Rocky only carries fake guns. So how does he do this? Well, he's going to go to a shooting range, Relli. A few weeks before, he's going to set up Rocky. And he's going to fire guns, and of course, because he can see into the future, and he's going to set up Rocky, he's going to shoot a Glock 43 handgun and just collect those cartridges. Now, because Relli is such a mastermind, even though he's planning on setting up Rocky, he's going to film himself while he does this, for whatever reason he wants to have proof, I guess, of his master plan. While he's at the gun range, he's going to use his power to see into the future and see that Lew has bought the wrong magazine for a gun that he doesn't own, and that Lew is going to leave the magazine at Rocky's house, and it's going to end up in Rocky's bedroom closet. And with that knowledge, Relli is going to intentionally fire that Glock 43, collect those cartridge cases, and carry them around just in case he happens to be in a place where Rocky shoots at him with his fake gun later. Relli's going to fly from LA to New York, North Carolina, back, repeatedly taking commercial flights. And somehow he's going to keep a hold on those fired cartridge cases that he's going to use to frame Rocky. Now here's where the mind control comes in. Relli somehow gets Rocky to provoke a confrontation. It's Relli's idea, but Rocky's going to do it. And he's going to make Rocky reach out to him with threatening messages and propose that Relli meet him when it's actually Relli's plan all along, right? It's brilliant. So Relli meets up with Rocky in Hollywood, and Relli gets Rocky to pull the gun on him as he's attacking Rocky. Now I say attacking Rocky, but what I really mean is that Relli's using his non-dominant left hand and casually reaching out towards Rocky. This, of course, is going to make Rocky respond. Well, what does Rocky do? Well, nothing, actually. This is where I have to introduce our next character, 12 to the story. And 12 is going to have the good fortune to be able to see and explain that Rocky didn't pull the fake gun as Relli had planned. What happened was the fake gun just so happened to fall out of Rocky's pants. What terrible luck for Rocky that it would fall out at that precise moment. And not only that, but fall into his hand, and then his finger would land near the trigger just at the moment where he happens to walk into view of a camera. Even more unfortunate, because in this story, Rocky isn't mad. He's not upset with Relli. You know, remember 12 told you, oh, these were casual messages. Why are you ducking my calls? Let's get to it, you know? Very friendly. Rocky's not mad. But Rocky's gonna look mad on this video for some reason. It's gonna look like he's advancing towards Relli, when in reality, as 12 will tell you, it's just that he didn't have anywhere to go. I mean, apparently except for the exact same direction that he came in when he walked into the frame video. But Relli's not going to be successful in his plan just yet. Even though Rocky has the gun in his hand, Rocky's going to walk away. And since he hasn't satisfied his objective, Relli's going to follow Rocky and the other members, and he's going to call them a bunch of bad names. Relli's seen the future, so he knows that Rocky's going to attack him. But Relli's going to attack Ills first. And Relli's going to throw haymakers and punches at Ills, repeatedly punching him in the face. Now, shockingly, despite Relli's tremendous size and strength, Ills will suffer no injuries. This is where Relli's plan runs into some really good fortune. Because even though Relli knows that the gun is fake, Relli's going to start acting like Rocky's using a real gun. And as is Relli's just fantastic fortune, Rocky and 12B are, also for unknown reasons, also going to act like Rocky is firing a real gun. Rocky's going to chase Relli, which he doesn't have to do because the gun that he's using is fake and doesn't fire anything. 12B too, he knows it's fake, but 12B's also going to run away across the street and hide behind a wall. Really though, he's just playing along because he actually knows the gun's fake. Relli's fortune's getting even better because there will just so happen to be a camera that captures all of this brilliant acting by Relli, Rocky, and 12B. Okay? As is Relli's plan. Now, he's been successful. Rocky's fired that gun at him twice. He knows he's got those cartridge cases to plant to frame him. So after everyone leaves, what does Relli do? Of course. Does he plant those fake cartridge cases that he's been carrying around to frame Rocky? And then stay there, point them out to the police. Hey, look, you guys find these. No. He's just going to leave. And he's going to wait for the police to search, not find anything, and then he's going to come back. And he's going to plant them for reasons that are unexplained, because he's then also going to pick them up again, and he's going to walk them into the police station himself. And then when he reports this to the police, he's going to tell the police that Rocky fired 2 gunshots at him so that his story matches the evidence found, right? That's what he's going to do? No. Actually, what he's going to do, this is brilliant, he's going to tell the police that it was 3 or 4 gunshots. And in fact, he's going to repeat that over and over and over and over again. Why? Again, Relli's got that power. He knows, he can see into the future, he knows that there's going to be video that captures the sound of only 2 gunshots. And Relli also knows that when the police search Rocky's house, they're going to find Lou's magazine for that Glock 43, which will miraculously be consistent with the fired cartridge cases that Relli planted, but which it's all miraculous because Relli was, using his future-seeing power. Now, Relli's going to make a mistake. That night, he's going to accuse Rocky of firing a real gun at him. Specifically, he's going to accuse Rocky directly, and he's going to tell Rocky's manager, and he's going to tell other people that were with Rocky, who all know that the gun is fake, via text message that Rocky actually fired a real gun. Now, even though Rocky knows that Relli is going to say that he used a real gun, even though he knows he actually fired a fake gun for some unknown, still unexplained reason, Rocky is going to tell his good friend Lou that he needs to get rid of the fake gun. That fake gun is Rocky's best proof that he didn't shoot at Relli with a real gun. But for some reason, Rocky tells Lou to get rid of it. And Lou does. How does Lou do that? He flies back to New York on a private jet, and he just gives it back to the co-director of the music video where Rocky got it after the shooting. Now the police are going to get involved, and the police are going to arrest Rocky for shooting a real gun at that mind-controlling, super muscular Relli. And all that Lou has to do is go back to the co-director of the music video and ask him for the gun back. But unfortunately for Rocky, that gun's been misplaced. And Lou isn't going to follow up at all. He's going to decide one call's enough, that's it. Even though Lou and 12B love Rocky like they're brothers, for some reason, they're going to decide not to tell the police that Rocky's innocent. They're going to wait until Rocky goes to trial, and then at the very last minute, they're going to tell the jurors that it was a fake gun, because obviously that's the rational thing to do. Wait for your brother to have charges hanging over his head. Wait for your brother to go to trial and then spring it on the last minute. Ladies and gentlemen, if that story sounded like it was not just unreasonable, but literally impossible, that is the defense story in this case. When I started, I told you that there's one key issue you need to decide. Was it a prop gun or a real gun? The overwhelming evidence in this case was that it was a real gun. Here's why. The defendant provoked that conversation with Mr. Ephron via text message and phone calls. He was clearly upset with Mr. Ephron prior to that meeting. When they met, the defendant was clearly angry. He pulls a gun, which Mr. Ephron and Ills immediately respond to by backing away. That's consistent with a real gun, inconsistent with everyone believing this is a fake gun. When they reach the corner of Vista Del Mar and Selma, the defendant pulls that gun for a second time. Immediately, he's making aggressive moves with the gun. He's making actions towards Mr. Ephron. That's consistent with a real gun, inconsistent with a fake gun. Mr. Ephron immediately dives behind Ills, uses him as a human shield, while the defendant's making active, furtive movements, trying to get a line of sight around Ills. That's only consistent with a real gun and inconsistent, completely inconsistent with this gun being fake. The defendant fires off 2 rounds, or loud, they set off car alarms. 12 retreats behind a wall. That's only consistent with a real firearm, completely inconsistent with a fake gun. After the shooting, the defendant gets rid of the gun. That's undisputed. That's completely inconsistent with that gun being fake. The defendant still has that Glock 43 magazine in his bedroom closet. On top of ammunition for the other real guns that he owns. Again, that magazine, consistent with the type of firearm that fired those 2 cartridge cases that are found at the scene. Those real cartridge cases, that real ammunition. That gun, the Glock 43, only fires 9mm. None of the other guns in the defendant's house fire 9mm. He has nothing else in his possession that that magazine would go to. It's completely consistent with him getting rid of the Glock 43 after the shooting, because that's the real gun that was used in this case. Clear, definitive proof the defendant fired a real gun that night. The last point I'll leave you with, on the other side, there's literally no evidence of a prop gun. No evidence that it ever existed. The actual prop gun has never been produced. Definitely not to you. There's no prop ammunition found in his house. The rationale, this whole security thing for carrying a prop gun, defies common sense, defies logic, totally unreasonable. The rationale for pulling that prop gun on a man who knows it's a prop gun, completely unreasonable. There's no prop ammunition found at the scene. There's literally not one piece of paper, not one shred of documentation that could prove to you the existence of this gun. And again, all the actions of the people that you see on that video, completely consistent with a real gun being fired, completely inconsistent with this being a prop gun. So left with that, clear evidence that the defendant used a real gun, and a complete lack of evidence that he used a prop gun. Your job, as I started in my opening statement, as I started here, is simple. Simple. The evidence compels you to your decision, and it compels you to find him guilty. That is the only just verdict in this case. Thank you.
All right, folks, we're going to take the break now, but it's going to be shorter than usual. 1:15, please be outside the courtroom doors at 1:15, at which time we will resume. Again, please don't stress the case.
Oh, here we are, Michael Bryan.
I'll tell you,
just texting you to say,
it is
yes, we're about to go. Here we are.
it is the most complicated, simple case I've ever heard in my life.
I know you were busy earlier, and when they took their morning break, I went on to answer a lot of the questions. We have a clip to play, and we have a lot of starred questions since then, because I don't know about you, but my comment kept being burden shifting. Defense didn't prove to you. Defense didn't prove to you. I mean, if we put that into AI, we could get a song.
It's just so desperate because, the case is weak, and what else do they have to play with? If Pauly P had stuck to his original premise, which is, if you believe there is a real gun, it's game over. If you believe it's a real gun, it's game over. But the problem is, they don't have a gun. They don't have any projectiles. They don't have any evidence of a real gun. And then they have this weird logic that suggests that Relli would have followed after the defendant, knowing it was a real gun, thinking it was a real gun, thinking he had been shot at with a real gun. That makes no sense to me. Why would he do that?
It makes no sense to me either. I'm really going to go after somebody who's shooting me with, and he says he knows guns, with a semi-automatic, 44 Glock or whatever it was. Was it 44? Yeah, they were saying it was a 44 Glock, right? And Relli is in some of the videos shooting a prop gun. I mean, because they all shared, there's this whole group, and that's the prop gun. But
yeah, Pauly P is trying to make it sound like this is a major Hollywood production, these different videos. They're not. They're shoestring. They're just fly by night. These aren't Rihanna videos. All right.
Who's in the courtroom, by the way? With
yes, I hear that baby. Shut that damn baby up. I'm sorry.
Oh, stop.
Do you think in any other courtroom, if it wasn't Rihanna's baby, that there wouldn't have been a bailiff go over and say, you think it might be better if you take the little one outside? No doubt in my mind, but not for Riri. Anyway,
I mean, look, you have a right to have your family in the courtroom.
I'm just making a point.
Yeah,
if it ain't Riri's baby,
and I'm
they're kicking that baby out.
I have always had the family in the courtroom. All the
babies.
Cases. I think it's very, very helpful.
You have babies in there?
Well, it was like a 4-year-old, 3-year-old.
No, it's not a baby. It's not a baby.
That's not a baby?
No, it's not a baby.
Well, your idea of babies.
Baby would be like 2 or younger.
Hers aren't like, our viewers know how old they are. And one of them is definitely older than 2.
Well, that wouldn't be the one that was goo-gooing, gagaing, and making baby sounds. So let me hit a couple of my points that I'm making notes of as we continued through this. And I give Pauly P as much credit as I can give a prosecutor with a horrible case. I think he's measured. He got condescending and cynical and sarcastic at times, but I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, he did.
I don't have a problem with that because I can come off that way too. I don't have a problem with that. But, when you run out of good facts after about the first 10 minutes, then you're soft shoeing. Now you're dancing. Now it's song and dance time.
We were looping. We teach in Harvard trial advocacy that you have to, in your last, when your witness answers a question, and then it's good for you, you loop that answer into your next question. There was a lot of what we call looping.
And if you just tuned in the second half, especially after that break, and I was able to come in and out, so I did see you doing a fine job juggling some questions. And I think from that second half, you'd think, I'm sorry, is this the defense? case? Because I'm not quite sure, because everything they're hitting on suggests that here's what the defense should have done, will tell you, wasn't able to prove, and as you suggest, burden shifting. It's just so obvious, because if I'm trying to prove there's a real gun, I've given this jury that simple job. That's all you have to do, jury members. Just believe there's a real gun. And now here's my overwhelming evidence. We have the gun. We have ballistics. We have the projectiles. We have a chain of custody of the gun. We have it in the hand of the defendant. Oh, wait, I don't have any of that. I got none of that. So what do I got? Well, what do I have? I have a request of you, jury members, to just fill in a few holes. Just a few holes here that puts a real gun in the hands of the defendant here. That's all you have to do. It's a very simple case. So one of the things he pointed out, which I thought was interesting, was the reference to Relli and his reaction to a gun being pulled. Okay. Allegedly, Relli knows it's a prop gun. That's the original premise here. Well, tell me if this isn't reasonable. Relli knows that at times he has carried a prop gun, right? But on that particular night, maybe he is, maybe he isn't. So is his initial reaction to feel like he's being attacked unreasonable, and then realizing it's a prop gun because guess what? Nothing got hit. There's no ricochet off a building, and he says, "Oh, this is a prop gun." That's why he then follows these guys. So even if his initial thought was this could be a gun, because I'm unclear whether he always has the prop gun or occasionally he has a prop gun. Well, now the gun goes off and there's no evidence it's a real gun. That's why he's going to follow after the defendant and the rest of the boys. You don't do that if you think it's a real gun. You just don't.
Yeah. Now we have pulled that. I don't know if you had time to pull in your assets. It's in your.
I got
folder.
something here. I got something.
There was a lot of questions this morning about where did Relli talk about self-defense, because that's the other issue that was brought up. Remember the judge? We left the judge yesterday. As the world turns. When we left the court yesterday, the judge had ordered the cameras to be turned off as he started his jury charges. But the cameras weren't as quick as the judge. And so the cameras caught the judge saying, "Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I am going to charge you about self-defense. And you're going to hear, and I'm going to tell you why." Cameras off. So we know there is a self-defense charge, and we know the judge charged them why. So it was a number of questions. Where was it in the tape, or was it in tape that Relli mentioned self-defense? So we have that clip because
we do. I believe I have it here. Let's see if I have it.
Let's play it, and then out my living space. Call me, tell me to stop ducking him. He played that. That's called premeditated, bro. You see what I'm saying? He didn't give me a chance. He didn't tell me I'm gonna come to a gun battle. I came to link him to see what the fuck the status was about. He pulls out. He tries to chest bump me. He tries to chest bump me and then pull out a gun for self-defense. He's a pussy boy.
He tried to chest bump me and pulled out a gun for self-defense.
Yeah, which of course is a little nonsensical, but it was Relli that said it.
Right.
So
he pulled out a gun for self-defense. Okay? Yeah. I mean, that's Relli. Oh, I'm sorry. That's AI. Oh, that's not AI.
Yes.
That is Relli, because if it was AI.
I've never shot a gun. Oh, there is me. There I am shooting a gun.
Yeah. If it was AI, the prosecutor would have had an expert to say this tape is AI. So there you go. Does anyone have any issue now?
It makes it an issue. I mean, that's the key. It makes it an issue in the case, and that's why the judge is going to instruct on it. I don't know if the jury even gets that far. I really don't. I don't even know if they have to worry about it. Right. But if I'm on the defense and I'm trying to protect my client, I'm throwing it in the mix for sure, right?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about initially, I'm not sure the defense wanted it, but when Relli gave it to you, take it,
Sure.
So we have a bunch of questions. Christopher Allen, Relli needs to be charged for extortion, perjury, disrespectful, hostile, and cursing on the stand. I don't know if those are crimes, but he certainly was disrespectful, hostile, and did curse. He was super mad because he didn't think getting 30 million would be so difficult. Remember when we had Neil Rockhind on?
Yes, the Rockweiler.
The Rockweiler. And he said that sometimes what you hear and what people say as they're waiting for that pause, and you teach this, by the way, also in negotiation, is more important. And at one point, Relli said, "I didn't think this would be so Pause. All right.
Yeah, let that hang in the air, right?
Yeah, and let that hang in the air. All right.
There was
Nicola.
I'm just throwing out some
Okay.
comments here as we mix it in with questions, just because I just think there some of them were interesting by Paulie P. He talked about at one point where there's this struggle, right, over the not so much over the gun, but just between the parties, and he suggests that that Relli and Illy or Ills that they're one is using the other for a human shield, and he goes on to say that's human nature. Is it? I hope that if I'm ever shot at, I don't grab the nearest human and pull them in front of me.
Lisa, your wife.
Yeah. Is the dog here? Anybody I can hold in front of me to protect myself? Yeah, I think that had to kind of make jurors go, what? That's what you think is normal?
You hold one of your brothers you're in there, you know.
Okay, I'm sorry, I interrupted. What do you got?
No, that's good, because why did he go back and get the bullet cases? Did the police tell him within that hour that they looked and didn't find anything? No. As a matter of fact, when he went to the police station after supposedly at 11 p.m. at night, he went to a Dunkin' Donuts, right, to get the bullet cases, which apparently everyone in California knows during COVID, they were closed by 11. You don't even need to bring someone in, and the defense didn't apparently plan to. And then, you know, you make certain decisions in trials from what I understand and what I hear. But no, he didn't even know the police had already been there searching at that time. And they didn't tell him to go look for anything. He says the next day, it doesn't make any sense, because what he says is he went back, but then he says, I called my lawyer, and then but the next day, my lawyer told me to go back and look for the casings. But according to him, he had already gone back to look for the casings. Okay, so it didn't make any sense in terms of the timing. That's how I remember it, Michael.
No, and everything Paulie P said, I would relate back to his original question, which was, all you have to believe, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, is that a real gun was used that night, not a prop gun. So much of what he said was irrelevant, based, you know, as it related to that one specific question. It meant nothing. One of the things he asked about was the injury, you know, and he was predicting what Joey T is going to say on his closing, which will be coming up after lunch. And he said that the defense is going to poo-poo that injury. Well, you don't know what's happening when a bullet's flying through the air. You don't know where it's going to go, what it might hit. And so, you know, you can't totally discount that injury, although slight though it may be, that it could not have happened as a result of a gunshot wound. I guess you have to address that because it sounds so ridiculous. But yeah, I guess you have to. And he also mentioned how busy this area was, right? And you know, we're talking about wannabe actress central. You know, it's Hollywood, Vine, Sunset. It's where you go. You parachute in there from Iowa to become a star. So it's busy. Well, at that time of night, it was what, 10-ish? I keep forgetting, 9 or 10. So it wasn't very late.
Like 8 o'clock.
But, you know,
it was about 8 o'clock-ish.
He was so worried, Paulie P. You know, we take this seriously. Don't let that minor injury detract you and distract you from this is a serious act, because people could have been killed. Somebody could have been injured far more seriously. Well, yeah, if we had any evidence there was a projectile anywhere, I would agree. You know, but there wasn't so much as a traffic cone or a parking meter that was injured in this. Right. Where's that projectile going? Even if it did graze Relli's knuckles, they don't just stop. The bullet projectile will not just stop in midair and plop to the ground.
Right.
Where'd it go?
Right. Where'd it go? But you and I talked the other day, you know, even off there we were talking, and you were worried. You said, well, we were actually, no, we're not talking, we were talking on there. Well, what if it is a prop gun and the projectile did hit him? Could A$AP Rocky still be convicted of the crimes? And I said, it depends on the indictment. And yesterday the judge read the indictment and I said, no, the indictment is 2 counts and it has to be with an actual firearm, you know, and all. And so I thought, wow, that's what the prosecution has to prove. The jury can't get confused here and think that he could be convicted if it was a prop gun. And he addressed it right away. Yeah, the only thing you have to find is that it's a real gun. You can't convict him unless it's a real gun.
I mean, to me, that's like, can we start deliberating now and get the hell out of here? Right. What I was talking about was if it were prop gun and there was some simple assault charge, then there could be a case in which you're assaulted with a fake gun because it causes the apprehension and the intent to scare somebody. But when you throw in assault with a deadly weapon, with a firearm, then obviously it has to be more than a prop.
Then it can't be a prop. Then it can't be a prop. So motion to screen has a question. What do we, it's you, LKB, and Michel, Michael, think, as you know, my Siri calls you Michel, think
Maybe.
the note to Paulie P said? I don't know, because I didn't quite listen carefully enough to what he said afterwards, and I don't know if that would mean anything. I don't know.
either. Sometimes, sometimes those notes come along. I think it's wrong to do that, to be honest. I think, it's almost like putting him down, like, here,
Right.
don't forget this.
Right,
or
exactly.
Say that. I
Right.
just think it's bad form. But anyway.
Yeah. And when we have trial time, we just say, Your Honor, may I just have 1 minute? And you go talk to your co-counsel.
Exactly.
Is there anything else that I should address before I finish my closing in the next 5 minutes? And then the judge will use it. And then you start finishing closing and you work in whatever it was. And I had that happen all the time. I have even cross-examination. My co-counsel will say, okay, I don't do this, but they're not handing you notes in between to look like you're.
No, I mean, to me, that's real. That's it shows that you're human. Like, I think I got everything. I'm not sure. Let me check with co-counsel here, and then you pick up. Sometimes you walk back and say, "I'm good, Your Honor." That's it. Because you've confirmed you have, but you don't have. Here's what a jerk. So he's like, here. I'm handing you the words of wisdom. I mean, I don't know what was on the note, but it just. Unless it was something like, I got to leave to go to the bathroom for a few minutes. I mean, I don't need your note. Okay.
Right. Could we have a break? Now, if the jury sent a note like, hey, Your Honor. Yes. That you need a comfort break,
Or that lady, that one juror that's had coughing spells.
Yeah, she's had some coughing spells.
I think she's better now, because I haven't heard her hacking away.
We've heard that in a number of courtrooms, because you remember the flu is really back around, and flu, I guess it was B before, now it's A. I get whichever is confused, but whatever. It's pretty bad here in New York City. I mean, the hospitals are filled with people.
So True Hebrew did not like Paulie P. So monotone, it was not convincing, and became boring. I didn't know when he ended, except the judge said there was going to be a break. So I'll repeat what I said.
Can I just say something? That's what I texted you. I said, I was Missy. I said, Missy will probably laugh. I said, oh my gosh, because I was sitting on my office sofa, and I was actually getting ready. I was doing a memo as I'm listening, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I got to go back and get ready.
Yeah, I'm glad you did. I was so far out and away, there was not a chance in hell that was going to happen. But to repeat what I said before, I think he did a fine job with what he's got to work with. And I think he's, pleasant, and I think compared to what we heard in his opening statement, he had much more vocal variety now. But, you compare him to Joe Tacopina, you compare him to Lewin. No, he's going to seem almost flatline comparatively. But I have a feeling when Lewin gets up there, whether it be late today or first thing tomorrow, he's going to just try to bully the jury. That's his approach with witnesses, with the judge, and with co-counsel. I just think he's going to try and make the jury feel like you're idiots if you don't believe what I'm telling you right now.
Yeah. Before we go, I'm hoping this is for me, but Michael, your hair looks good too.
Yeah. Thanks.
Michael actually wanted to do a show on Monday, and I said, I can't. I have to give him Roots. Monday's Roots Day, Michael.
Yeah, I thought Monday was hair day. That was not Monday's.
Roots hair day. It's getting a haircut. I need to get a hair. Those things. Okay, so yes, this is a good start question. Okay, because I actually wrote down a number of things here too. All right, why are they focusing on ASAP Blue so much? He actually. This is why I didn't like him. He basically called him not only a liar, but he called him a criminal, because if you want things taken care of, if ASAP Rocky
you call Lou, he's a fixer.
You call Lou, he's a fixer. Okay. Yeah. I think, first of all, I thought if you think Lou Levin came across well, and I think he did, calling somebody a fixer, I mean, that's almost, that sounds like Lewiness.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, well, he might have added that to the mix. You know that Lewin went over this and made notes and for Paulie P's closing. You think Paulie P did this without passing it by his second chair, Lewin? Of course not.
Yeah.
And the reason I think, and I'll give the prosecution credit on this, they tried to attack both Lou and Phillips because they do rely to some degree on the largesse of the defendant. Whether it's less now than it used to be, maybe he gave them a leg up in the business. Maybe they still get some of their money. I think it was Lou or Wally that said about 30% of their income
Yeah,
is
I think it was
still
about Lou. Yeah.
from him.
Yeah.
That's clean bias, perfectly acceptable to throw that out there. Does it override everything else? I don't think so, but that was legit and point well made.
Yeah, but calling him the
Well, that
fixer.
was
Call him the fixer.
I don't think he needed to do
hello.
that.
I need somebody to dispose of this gun that was involved in this. I need you to tamper with evidence. I need you to do this. I need you to do that. I mean, come on. I mean, he didn't need to do that because his reputation has been the nice guy. Just state the facts.
Mhm.
But
Yep,
to call
I
him,
agree.
I think that was over the top. As a
Let's
matter
talk
of
about
fact,
that the gun and the loot.
Lisa says it was weird how they tried to attack defenses instead of
Yeah.
stated the facts.
Yeah.
And it's Fitzy, along with you just what said, it's Fitzy, interesting the prosecution didn't address Relli's
Yeah,
lies.
what
Well,
are
they
you gonna
did.
say?
They did. They said, if you've given your story 9 times, of course you're going to have
Yeah.
inconsistencies. That's what they said. That's
Well,
it.
so let's talk about the prop gun and the somewhat trail of evidence as it relates to the prop gun. If it was a prop gun, okay, we know that Lou says he gave it back to the prop master or whatever this person was who had the gun. Well, Pauly P, if you're so concerned about that gun, why weren't you looking around for it? Why weren't you talking to everybody who might have had their hands on the gun, whatever the gun was? If you think the defendant got rid of a real gun, because that's their story. Their story is that once this shooting took place, they had to ditch the real gun, right?
Right.
But there's zero evidence that they tried to do that. Zero.
Right. And the prosecution didn't investigate this case. The cops went the first time. All 7 of them did a great grid search, right? Didn't find anything. Made it very clear. And then when Relli comes in with his cartridge casings, one of the cops said, "Well, if you're going to have a case, you got to go to the hospital. So if he flies to New York, he goes to Metropolitan. We won't hear any records. I'm sure we're going to hear about that too." Right.
Yep.
But they didn't do anything. And Tacopina made during cross comments, did you ever talk to anybody in the first time was 2 weeks ago? Of course they're not going to talk to you 2 weeks ago. You already made up your mind. You indicted the person without talking to anybody.
Yeah.
But really,
there was a note, it looks like LTO, UX, etc. Mr. Wolf, known for solving problems. Remember Mr. Wolf? I think he was known more as the cleaner. Because he had certain other issues. He was from Pulp Fiction, remember?
yes,
Harvey Keitel's character in Pulp Fiction. When you got a mess to clean up, bring in this guy. So
bring in Mr. Wolf.
Lou was more safe than that. Not quite as not going to clean up a mess. Maybe he'll go pick up something for Rocky, but I don't think it goes further than that.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't know. So after lunch, let's look ahead a little bit. After lunch, which the judge is doing, cutting short their lunch, which is good. I probably should have cut it from short to about an hour for lunch, but I guess it's hard to get it in and bring them up to another jury room or if they're going to eat in that jury, it's just hard. It's hard to get all that done, and also you have to deal with other. The judge is dealing with other issues when he goes to lunch on cases and all. He's not just sitting in his chambers eating lunch. But in any event, Mr. Tacopina will go. Let's see, we have 3:15 to they're going to go what?
They're going to start at what is 1:15 for them. So
they
if he goes
end at 5.
3 to 4 hours.
5 or
Well, they've
6.
been ending at 4, but I guaranteed to get him in, they're not going to chop him off. If he's within 30 minutes, I'm sure they're going to go.
Well, my understanding is he's at least going to go 3 hours. That's a talk around the courthouse, apparently.
And that puts you at 4:15.
Yeah, and likely maybe even 4. That puts you at 5:15. But that's quite frankly, that a court, they should allow him to go the afternoon, whatever it is, and then. I'm sure John Lewin will be sleeping tonight, not thinking about this case at all.
Oh, no,
right?
of course. And then he'll do, I'm hoping they bring it back at 9 tomorrow, and then he gets done by
9:30. He said 9:30
tomorrow.
He told me 9:30 tomorrow.
So he could get done by lunchtime.
Possibly.
2.5 hours.
I think that's what the judge was saying. Because the judge said you'll have this case tomorrow.
Yes.
Hopefully right after lunch, but no matter what, you'll have it tomorrow. That's what the judge says. So the judge, not sure, but I think at some point he may tell Lewin to wrap it up.
I think he might give him some nudge if it or at least ask for a signpost. Where are you? How much more do you have? Because to have a lunch break and come back for more Lewin. I mean, I think that violates the 8th Amendment against cruel and unusual punishment. Right.
Okay, so we need somebody here to keep account. All right. And you know what I'm going to say. All right.
Objections?
Oh, yes.
So
You read
what do
my
you think the
mind.
over-under? What do you think the over-under is going to be?
Well, when we did the openings, I remember you said that Lewin
I
would
said
object-
3, I think.
I thought it was 2, and Bob
Yeah.
Bianchi said 3 to 4, and I said 10,
Yeah.
and I was right on target.
Yeah,
It was
I think it
10
was
at least.
11 before
I
the
think it was
judge
11.
said something.
Right.
Because
right.
my thought was not that he would stop at 3, but that the judge would step in, and he never did
Never
until
did, right.
11.
So now we're going to have. Let's assume it's a 4-hour closing. Let's assume it's a 3 by hour, right?
Oh my God.
All right. We know that it's not going to be Paulie P. He's going to be doing the objection. It's going to be John Lewin. Can we have a bet? Well, not really a bet because we can't bet. But let's. Why don't we
can't
have
we
a
bet?
pool? Well, we
Why
can.
can't
We can give a mug to the one who's the person who's closest. I think we're going to have 17.
You know, I've been wrestling with that because, the judge has certainly added the, 1074 sanction issue, which the tote board is still rolling up numbers. I think if Lewin is going to try to save some money, he's already told these guys, you can object, state the grounds. I will say overruled or sustained, and I don't want to hear another word. We're not coming to the bench. We're not having a discussion in open court. I think I have 2 things here. I'll go with 12 objections, over under 12, but I think there will be 2 in which he's sanctioned.
That's interesting. Unless the judge said, because you didn't hear any objections from Joe Tacopina, right? Unless the judge said, save your objections to after, which judges will do. I will hear them after, and we'll put them, I'll put them into the record, in chambers or whatever. And that's the way it's going to be. I mean, that's a possibility.
But he made it clear that it's okay to object during the argument. Just state the grounds. I will rule, and that's the end of it. So he didn't suggest make a note, and we'll talk about it after. He made it sound like it's on the fly. It's going to happen.
Right. Yeah. All right. So I have an over and under 17. You have an over and under 12.
Of 12.
Let's see what our viewers
I have a parlay. I have a parlay side bet. 2 sanctions. Yeah.
True Hebrew, the prosecutor who spoke today, was so monotone that he was not convincing and became bored. I didn't know when he ended, except for the judge said there was a break. Do you think he did a good close? My view is I was bored. I was bored. I thought he was looping. I was bored. I think he started very strongly to say, this is what you have to find. Here's why it is. And then I would have sat down. And quite frankly, if they were jockeying for positions as to who was going to go last today, by taking the whole morning of closing, now your partner is going to go tomorrow. Maybe that's what they want. But I think by Tacopina ending today, the jury's going to go home and sleep on what Tacopina says.
No doubt.
And not on what the prosecutor said.
Sure.
So why
It'll
are they
be a
focusing?
wake-up call with Lewin.
Okay, why are they focusing on ASAP Blue so much?
Yeah, we talked about that one. I think there's one here we haven't gotten to, though.
Yeah.
Let me see.
There's a lot of questions, a lot of comments here going on, right?
Yeah, it seems to me the prosecution knows this is a shakedown extortion case. They're just going so hard because A$AP Rocky is a celeb. If he wasn't, this case would have flopped a long time ago. Some might say it's flopped already.
By the way, Missy Mayhem, let's see, I may have the wrong one. They're going to co-parent. What is it? Leonard Amber, 13. We can share custody of the mug. All right. There was one objection to the state's evidence. I thought I heard it early on, but I didn't hear the sound.
I did. It was overruled, and it was overruled. Right? It was a misstates the evidence objection, which is common. That's a common one in closing arguments.
And we had some sound going in and out, by the way, in the beginning. So I don't know if anybody missed any. Remember, because at the beginning,
that was the only one
that was going in and out.
That one I heard clearly, and I heard the judge overrule, and not a beat missed really.
Yeah, Oasis Cat has 18 objections. Somebody's going to have to keep a scoreboard here. Yeah. Someone's going to have to keep a scoreboard here. I'm at 17. But we'll see. We'll see. I mean, he looked, I don't know, John Lewin looked a little bit tired today. Any reason for that, Michael Bryant?
I can't imagine. I think he's probably just, in his own mind going through his arguments and picking up bits and pieces that maybe he thinks Paulie P didn't handle properly, that he'll circle back. And no, I don't think he's tired. No.
Well, there was an article that came out in the Inquirer we talked about that was pretty darn damning. I
Yeah,
mean, lawyers
it's
in
a
the
mess there. Yeah.
yeah, right now in the middle of a trial. So it just it was a mess. So I know we posted a link to it. It's interesting to read, and I know that we have asked LAD's office for some comments and some questions because we saw the hear about this being extortion. I am of the view that that tape, especially once Relli says that tape of him asking for the 30 million, to get a bag because and having a lawyer do it because or else it'd be extortion, or he needed a lawyer in the mix because he was doing it on the side to the friends, right?
And Paulie Peeves trying to make a point out of course he wants to be, reimbursed and compensated for his injury. And, does anybody look at a $30 million claim and say, yeah, that's about what I would expect for scraped knuckles. And even if it was an intentional firing, yeah, that's what I would think.
No one's.
He sure tried to minimize it. Like, of course, it's no big deal.
Yeah, not a big deal. Yeah, and he always make a tape about it. See, he didn't address the tape. He didn't address the wording on the tape. All right, and that's what's the killer. The killer to me is the word. Killer to me is two things. And Bob Bianchi said, and Neil Rocket also said the same thing. Once he says that tape is AI, try to disown it. Case
Yes.
over. End over.
Yeah, we talked about that. And is there anything that could possibly be done in the way of additional witnesses to help, raise that? The teeter-totter example I give, it pounded into the ground when he was caught with that lie. And maybe they got it a little bit off the ground with their subsequent witnesses and cross-examination, but not enough to win the day, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I agree. And the prosecutor really didn't address that tape because the tape extortion. I need a lawyer to get the bag, and then I will be away. I'll go on an island. You won't be able to find me. You won't be able to find me. The prosecution can't really prove the case if they don't have a victim. All right. So I'm looking at the comments. People watching our chat didn't like him, right? Really didn't like him at all. So that's what I'm seeing. I mean, anybody there, you can be safe. Anyone there who liked him, anyone here's watching who thought he made a wonderful, wonderful point. Boy, if we were bookies, we're getting a lot of action.
I know.
I'll say 18. Darling Nikki said she wouldn't give really $30 for the scraped knuckles.
$30. I thought the state was ridiculous to think people just voluntarily speak to the police. He acted like police are not super suspicious of everyone. That was Melissa Hamilton. Yeah, and who first? I think you have to be approached. And I think the evidence suggests that they weren't even approached until, oh, hey, wait, we got a trial coming up. Maybe we should talk to some of these people.
Right. And they had already, as one person said, why should I want to talk to them now? They had already indicted him.
Oh, yeah.
They didn't have an open mind.
It was an afterthought.
Right. It was an afterthought because we're going to trial, Didn't have an open mind, Oh, I love this motion to screen what WTF granted says he's got 55 is the over or under. I love it.
55. Where's that? Put that one up. I don't see that one.
Okay, hold on a second. I'll go see if I go right there. Right there, you go. 55. Right.
55. Well,
I don't think
I'm going to take the
Jersey
under
number
on that one. I just think that might be safe. Let me make a comment in general about the length of these closings. I'm sorry. This is a relatively simple case. And with all due respect to the attorneys involved, including Joey T and everybody else, this is insane to have 9 to 10 hours of closing arguments for a case like this. And that's what the cumulative number is going to be. That's ridiculous. Sorry, it is. Somebody's going to be, we've seen the prosecution beating the dead horse. We'll see what Mr. Tacopina does. But that's way too long.
I think, and I don't know this, okay? And I have no sourcing on this. I couldn't get it. I think he's going to probably play a lot of what Relli said. And then if I were, this is what I would do. And then here's what he said.
That's helpful. And we talked about that from the very beginning. And just to keep pounding away, that'll give you, but not 4 hours. I mean, come on.
Well,
come on. And he does have, no doubt he has a lot to work with because we've seen it unfold in this trial. Every hole the prosecution left open, he can fill it in with, here's what you didn't see. Here's what you didn't see. Here's what the person lied about. Here's the truth. I get that. I just think you're going to lose the jury at some point. You're going to lose them.
Yeah, you may, or they may like him. They may like seeing him, you know? They may-
Well, we
you
know some of
look at
our people
look at
want
our
to see him.
chat.
We know that.
Look at our chat, and it's Miss Shorty's group from down under. They'll watch him all day.
And now
So-
I've noticed that his son is being drawn into this bizarre fantasy of the Tacopina family. What was that with his son? There's something
nothing.
I
He's
saw.
got a Twitter account, and he's retweeting us.
Oh, that's what it was. Okay,
X account. I should say X, but you
an
know,
X account.
the problem is if you say reposting us, no one knows where that is.
Yeah, I
Reposting
think
where?
you default to X because
X, X would
Instagram,
retweet.
blah, Facebook,
Well,
blah.
I don't know.
It's all X.
You know, I'm retweeting on X is what I like to say. That way everyone knows.
Well, you'll get over that eventually.
Well, I got
And-
over Twitter most of the times, but it comes back because I have Twitter still. How I list my X account is my Twitter account. You know,
Hey, did Elon
I never
name
understood
his?
Twitter anyhow. Tweet, tweet, tweet,
Yeah,
tweet,
did
tweet.
Elon name his son Tweet? No, he did not.
Well, but he named his son
him
X, blah 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 blah, but just not his X, blah 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 blah. I don't even know how to pronounce the rest.
I
of
remember I
it.
was covering the OJ case in Las Vegas, whenever that was, 08, and Twitter was just a thing. Just like, what is this? What is this? And it became obviously what it is now. But at the time, it was more almost professional. Like the
Yes.
journalist would be using it to share information. The court officials would be using it to share information. And what are we? 18
Well, the
years
first
later.
time I used it was on a client, and it was extremely helpful in getting them to come to their knees and settle. And I wasn't sure how to use it either, because I remember the first time I really paid attention to it is when we had a plane land in the Hudson here, Captain
Oh yeah,
Sullenberger.
Captain Sully.
And all of a sudden everybody said, go to Twitter. And I think for at least this area, that's when everyone started, and the news media said, hey, wait a second, you can get a lot of information. And then the second time it really took off is when we killed Osama bin Laden, and there was somebody from the town where he was killed. It was the first time saying, hey, wait a second, we've got helicopters flying here low and stuff like that. And that was an indication to journalists, because as you said, journalists were on it, that something was going to happen that night. And then everybody after that, it just took off. I mean, it took off. And now it's kind of, it's not as that professional thing. It's more.
Oh God, no, it's the wild. It's fine. I'm okay with that. It's free speech. You got to sift and kind of move around and see where the crap is and where the real stuff is. But I'm all right with that.
Yeah.
Let it all fly.
Yeah. So I don't know, but well, actually, you know what? We're going to say that these closings are too long, but when this case ends, we're going to say, "Damn, we don't want this case to end. Come on, we have."
There's always another one. I was watching a little bit of the I watched the Boswell verdict, which was weird. I did post on X about that because I'm unfamiliar with, I'm very pro TV in the courtroom, right? And everything. And we've complained in this case that the judge kind of flicks the camera on and off, doesn't do jury instructions on camera, but that I think it's either all or nothing. Well, the judge in the Megan Boswell case, where she was found guilty of all 19 or 20 counts, including killing her 14-month-old daughter and disposing of the body in a nasty way. That's the one that has the forensic pathologist.
Yeah, and I have.
She had her neck bowed. It was just like she would never say no when she could answer the question. Can you tell for sure whether this child was alive or dead when buried? And she would not say no. You can't tell. Until the judge threatened her with contempt.
Right.
So it's a yes or no question. Either yes or no, or you're in contempt. And she still kind of waffled. Anyway, I digress. So I watched that.
No, because I have a mind. We can talk about that. I know everyone's like, oh, she held her ground, but no, I'm not. That didn't thrill me.
No, and she was really nasty. The pathologist. Anyway, the judge said no audio of the foreperson reading the verdict. And then he read it after the fact. So you've got a video. You're watching the defendant and trying to, anybody who watched that case, pretty certain she was going to go down, right?
By the way, Disney says play the link she sent because we had that testimony, but there may be a reason for that. Having been to Maynardsville, Tennessee, everybody knows everybody, and I think if you hear the voice, that if they're trying to keep that jury secret in terms of the names, everybody in the community knows everybody. Oh yeah, that's Auntie Maine,
I would counter that with okay, it's going to sound like this. If it's a guy, he's going to be talking like this, and maybe a higher voice if it's a woman. If you want to know who the foreperson is, if you want to know who the people on that jury are, you can find out. So
Okay.
this artificial sense of who we're protecting their anonymity, I just think that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
If the camera's in there, the camera's in there. This is just audio of somebody reading. That's a very dramatic moment for everybody. And I just thought it was.
Did you want to play the link she sent me? Before that, we have a question. So y'all think?
Do I have a
jury's gonna
link
have
for
verdict
that
tomorrow?
somewhere? Do I have something?
Yeah, well, I'll answer this while you're looking for
Okay.
that. Yes, there it is. She gives it to you. So you think the jury will have a verdict tomorrow? Yes, the jury is. First of all, you have Friday verdicts are a thing. All right, let's face that. Secondly, it's Friday verdict Valentine's Day. Third is Friday
Yes.
verdict for a long weekend. The judge told me you all get a verdict tomorrow. You all got to come back on
Yeah,
Tuesday.
that's
you
a
know?
big hammer hanging over them.
Yeah, I think they're going to have a verdict, and unless they want to, unless they're the kind of jury that says they want to find for themselves, and they're going to
There
ignore
could be one
whatever the
person.
attorney said. Yeah, and I want to go through all the evidence. I didn't just sit here for all these
There
weeks.
could-
I want to
yep.
go through all the evidence, and
That's
so you
right.
could have that.
Yep, there could be one person. You never know. That's why we play the game, as they say in sports. Because I think there's clearly an underdog in this case, but still got to go to the jury.
This is the Boswell forensic pathologist, right? That we're talking
Yeah, I
about.
can't find it.
Even you got it right
I
there.
can't find it. Oh,
It's right there.
she has it. Wait, hold on a second. Let me come back. I'm looking at my
See,
files.
You
Oh, there it
are
is.
right. Yeah. Not
Are we
getting
gonna-
any sound though.
Yeah, we're gonna hear it or no?
Except that she cannot breathe with the foil and the bag.
You can't say conclusively that that child was alive when it was wrapped in the blanket and when it was wrapped in tinfoil.
I have no reason for this child to be dead.
Yes or no, doctor?
Nobody can tell exactly of the state of her body except that she cannot breathe with the foil and the bag. and
Judge,
the
I
trash
would
can and
ask the
blanket.
court to instruct the witness to answer the question yes or no and then explain.
I'm not really sure.
I'm not being mean to you. But he's asked you the question, the answer is either yes or no. And I'm instructing you to the best of your ability. Answer yes or no. And you'll have an opportunity to explain.
For a forensic pathologist, it's hard to answer that question, yes or no, but nobody can guarantee or say with certainty what really happened to this child prior to the foil being put on her face.
So you can't say whether she was alive or dead, can you?
She has no reason to be dead, other than
Judge, this witness is being evasive. May we approach?
Let me see if I can boil this down to the lowest common denominator. He's going to ask you this question one more time. And I understand this case and this situation. But man, I'm telling you, if the answer is not yes or no, you'll be facing contempt of court. Can I be more clear?
yes, sir.
Ask your question.
Ma'am, yes or no, can you say conclusively that this child was alive or dead when it was placed in the blanket and the tinfoil?
The blanket, tinfoil, the trash can, which one? Okay, the answer is no. She could have been murdered differently.
And then if you're Lewin, you say a motion to strike everything after no.
Right. No, I mean, now, look, she was going to get convicted, but this is not good. This is not good from a scientific point of view. And there's a whole thing out there how doctors and New Jersey has opinions. You have to rely on the scientific evidence. Now, I've heard my husband testify about asphyxia, which was a diagnosis here, and it's a diagnosis of exclusion. And if you can't find anything else that explains the death, that's your opinion. So all she had to do was say, no, it's possible the other way. But my opinion is for these reasons. And that's it. And she just was, and she's the head. I looked her up. She's like the head of the scientific division there. If that's how you're training your people to testify, you maybe should go back to retraining, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's just bad. Anytime you have an absolute, you're dead. Because
How about the judge directing her? She's
look-
going to be held in contempt.
I mean, you just look unreasonable, you know. And I went down that rabbit hole just to suggest that yes, this trial will end, and we'll all, you know, decompress, and there will be other trials coming along. I looked into your Rose Petals case just out of curiosity, the one in South Carolina. That is a case begging for a flow chart. I'll tell you that.
I have it right here. I have.
That is a mess. That case.
I pulled out everything because I know you all following that too. In terms of the Rose Petal murder here, there's so much of it here, and you all know what I talk about: South Carolina versus Zachary Hughes, right? Got all these things, and that's you
They
need
were
a flow
going through
chart.
text messages today, 1,000 of them between the ex and the pianist. You
Yeah,
know?
the
I said
ex-husband
pianist.
and the Juilliard trained concert pianist.
Yeah.
1,769 WhatsApp messages.
Yes,
Okay.
good old WhatsApp. I put this message up from Brooklyn as we jump back and forth between stuff because it's very important that Rocky's kids are in court today. Do they understand what's happening? Well, I'll tell you. They have 2-year-old Riza, RZA. He won't be 3 till he's almost my same birthday. He won't be 3 till May. And then Riot is 9 months old.
Oh, I
So
thought
you
he
got
was older.
you got two, a toddler and really, you know, an infant, 9 months old. So yeah, that's again back to my original point. If it's not Riri, excuse me, can you maybe you want to take the young ones out?
Well,
Yeah.
maybe the state shouldn't have used her name in vain. They put up a picture of her in their opening that they didn't even mention until.
Didn't mention her in closing, just
Right.
her celebrity.
Lewin mentions to somebody whether or not she could take away the career of 12E if she wanted to, she and her husband, for no reason, suggesting that she's going to do something. She's a self-made woman. She really has done this, her makeup line, her clothing line. She's a self-made woman. Yeah. So accuse a self-made woman of committing a crime in advance before you even know it. I thought that was outrageous. And quite frankly, because of that, if she wants to bring her 9-month-old child and his child and her 3-year-old child and his child into the court, good for you. Next time, keep her name out of your darn mouths, Mr.
Okay, so
Prosecutor.
aside from the show that creates, is it good? You know, the 9-month-old is not going to have a clue what's going on, but the 2-year-old's going to be like, "Daddy, hi, Daddy." I mean, it's a weird place to bring young kids, especially when it's serious charges against your dad. So I think I would have said, yes, we want to be there, supportive, but this is too much. And I would have gone, of course, and left the kiddies out.
Okay, so will
So when I'm charged with assault with a deadly weapon, keep that in mind.
But I think just everybody is a criminal. Everybody is a criminal, but the prosecution, who is putting person on who wants to get a bag of $30 million, but all the rest of you are criminals. Okay, I mean, I don't know whether this incident happened or not. All I know is the prosecution didn't prove it, and I'm not resting my vote in that jury room on somebody with that tape who lied to the jury as much as he did over 3 days.
Yeah.
In my
opinion. Again, I've said, when you get to the end of a case and you say, what the hell happened? That's an acquittal. You know, that there's no other answer. I don't know what happened. Maybe something did, maybe something didn't. I have no clue. So, Mr. Prosecutor, you'll lose.
And and I posted about this. This case has an interesting history. Not the case, but there was, as we know, there was an election in November, and the previous DA lost. That was. Gascoigne.
Which case are you talking about?
Gascoigne. No, just talking about the LADA's office. Gascoigne lost the election, right?
Oh, Gascoigne. Yes.
Gascoigne. Gascoigne. You say Gascoigne.
He is Gascoigne.
He is definitely Gascoigne. All right. He loses the election. And I don't even know what political persuasions these people are. I don't pay attention to California DA's elections generally.
Yeah. Well, he was Democrat and Hochman's Republican. So
okay. Yeah. Hochman comes in. He beats him. There was an issue with the Menendez brothers, as we all know, whether they should get resentenced. And there were 2 DAs in the office who thought that who were in charge of this, that they should be resentenced, that they're not going to be a danger to society after all these years, blah, 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 blah. And then Hochman comes in, he says, look, I want to just stop. I want to learn. I want to get people in. I want to listen to everybody, including the family of the victims, right? I want to, before I make a decision. And that's been put off. But apparently, John Lewin was part of a group of a dozen prosecutors who sued Gascon for retaliation against them for not going forward with, he wanted to be one of these forward-thinking prosecutors or something like that. And then he said he retaliated against me by putting me in charge of like the calendar division, which I had been in major crimes, cold case for 2 decades and more and all, and that was retaliation. Huckman comes in, and Lewin then gets out of that, and he gets put back into some other position and all. And he actually supported Huckman. He went on Fox News. There's a Fox News clip. I couldn't believe it when I was Googling the articles on it. I think it even linked to one of the articles linked to it, I even think. I'm not sure. I can't remember. And then all of a sudden he gets assigned this case. I don't know when that was, but this case had been in the office, right? This case had been
well,
in
he
the
didn't get
office.
it till January.
So January,
on eve
in this
of trial.
high-profile case, and so whether or not he asked for it, whether or not it was, and I asked the DA's office. We asked the DA's office on the Justice of TV, could they comment? Was this as a result of his skill, or was this political payback?
And I just can't wait to see where he goes next, because that will be an indication. Has Hockman rescued him from DA hell if Gascon was instrumental in sending him there?
And there's one more blip. The 2 prosecutors who were suggesting that the Menendez brothers should be Gascon have now alleged they're going to sue the office and John Lewin for retaliation against them, because now they've been reassigned to some dipshit type positions, they believe. Okay, so there's that other little glitch that I didn't even mention.
Yeah, talk about politics. I mean, it's totally getting in the way of these folks doing their job.
Drama. It's drama, and it's not here comes drama. It's here comes drama here, because not it's here comes. Here is drama. Okay, and all. So, what other questions do you have for us on the closings? Now you got about 15 more minutes. I know I like you all to get some lunch. If you're on the East Coast, get ready, take a restroom break so that you could be ready to listen to the closing argument, which I assume that there'll be a break in the middle of Joe Tacopina's
I would think so too. What do you think of the Pauly P's discussion of Relli as being this mastermind? Facetiously, of course. He's saying he's so smart that when he was at the gun range in October before this incident took place, he decided to collect a few shell casings because he had this whole plan that was going to unfold, and he knew he would need those when he, I guess, tricked Rocky into shooting at him with a gun. What do you think about the sarcasm that he used in laying out kind of an unbelievable story and attributing it to Relli to kind of get around all the lies Relli talked about?
Well, when you're at the gun range, you just pick up some of these shell casings, you haven't taken them home. That's all. It's not like you're planning it in the future. But once there's something going on, or you say, well, hey, maybe I can. And
why
maybe
would you need those shell casings for any reason?
People pick up shell casings. I've seen shell casings.
They do.
Now.
I've been to gun ranges a lot. I've never seen anybody do anything except you have to clean up your area, and they'll sweep them up and throw them in the trash.
Well,
I've never seen that.
Well, they pick up. I've seen people. I know people who pick up shell casings.
I got people.
I mean, who knows? Who knows why you're picking? You're going to demonstrate. You're going to show it. You're going to say, "I don't want this. I'm going to take it back. This one didn't work. This one, let me give my money back." Who knows what they're doing? Maybe they're putting in the video. And they're props in a video. I mean, he had a prop gun one time, so maybe you put him props in video. Who knows? But all you needed to do was have a couple shell casings. Not that you're planning it, 2 months beforehand. That's what you're going to do. But that's if you're meeting him and this happens, hey, I know how to get. And he said in advance to somebody that he was going to get money from him. He was going to take him down in some way, if I recall. I don't remember the exact words, but he said that in advance.
It's understandable and clear that he feels, Rocky has left him in the dirt, right, in terms of his career, and maybe, and he's no longer the friend that he used to be. Right. That's all very understandable. The real question for this jury is, how far would he go to get even with, or somehow get back at what he sees now, his former friend? Would he do this? Would he claim this happened to get money from him as a screw you. Thanks for leaving me
Yeah,
behind.
yeah. My impression of Relli. After
Yes,
3
well, I'm
days
not
on the-
asking you. I'm asking it kind of
Oh,
rhetorically,
okay.
and
All
maybe
right.
for the jury to think about. Yes.
Micah said,
Yeah.
by the way, the kids adore their father, and he adores them. And Rihanna said so too. Rihanna's
I
very,
have
very.
no doubt about it. I'm just not
very-
sure I'm taking my kids to see Daddy potentially go to prison.
Hey, I'm taking my kid to show he's a family man. Why is he going to risk? Why is he going to
I
risk
understand
all
the
what he
theater.
had?
I
Yeah, the
understand the theater
and
of the
and
kids
also
being
remember he
there.
said that Relli was jealous of all Rocky had. What Rocky has a family. Rocky has Riri. Whatever the relationship is. I mean,
Yeah.
she
Oh, there's
seems
no
to
doubt
love
about
him,
that. No doubt.
Anyhow, I think, Michael, we should let we'll replay some stuff. They're going to reconvene in about 14 minutes. I'll let the nearly a couple hundred people who are here go take a break, get ready, because we all want to listen to Joe Tacopina's testimony. Well, it's going to be testimony, isn't it? It's going to be a closing
Well,
argument.
it's an argument, so
And then we'll be ready to rock and roll. We'll have to rush back on
at whatever time
judge,
that is. Yeah, 7 our time, 7:30.
well, I think the judge is going to take a break in between, and I think we
Are
should
you going to be around for that? I'm not sure I'll be around for that. So
okay,
I'll try
I'll try to hold down the fort then.
I'm
if
sure
that happens.
you will.
If not, Missy can go on. Missy can answer all these questions.
No doubt about it.
Oh my God, Missy, would you like that?
Yeah, I'm easily
Missy,
replaced.
come on,
Get her
Missy.
on.
Dizzy's getting a little late for Dizzy, but Missy and Dizzy can answer all these questions. Because you're all watching. And Missy, if I'm not around, you may be it. She's ready to rock and roll.
Ready to go. All right, see you later, partner.
All right, I'll see y'all. See you later on. Bye. Here's what happened in the morning, and I will tweet, because I have been working my sources, because I did report initially that the defense was planning on calling a representative from Dunkin' Donuts. Linda runs on Duncan. You know, you remember all
Yeah.
that, right? Well, here's all my
Yes,
Duncan. I'm
working
not
for a
lying.
corporate sponsorship. All right, good work.
Yeah, so we certainly do need that, don't we? In any event, apparently there was a decision made that perhaps maybe because it would have, time schedules, getting the representative there, and all sorts of other things, like if Lewin would cross-examine for the next 3 or 4 days, right? That would throw off the schedule. And the defense apparently wants to close. They wanted to close yesterday. If they could have, they couldn't. They wanted to close today. We heard that yesterday, but they didn't want to, they didn't want to start closing Friday. And so the judge told the jury the closings will be Thursday. So I think scheduling had a lot to do with it. Do you really need it? If you think, by the way, I have my blanket on today. It's a little chilly here in New York. Do you really think that you either believe Relli or you don't? I mean, I think it would have been a boom, because you and I talked about it. That's what I would do. But also, trials, as you say, Michael, are living, breathing things. And I point out to the Aaron Hernandez case, we had subpoenaed Bill Belichick, who would have given us some really good defense information. But he didn't get subpoenaed very quickly. It was really difficult to get him, as you can imagine.
I think Bill Belichick would be something like this. You ask a long, elaborate question, he'd say,
But when we finally got it, when he finally called into the judge, we were just about to rest, and the question would have been, do we not rest and bring him in and delay this jury getting the case, or do we rest and not let the jury hear this information? And so you make those decisions. If you think your jury is spent, that they've had enough, they're done, you may forego having evidence that would be helpful for you in that period of time. And also, my view of this case is, if the jury believes that A$AP Rocky is guilty now, nothing's going to change their mind. If the jury believes that he possibly could have done this, but we're not going to convict him because Relli is such a liar and we're trying to blackmail him, they're not going to change their mind. If the jury believes there's not enough to convict, they're not going to change their mind. I think that whatever is in their mind right now, nothing like that was going to sway them. That's my view of it.
Yeah, I think if you look at the reasonable person, whatever that is, of course, we can throw this out the window and we don't know what the hell a jury's going to do, but the approach has to be logical and practical, right? I think there can be a danger when you're in the midst of putting on your trial, putting on your evidence, of getting too close, close to things, because we're giving it a little more 1,000-yard kind of view, and I think most people would think, that might be great if you could get the Duncan person to create just another confirmation that Relli lied about something. But do you need it? Or if you're 95% there, do you need it really? And again, you are the defense. You don't have to prove anything to anybody. So I think, maybe this was a good thing for the defense. And there was some practical considerations.
Cat Williams, who's on our Cat.
Williams, yes, thanks to Cat Not Williams.
She was on my Twitter responding to this, and she thought it was great initially, but she said, and there was something really, really interesting. She said, look, this is in California. This is at the COVID time, right? Everybody knew that Duncan didn't stay open late, right? That they weren't 24-hour Duncans like they are sometimes on the East Coast. They close early, and they're not giving a brown bag and a black pen to write on. They're just not. And so that someone from California is laughing at this plastic bags and Duncan. That's like, she said, so many here. And here's the actual quote, okay, from Cat Not Williams. All right. Shout out to her, by the way. I am laughing so hard. So many of us have been like, plastic bags at Duncan, ? In California after 10 p.m. when there isn't a 24-hour store and during COVID. All right. So that's what she tweeted back to me. So, they were hoping for some of those, but they would love it because it would confirm what people in California know. But I would remind everybody that the people sitting on the jury are in California.
Yep. So, it would have been probably overkill, unnecessary, and to your original point, drag the jury along, for another half a day, perhaps. So,
now, and then so that you had that, and then you had an issue about whether, they discussed the scheduling and whether this out of turn, and that's how the judge called it. He was very good not to not showing who it was for, whether it's for the prosecution, the defense. Out of turn witness would be called at 1:30, and that they had reached, there was a stipulation they wanted to read first. So I don't know if the stipulation has negated the possibility of an out of turn witness, but I will have, hopefully, if I keep working, sources, both in the court, out of the court, in Los Angeles, out of Los Angeles, and if you look on the internet, pretty easy to get source watching people on the internet, having people that they know. There was a stipulation about the guns, and I think it's important for us to hear it and maybe hear it again after we speak about it. Do you have that pulled into your assets there, Michael? Do you
I
know?
do not. I do not have that. I do not.
Okay, so let's see if we can. Dizzy, can we get that into Michael's assets?
See, if it is there, I will look. But I've not had a chance to dive in there and
It's
dig around.
It's less than, I mean, I have it on my computer, but it's less than 30 seconds. I can tell you actually, it's 35 seconds. Maybe I don't know if I can pull.
And what was it relate to? Is it the stipulation?
It's basically said that the stipulation, and it was read by not Lewin, by the other Paul P. prosecutor, the lead prosecutor. By the way, Dizzy says it's on the drive, Michael.
Yeah, well, I'm looking for the title. I see stipulation. That's the one I'm pulling up.
Okay. Why don't it basically is important because it said that the 2 shell casings, this was what was read first. Yes, stipulations. Good going. Well, if you're going to pull it up, why don't we
I am going to pull it up. So let's
and then we can
let me
talk.
get out of a couple of things and get back where I need to be, and then I will pull that up for you here. Let's see.
I can't believe the judge turned off jury instructions.
Yeah, it's funny. I kind of wondered if he was going to or not. I was surprised when he actually did it, but it definitely crossed my mind. Okay, here it is, the aforementioned stipulation.
Both sides have come to an agreement on what the witness would say. It's another stipulation, so who's going to?
I'll read it here.
All right, so listen to what he's going to say. This has been agreed to, stipulated. Go ahead.
The people in the defense stipulate that the prop gun testified about in this case would have ejected 2 fired cartridge cases as it was fired. The fired cartridge cases previously marked as People's Exhibit 32 were not fired from the prop gun. So stipulated. Yes.
All right, the court accepts this.
Now, to me, just on its face, that's bad. that's bad for the prosecution. Well, now you've said, the jury's going to have to think, okay, those weren't from the alleged gun that was fired by Rocky, and they were found by Relli. Wonder if he may have just grabbed a couple of casings, said he found them there, and said so to support his story.
That's what I got of it. Especially,
I don't know how it's. I really am shocked that the prosecution would stipulate to that.
Well, that's what I got out of it because it went for. I think it was very important that it went first. That the cartridge casings didn't come out of the prop gun. Now, what the prosecutor is going to argue. They're going to argue that it didn't come out of the prop gun. We agree because it wasn't a prop gun; it was a real gun. That's what they're going to say. But I think that stipulation was certainly a lot better. Now, the question is, was that stipulation, does that stipulation negate the, quote, out of turn 130 mystery witness that the judge mentioned because it relates to firearms and identification of the cartridges?
Well,
Let me throw that to you.
If they were going to be able to get something else out of that witness, no. If that was the core testimony expected from that witness, then yeah, the stipulation would obviate the need for that person, and that may be one of the factors because the judge is, putting his thumb on things, saying, "Can we just get this done?" And I think if anything else, the judge is reading the jury as well as anybody. If you're sitting in that room, you can tell when the jury has had enough and they're ready to move on. Did you hear that alternate? Linda, did you hear the alternate? She piped up. I say she, just sounded like a woman. I may be wrong. She said, so what about the alternates? The judge is like, oh, good question. And then he laid out the bizarro way in which they segregate them but keep them locked up effectively. Because if they need them, it's like a hockey team. You got some people in the penalty box, But when they're released, others are going to have to move in and out. So he wants them ready to go. If we need to use an alt to fill one of the people roles in the box, you need to be nearby. You need to be ready to go, which is unfortunate because you could tell from her questioning she was done. She was ready to go, you know.
You guys can trade off. We can trade off, yeah. Right. I don't know that. Yeah.
You're talking already heard.
Oh, really? Okay.
Now I gotta move you.
At least that gives me a place to, yeah, start. So I was like, Oh, yeah, that's pretty. Oh, yeah.
Then, there you go.
I don't know if that's here. Let me make sure she's up to everything. Oh, okay.
It's also my sister, so I gotta get her something, so, you know.
Just a reminder to everybody in the audience, even though you have a phone, you're not allowed to be on your phone while the television session.
All right. Both sides ready for sure? You want to wait, Paul? Yes, John, he's on the elevator. All right. Here. Come away.
I know you're trying to get ahead, I know.
I'm used to people not paying attention.
You know what? Something happened this morning, I blacked out.
All right, both sides ready for the jury? Yeah, sure. All right. All right, we are back on the record. Our parties, jurors, and counsel are present. Mr. Tacopina, are you ready to address the jury?
Yes.
Floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The defendant, Rakim Mayers, now has, and he's afforded an opportunity to argue the case, if you will. I'm not going to argue to you, ladies and gentlemen. What I'm going to do is try and discuss reasonable inferences that we believe can be drawn from the evidence. What I'm going to do is something a little different. I'm going to cede the floor to the transcripts in this case, the testimony. So it's not in dispute, what I'm going to say. Ultimately, what will determine the facts and what's going to be important is you. And we can all live with that. You're empowered to do justice here. This is the great system of ours that works. And I'd like to, first and foremost, I'd like to commend and compliment Mr. President on what I thought was a fine argument this morning. I don't agree with much of anything he had to say, but I did listen intently, and I hope you'll do the same with me. There's a few things on what he said, though, I do have to just address immediately. And during his argument, because I didn't object doesn't mean I agreed. I didn't object once. I thought there were some misstatements of facts. I'll deal with that. But I'm not afraid of anything that was said or anything he had to say. I didn't want to interrupt him. I didn't want to object. I wanted you to hear where the arguments are. Let's see if they give me that same courtesy. He did, during his 2+ hour first summation, they get 2 summations, you'll hear about that later. He didn't once mention the fact that their only witness in this case committed perjury again and again and again and again in this court. That wasn't mentioned once, not even dealt with. That's an important issue in this case, as you're going to see, because the case does rise and fall in its credibility, without question, without question. Detective Flores, their case detective, testified, and we'll put up this testimony in a bit, that without Relli, the 2 videos and the sounds, there's no evidence of a shooting. Could be, could not be. That's certainly not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. So Relli's testimony is in fact everything. And Mr. President seemed very worried about what I'm going to say about Mr. Ephron and his credibility. He understands that that case rises and falls with him. And he spent a lot of time anticipating what I'm going to say about it. One thing he said I would do, but I promise you I won't, is I'm not going to go through every inconsistency of Mr. Ephron. We'd be here until Christmas. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go through the major lies he told, the admissions of perjury, the important facts that he told you that turned out to be lies. I'm not going to worry about some inconsistency he told about some statement he made 2 years ago or 3 years ago. We would be here literally for days on end, and I'm not going to do that. Mr. Prezomo said there's no evidence of a profit in this case. Again, we'll get to all this. There's definitely a lot less evidence of a real gun in this case than a profit. The facts scream out that it's impossible for what he had that night to be a real gun. The DA spent much of that argument, 2 hours and 15 minutes or so, repeating himself, repeating the same arguments again and again, sometimes in a sarcastic tone, because the evidence isn't there. Look, together, hopefully, these discussions that we're going to have are going to be helpful in trying to arrive at a decision in this case, where you don't compromise, where you don't do violence to your conscience, where you do the right thing. And you're the ones who are empowered to determine what, in fact, is the right thing. It's you. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever in your life been falsely accused of it? Ever been falsely accused of it? Have you ever had to sit there and take watch proceedings or watch how it played out and wait and wait and wait, knowing that you're innocent, knowing that you didn't do it? All you can do during such a process is maintain your dignity. Isn't that right? All you can do is maintain your dignity. Knowing that you're innocent, but maintaining your dignity and remembering always that you're left in a crisis because you're conduct during it. And that's another reason why I am so proud to represent Rakim. He's a man who's maintained his innocence from day one, 3.5+ years ago, who's conducted himself with dignity throughout these proceedings from day one. I started off telling you about this case was all about my first line out of the bat in the opening statement, seems like 1.5 years ago, was that this case was about Relli's jealousy, lies, and greed. I said that you'd see the kind of person he was in this courtroom, an angry, pathological liar. That he, and he alone, is the source of all the evidence that they are relying on. And this case would rise and fall on his credibility. You take him out of the picture, there is no case. And as I promised, Relli showed you who he truly was when it came time for cross-examination. He's a man who told you without hesitation, I can tell people whatever I want. He said that actually to you. I was right out of the box, the first one that was fine, please.
You want the audiovisual, person? Please, Alex, come Mark, please.
I'm gonna, I don't wanna.
That's fine.
Yeah.
We have an audiovisual person in the court, we'll have him come up and see the product. Go ahead.
Good.
Sure.
Didn't-
Works on the computer.
Okay. What you would have heard, what you may see one day, hopefully after Mark comes up and saves us once again, is him literally saying to you, I can tell people whatever I want. He's their witness, who you're being asked to believe beyond a reasonable doubt. I can tell people whatever I want. He's a man who literally gave 4 different answers to one question. 4 answers, one question. He said, yes, no, I don't recall, I don't know, in one question. That was a first for me. Been doing this for a bit. That was a first for me. 4 answers, one question. Yes, no, I don't recall, I don't know. He's a man who committed perjury before your eyes over and over again. A man who snapped, cursed, threw a water bottle while he was testifying, cursed in this courtroom. Threw a water bottle out of anger while testifying in the light of court with the judge, with the jury, with these terrific sheriff's deputies and bailiffs. That's how you had to hear. Imagine what he's capable of in the dark of night. He doesn't think anyone's watching. The evidence in this case has shown you that this case indeed rises on his credibility or falls on his credibility, and it has fallen hard. Before we start, I do want to thank you all. It's right to thank you all for your commitment and sacrifice in this case. It's not been an easy case. It's been a long, long case. It's been odd that not one of you have ever been late. Another first to me. Been doing this for a while, both as a prosecutor and defense attorney. Not once have we been waiting for a juror. So your commitment and your sacrifice is extraordinary, especially in a 4-week trial. So we both sides thank you for that. I know that. But this is what this is about. This is why we love what we do. That's why I love what I do. It's an opportunity to come before people who are from the community, who are the conscience of the community, because you are the conscience of this community. And when I say community, I mean you represent the community of Los Angeles. Every part of the community, parts that are represented here, and parts that aren't represented here, Compton, Englewood. You represent all parts of this community. You set the standards, you tell us what's right and what's wrong with your work. Use your common sense to do that, and ladies and gentlemen, your work goes far beyond these courtroom doors. The evidence isn't there in this case. It's not even close. Again, appreciate Mr. Resloman's argument, but we're going to dissect the evidence now. Apart from Relli's testimony, the prosecution, just his testimony, I'm not talking about his physical evidence, he said, apart from his testimony, the prosecution's evidence consists of videos, shell casings, and knuckle scrapes. And I don't know what else to call them but knuckle scrapes. I know they said, oh, he's going to call them knuckle scrapes. What am I going to call them? Bullet wounds? I mean, they're knuckle scrapes. Videos don't prove that case, they prove the opposite. Relli was the aggressor in both videos, and we'll show you those, and we'll show you them slowly. The shell casing is not, sir.
Mark says it's set up right, but he needs to.
Yeah, I'll stop for a second. You want to try it? Let's try it. Thanks.
Go ahead. You need back here or over here? Yeah.
I'm telling people what up.
Thank you, Mark. You want to hang around for a little bit, or? I know, right? Stick around. Okay.
Don't go far.
Thank you very much. Well, anyway, he was one of the videos Michael played that, Steve. Right.
Yes, no, I don't know. They want to do I don't know. It's been so long, I can tell people whatever I want. I don't get it, but no. Yes, no, I don't know. They want to do I don't know. It's been so long, I can tell people whatever I want.
Okay. I think we already discussed it, I'll have to go back to it, but if you get a glimpse. You could take that down, please. Anyway, the shell casings and the knuckle scrapes mean absolutely nothing without believing Relli's story about them. They mean nothing without believing his story in whole about them. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about how the evidence or lack of evidence shaped up in this case. Before we do, I want to make clear what Rocky is charged with. He's charged with 2 counts of assault with a semi-automatic weapon. One for the altercation by the parking garage on Argyle Avenue, the other for the altercation Piece Del Mar, that fuzzy video that we've seen. The DA said you only have to decide if it's proper or not. That's it. That's all you have to decide. Very simple. Nothing else is in dispute. That is not true. That's not true. And the judge just told you this just the other day. He said, as a matter of fact, that's not what you just have to decide. It completely ignores the self-defense and defense of others law that the judge instructed you on. But they see what they want to see, they say what they want to say. They hide from you what they don't want you to see, which is why they cut off the end of the video on Piece Del Mar. And we're going to show you what they cut off. They cut off after Rocky's gone. After 12 is already running away, they cut off the part where Relli goes back and gets Ills one more time. The guy who's only using for a human shield. They cut that part of the video off. We did. We'll show you. The judge will instruct you, each of those charges requires the prosecution to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, another term I didn't hear much in the 2 hours plus summation of this result. Beyond a reasonable doubt that Rocky possessed a real operable semi-automatic firearm and that Rocky did not act in self-defense or defense of another. Beyond a reasonable doubt. And the evidence just isn't there. It's not even close in this case, guys. It's not even close. I'm here to gain respect for the undeniable fact that even now as we sit here, Rakim Mayers is presumed innocent. He's presumed innocent as we sit here now. I'm here to point out the numerous reasonable doubts that lurk in the evidence in this case. Because folks, please remember this, the judge is going to tell you, he did already have some charges. All you need is one. All you need is one. I submit to you, there are hundreds of reasonable doubts. Hundreds. You just need one. And the case is over. We have this idea of a reasonable doubt. It's not what we do in our daily lives on the street when we talk to our friends or analyzing whether our kids have been truthful or friends have been truthful. But it's something that's really important in this setting, in the courtroom. Because it seems as a country that it has served us very, very well. People who founded this country were no strangers to controversy, and certainly no strangers to social danger, have created some of it themselves even. They knew that the surest and best way to guarantee the liberty of citizens was to make sure that if the government brought charges against one of its citizens, they had to prove. And if there was a doubt based on reason, there was a reasonable doubt, there had to be an acquittal. Had to be. What a reasonable doubt isn't, the judge said this to you in the beginning, like, again, 4 weeks ago, whenever that was. What a reasonable doubt isn't, it isn't he may have committed the crime. It isn't he probably committed the crime. It is I'm almost certain he committed the crime. That doesn't carry it. It's I have no reason to doubt he committed the crime. What was proven beyond a reasonable doubt in this case? Terrell Ephron is a compulsive liar and perjurer. That was proven beyond a reasonable doubt. He lies without remorse. Folks, he even bragged to you about committing perjury. He literally did, and you're going to see it. As long as Mark is close by, the video works, you're going to see him literally bragging about committing perjury to you. You know, this reasonable doubt, proof beyond a reasonable doubt, you're going to hear me talk about it again. But the prosecution told you just now, Mr. Someone said, that the defense's story is impossible. They have to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. You can't just say it. They have to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. They have not met their burden here, not even close, because they can't. It's a very heavy burden, and they've not come close. That's why they resort to making excuses, playing games, relying on possibilities, which is really funny, because you were all here for jury selection, because you wouldn't be here if you weren't here for jury selection. See how smart I am? You were all here when Mr. Lewin in jury selection said, we'll never ask you to look at what's possible in this case. Remember that was like the closing remark in jury selection? We'll never ask you to look at what's possible. He said that. Yet, as we walk through the evidence together, you'll see all the possibilities they presented. Starting with that first witness out of the gate. Right after jury selection, boom! First witness, Zizzo, right out of the gate. Is it possible you missed the shell casings? You have to say, you never say anything about the word possible. You won't be asked what's possible in this case. First witness out of the box, Officer Zizzo, was asked, is it possible you missed the shell casings? Possible is not proof beyond reasonable doubt, nor are excuses. Why were there no fingerprints on those shell casings that Relli claimed to have found that night? Remember what Detective Flores said about that? Excuses. Well, you know, if it rained, if there was water, if there were cars, if there was wind. We'll go back to that. We'll review the evidence together, and you'll see that their excuses for not having proof really start stacking up. And in face of only possibilities and excuses, they resorted to playing games in an effort to win at all costs. At all costs. And it's not about justice. It was about winning. Plain and simple.
Yeah,
It shouldn't be.
that's the problem.
And they played games in this case that should offend you. And I'm going to take you, I'm not just saying it, I'm going to take you through them. Not showing you evidence, embracing perjury of this Relli, trying to deceive you. Remember something I said to you in the opening? I said we're here to make promises, both sides, but not like politicians' promises. You know, the thing where we promise you the moon, you vote based on our promises, then you see if we fulfill them. Here, we make promises in that opening statement. You get to see if we fulfill them, then you vote. Let's see what they promised compared to what we promised. They told you Rocky was the aggressor. His text messages show he was the aggressor. Got deleted text messages, we'll get to that. They told you that Rocky shot Relli with a real gun. We told you that Relli was manufacturing the story, deleting and destroying evidence. He was trying to extort Rocky, which came through. That Relli was the real aggressor, Rocky used the prop gun to defend himself. There are two hurdles that they have to overcome to get a conviction in this case. Two hurdles. They cannot overcome them. One is that the object in Rocky's hand on November 6, 2021 was not a prop gun, beyond the reasonable doubt. Second is that Rocky did not act in self-defense for 12-year ills. The judge instructed you, if the prosecution failed to prove the object in Rocky's hand was not a prop gun beyond the reasonable doubt, the case is over, it's over. Beyond the reasonable doubt. You can stop there, it's over. The judge also told you that regardless of what Rocky had in his hand, if you find that he acted in self-defense or defense of 12-year ills, he's also not guilty. That's the law, it's not our argument. They bear the heavy, heavy burden of disproving self-defense or defense of another beyond the reasonable doubt. And that's a burden that they cannot carry in this case, not even close. Relli threatened Rocky, Relli threatened Schwelby, Relli repeatedly punched Gills and ragdolled Gills. I'm going to show you that again on the video. Slowly. You had it narrated to you, but you can see it on the video. Before we do that and talk about it, let's discuss why they can't overcome that first hurdle. First, beyond reasonable doubt, that the object in Rocky's hand was real, was not a firearm, because they cannot, absolutely cannot overcome that. There is incontrovertible evidence and testimony in this case, and other evidence that shows you the object that Rocky was possessing was a prop gun. Unimpeached. Not a real firearm. And they asked why. First of all, remember, there's no evidence in the record Rocky was licensed to carry in 2021. He wasn't. But Schwelby and Lou told you it wasn't a real gun. Two people came in here, took an oath, and told you it was not a real gun. Lewin told you where it came from, that D&B music video, he identified it with Rocky and Rihanna from July 2021, right before. He told you he put a clip drawer on it, essentially a belt clip, to clip the piece onto a belt to make it easy to carry. And he extended the magazine with a clear magazine to make it look more intimidating, because the Glock he had, that prop gun Glock with a 26, sort of fits in a pocket, it's really small. So this was meant as a deterrent. Mr. Sloman told you that Lewin couldn't name the security guy who advised Rocky to carry a prop gun. He was never asked. And he didn't say security guy, he said Rocky's security team. The testimony you could, by the way, you can always have the testimony read back to you at any point. If there's any dispute, I know you guys can take crazy news, but if there's any dispute, you can always say, can we have that part read back of the testimony where Mr. Lemon talked about the security people who advised on it, or whatever, hypothetically. So he never was asked who, but he didn't say a security guy. He said a security team, and he just said he concurred. He wasn't pretending to be a security advisor. That they mocking him. They didn't ask him that, yet they just tried to argue that to you. Mr. Levin also told you that the prop gun didn't serve its intended purpose on November 6th, obviously, 2021. And Rocky gave it back to him, and he gave it back to this co-director from the DMV video when he went to New York next. He didn't remember if it was December, January, or whatever. By the way, we didn't bring in a picture of the DMV video? They're the ones with the burden of proof here, folks. They have the burden. The DMV videos for all to see. It's out there. They could have, if they wanted to, subpoenaed it. They could have burned it in. Put it on YouTube. They didn't do that. They didn't want you to see that video. Lou Levin told you he asked the co-director, Scott Haji, where the prop gun went. He did call him back after 5 months later when Rocky was eventually charged and then sued. And Haji, this prop gun guy, the director, co-director, said he didn't know that he explained he had a studio, a big studio in common with other directors of these videos and films and whatnot. And he said it was a common space that had cameras, lighting equipment, prop equipment, and everything else that was borrowed in exchange and whatnot between a bunch of people. That's uncontroverted testimony. And it was gone. The guy Haji couldn't find it. Don't think Lou didn't try. He did. The guy Haji said it was gone. And you heard the DA spoke. They told you. They told Lou. They spoke to Haji. They recorded it. They told you. And you know, if Haji said anything inconsistent with what Lou said, you're going to hear that tape.
Your Honor, we found out about it that day. It's improper.
There are no speaking objections. There are no speaking objections. I've told you that. You will have an opportunity in your rebuttal argument.
Objection, improper argument.
Overruled.
Because if he says it loudly, it's going to get sustained.
Objection, improper
Sustained.
argument.
That is sustained. Don't do that, Mr. Chairman.
Anyway, you were heard. You know, they knew about Lou Levin, the prosecution, before this trial started. They knew before this trial started, he said that the prop gun came from a music video that could have looked like, and they could have looked at prop houses, the music video, whatever else. They could have done it too. But they didn't say, oh, we didn't do it. Again, you have absolutely no burden to do anything. We did provide live witness testimony. We cross-examined. It wasn't a surprise to them. They didn't want to look into it, just they knew what they were going to find. That's why you didn't hear anything.
That's improper argument. Overruled.
Relli's words and actions on November 6, 2021 show you it wasn't the real gun. His words and actions show you. All the prosecution's objective evidence in this case, everything that doesn't come from Relli shows you this was not a real gun. Common sense also shows you it was not a real gun. On that last point, the prosecution would have you believe that Rocky, you saw that video, shot a real gun at his friend Ills, who was right there. I mean, Ills was right there. According to them, he shot the gun, a real gun, at his friend Ills. That makes no sense. You saw the video. The second shot, Ills was right there. There's no way, even if that was a real gun, that Ills wasn't going to hit. That was real. There was no way. The DA then said, well, you know, why? Why would he get rid of the prop gun? He said, we haven't explained that. I think we did. I think Lou Levin explained that pretty well, and pretty clearly. Remember, they didn't know 5 months later the police would come. They weren't thinking, ooh, we better save this in case, I don't know, next year at some point I get arrested. That was the furthest thing from Rocky's mind. They did know that it did not serve its intended purpose. They did know that. So that was the end of that. Rocky got rid of that prop gun that didn't work and instead beefed up his security. So now he had to have security all the time instead of just going to events, even when he was his friends on the street. Of course, he didn't know the police were going to be involved 5 months later. As for 12B and Lou Levin, you heard from each of them. And before we get into what they said, let's talk about the process. What's supposed to be about the search for the truth. That's what it's meant to be. It's not supposed to be about just trying to win. That's what it's not supposed to be about. Especially when you have the power of law enforcement government behind you. You know, it's the prosecutor's job to make sure that innocent people go free also. And it makes sense that all the witnesses come to your attention. All the witnesses come to your attention, as we had to do in this case. You can see that responsible citizens came in here as witnesses were often treated roughly and ridiculed, attacked by Mr. Lewin, an obsession to win, attacked. You don't treat witnesses who came in here, don't get paid to tell the truth, have no financial motive, you don't treat them like that, just purely and simply because they're not saying what you want them to say in your version of what the truth might be. You don't do that. Mark Twain, great author, once said, "To a man with a hammer, everything looks like a nail." That came to life. The prosecution embraced Relli in this case, though. Embraced him. Didn't even once mention to you all, okay, he perjured himself before you guys many times. Whole thing's fake, everyone's fake. He lied to your faces. That wasn't even mentioned this morning. They defended him despite his despicable acts and his despicable conduct. And with our witnesses, Mr. Lewin teared into them like they were serial killers. And I mean 12 and Lou Levin. They were the polar opposites of Relli in every way. How they conducted themselves, how they answered questions. They weren't argumentative. They weren't disrespectful. They were compliant and they were responsive to both sides. To both sides. Compare those human beings to what you saw the week before that. They weren't belligerent. They didn't throw water bottles. They didn't curse. I mean, Relli, who couldn't answer any question straight, admitted to lying, and when he didn't admit to lying, got impeached with prior inconsistent statements. I'm not going to go through them all. You know, when you know the truth and when you tell the truth, you don't have to rehearse the truth. You don't have to get your memory refreshed. You don't have to be reminded of the truth when you know the truth and tell the truth. You don't have to be coached on the truth by the prosecutors. You don't have to have someone telling you how to answer questions like Relli was told in this case. You always get the truth right when you tell the truth. All witnesses answered every question without incident, without problem. They were consistent. They didn't get tripped up once. There was not one inconsistency. So the response to that is, oh, they were coached very well. They'd be damned if you do, you're damned if you don't, I guess. Because if they had been caught up and tripped up and been inconsistent, and their truth was inconsistent, well then they're liars. Or they weren't consistent. But because they were so consistent and they didn't get impeached, they couldn't lay a glove on them. Oh, they must have been coached. They were not coached, they were consistent because they were telling the truth. You saw their demeanor. They both told you, Lou and 12, both told you he previously carried a problem for that 6-month period. Being the victim of acts of violence. And Rocky had it with him on November 6, 2021. And now Rocky's friends knew he had friends. They didn't announce it to the world. Of course, that would be stupid to say, you know, put a social media post out, carry a prop gun. In case you weren't a fact, it's really only a prop gun. No, Lou said, and 12, he said, there was an immediate group of friends. The prosecution peppered 12 with questions about a summary of what he told us, the lawyers. As if that summary contained his prior sworn testimony or prior recorded statements, but it didn't. That's why the judge said it was irrelevant what 12 saw in that document.
That's an improper argument.
Read that. That's why the judge said it's irrelevant what 12 saw in that summary document. Relevant.
That is an improper argument.
Instead, the summary was simply something that lawyers have to provide as procedural discovery in this case. Look, when I hear this, they're going to try and pretend like we just came up with this prop in defense. Rocky has been saying that since day one. Here's the testimony of Detective Flores on this issue. Detective Flores was asked, was this something, when he was asked, because he was asked on direct about when did he first find out about the prop in defense? And he said, there were no deposition in criminal cases with the question before. Then I said, all right. So basically, what you were being asked when we're talking about that, he just found out about this prop gun. What you're being asked are questions related to discovery disclosure in a criminal case, correct? And he said, yes. So Detective Flores, who's very honest, and I think tried to do a good job here, told you what that was about. See, if you just listen to the director in this case, it would sound like only 2 weeks ago, oh, there was a problem. That's been since day one for Rakim. Discovery in a criminal case is what he was being asked about. I mean, you also heard that it was revealed before jury selection, the day, I think, before jury selection, no, sorry, the day before opening statements, that we got a ballistics report from them that was done over a year before. The day before opening statements, after you guys were in panel. Okay. Whatever. Goes crying and screaming. A year after they did it, Detective Flores said, we got it after you guys were in panel in 2025. Detective Zizzo, Sergeant Zizzo, now former police officer Zizzo, said on the witness stand, yeah, we may have missed it. We didn't search the whole street. I said, really? Looking at his report, I'm like, when did you say that for the first time? He said, today, this morning, we told him that for the first time. Okay. I say, oh, they just came up with it. This is real life. This is a trial. This is what happens. Sometimes witnesses remember things later, sometimes they don't. But I'm not accusing anyone of perjuring themselves like police officer Zizzo, because he just remembered that today, 5 years later. You know? I mean, it's sort of odd. 5 years after that, he remembers. They may have missed it. But that's okay. Look, more importantly, as Shelby told you, what he testified to here in this courtroom is what he told us previously and what he saw that night. Period. He was consistent, he was credible, unlike Relli, who actually contradicted his own recorded statements, and unlike Relli, who actually contradicted his prior sworn testimony over and over again. He committed perjury, he bragged about committed perjury. And the fact that the prosecution tried to make you believe that his summary was Shelby's actual statement when it wasn't. It's a game. It's another example of a game. Here's another one. The prosecution asked Shelby how he knew it was a prop gun if he never spoke to Rocky about it. That was completely misstating what Shelby said on direct testimony. Completely. Shelby didn't say he never spoke to Rocky about it. He said the opposite. He said they did speak about it prior to November 6, 2021, in September of 2021 in Harlem at that governor's ball thing, and after he first saw it at the DMV video, he said they spoke about it. But he was ripped apart. You never spoke to Rocky about that, you said. He didn't say that. What other games they play with 12B? You heard this one. You heard Detective Flores tell you that before 2 weeks ago, neither he nor any member of law enforcement ever tried to reach out to 12. 2025. This event happened in 2021. Before 2 weeks ago, before January of 2025, neither he, the lead detective in this case, or any member of law enforcement tried to reach out to 12. They knew who he was, obviously. But that still didn't prevent Mr. Lewin from asking 12 if before those last 2 weeks, didn't you get a message from us? Didn't you get a message from us? No, Mr. Lewin, you didn't get a message from me. Detective Flores already cleared that up pretty clearly. He didn't get a message from you. They knew he didn't contact 12. They knew he didn't try to contact 12 before 2 weeks ago. But he asked him that question. Why give a false impression? That somehow 12 ignored a message? That somehow 12 ignored a message? Oh, I'm sorry.
Disparaging counsel.
Yeah, there cannot be any disparaging, personal attacks.
So it's not personal. The question was asked that. Okay,
Do not debate with me
Sorry.
about a ruling. The
Yep.
objection's sustained. Go ahead.
okay, well, you heard the testimony, you saw what happened. You figure out what it was all about, but 12 was asked, didn't you get a message from us in the past? When Detective Flores said, no, no one left him a message, no one tried to reach him. So I don't want to disparage anyone, but you just gotta ask yourself, why was that question asked if it didn't happen? Look, you know, what I say, the games, they're a constant theme in this trial. Here's another one. Prosecution asked 12B about photos taken in Rocky's bedroom which showed Rocky's registered firearms and not a prop gun there. Those photos were taken during a search of Rocky's residence in April of 2022. 5 months after the incident on East Belmar in November of 2020. 5 months later. So the fact that there was no prop gun there means absolutely nothing. You heard what happened to the prop gun way before that. And here's this also, think about this. And why was there no prop gun in the house? You heard why Rocky, for that 5-6 month period, carried a prop gun on advice of security. Because he'd been subject to episodes of violence. He had a stalker, his face was slashed. And home invasion, okay? But he'd been subject to violence. On the street, he didn't have a carry. So when he wasn't with security, he had this thing to hopefully deter people. At home, he had licensed firearms. Now, because a prop is meant to deter would-be attackers, if they're already in his home, less in his bedroom, they're in fact attackers. And a prop gun would be useless there, obviously. Also with the registered guns found in Rocky's house, I guess that the Flores, if they were legally registered to Rocky, and they objected. They objected to that question.
No, that's an improper argument. Sustained.
Well, those in fact were registered to Rocky, legal. Others were registered to Lou, legal. Everything in that house was legal and given back to Lou Levin, who was there at the time of the search. They mocked Lou like he must have made that up. Not just Lou's magazine, the guns were legal too. They were, 2 of them were, one of them was Lou's, and 2 was Rocky's. You heard that from the Detective Flores. Legal and registered. Detective Flores made it clear that the weapons found in Rocky's home were legal. So there should have been no dispute over that at all. Search for the truth is what this should be about. I'm trying to win at all points. It's not a game. It's not a game, certainly with him and his family. It's not a game. In fact, prosecution did absolutely nothing, gentlemen, to impeach the testimony of Terrell Ephron. Nothing. Yeah, he got loud and yelled at them a little. But saying liar, liar, pants on fire is not impeachment. We didn't move them off their story once. They were consistent. They stayed exactly consistent with their story the entire time because the truth is easy to remember. The truth is easy to tell. They were not impeached, not once. The fact of the matter is, by the way, it wasn't for lack of trying. I mean, they were yelled at, they were berated. I mean, at one point, 12 spoke a dialect from his upbringing, from the streets where he's from. And he said this thing, and I personally, he's one of the nicest guys I've ever seen. He said this thing where he's like, "You feel me? You feel me?" That was just a matter of speed. But Mr. Lewin had to take that. Say, "No, I don't feel you. I don't really mean I feel you. I can't feel you."
It's an improper argument.
Overruled.
No need to mock a witness who came in here. and was compliant and respectful. You know, they were grilled both 12 weeks, and they were grilled about many, many things, including the financial motives of being here. And again, they don't contradict their testimony. I mean, Mr. Presnomic this morning spent a lot of time in their testimony, not about their misstatements or their inconsistencies or contradictions or their impeachments, but just repeated their testimony, but in a sarcastic voice, as if that makes it not true. That's not proof. That's definitely not proof beyond reasonable doubt. So anyway, the financial motive that they were both crushed on in their cross-examinations, 12 and Lou. 12 said zero, he went zero from him. For Rocky, nothing. He's got his own career, actually, pretty well. Lou said he makes a portion of his salary for Rocky, and he does, and he loves Rocky. They both love Rocky. So no one's trying to pretend they appear as unbiased, whereas they love him. But it's an interesting thing, though, that they were so concerned about his both of their financial motives. Not once did the prosecution take issue with the fact that their own witness, Relli, was here because of his financial motivation, and only his financial motivation. A $30 million financial motivation. But they're asking Lewin, don't you get 20% of your salary from him? Or that poor IT guy who had to fly from Paris to get. You made $20,000 last year from him, huh? I mean, that guy's looking $30 million for that. No stress. By the way, Relli got his $30 million that he wanted, that he said repeatedly. They have no witness in this case, as you now know, because he'd be on an island somewhere relaxing while they were searching for him. Instead, Relli wants to use law enforcement as a money collector, because he didn't care about the police. You heard him say that many times. And if he got his money, he just has to go pound sand. They'll never find him. He's going to be on an island. And he told you how that process works. I couldn't hear that thing. But talk about extraordinary bias that they just want you to ignore. They don't even mention that one. It can't be, and it shouldn't be. But it's why we're all here in this court. It's why we're all here. What else should be ignored? Despite all the prosecution's efforts, despite the blistering questions posed to them, both Twelve and Lewin established these incontrovertible facts. They're not controverted, they're not contested. That Rocky was known to carry a property by his friends. They didn't controvert that at all. The object in his hands on November 6, 2021 was a prop gun. Relli's own actions on November 6, 2021 confirmed that. 12 testified during the first altercation. Relli said something to the effect of, shoot that fake ass gun, which explains his later conduct, by the way. Now, Relli said he didn't say that. So, now you have to see, who's more credible, more trustworthy? Twelve or Relli? So that's what you have, the words to in that regard, in that one thing. And consistent with his knowledge that it was a fake gun, look what he did after the first altercation, which is impossible to get around for them. The first altercation by the parking garage, where he's claims he's pulled a gun, is pulled on a real gun that he doesn't know is a fake gun. He continues to follow the guy who pulls the real gun and, according to him, tried to kill him. So think about that for a second. When you talk about a reasonable doubt or a doubt based on that, think about that. That was so odd. I mean, he said, yeah, the guy pulled out a gun on me. I thought it was a real gun, and he threatened to kill me. So after he walked away, I decided to follow him. I don't follow him, berating him as I'm following him. Almost begging him to shoot me. Well, I'm seeing Detective Flores, but anyway, Detective Flores told you what he thought about that. testified. He said, that would be an odd thing for Relli to do. His testimony from his trial. Mr. Ephron, on December 2021, you asked him why he continued to follow Mr. Mayers if he knew he had a gun, right? Answer, yes, of course. Question, because according to you, you told him that would seem to be an odd thing to do, right? Or odd thing to do, I didn't say right. And Detective Flores said yes. Of course, it's an odd thing to do if you know it's a real gun. Not so much an odd thing to do if you think it's a fake gun or a pop gun. And of course, when Relli was questioned about why he would do that, about being an odd thing to do, his answer was, when Detective Flores questioned about it, Relli said, I don't know. That was his answer to Detective Flores early on when he questioned him. When you asked Mr. Ephron why did he continue to follow Mr. Mayers after seeing the gun, what he said was he didn't know why. So, Detective Flores, and he said correct, Detective Flores questioned him about it, and the best Relli could do at that point, he said, I don't know why I followed him, it was a real gun. Obviously, I don't know was all Relli could say, because he knew he couldn't tell the truth. That was a prop gun. He knew that. That alone is reasonable doubt. That is a reasonable doubt. Whew. That's it. Just name one. Just one.
That's an improper statement of lie.
In fact, the lack of evidence further shows that this was a prop. And you heard that the police found absolutely no evidence of a shooting at the scene whatsoever. Officer Zizzo told you that there was no sign of a shooting, there was no blood, no bullet holes, no shell casings, no physical evidence at all. That's from the testimony at this trial in front of you from Officer Zizzo. Just recap. There was no blood, no bullet holes, no shell casings, no physical evidence of a shooting was recovered at all. No, sir. So that was the guy who was there within 15 minutes. When you heard from the body cam footage from one of the other responding officers, turned out to be Sergeant John Cook, Officer Zizzo said. Sergeant Cook said, there's going to be no evidence for now. We have no victims, no hits, no evidence. That's the sergeant body cam footage. That's Officer Zizzo's testimony. Also captured on Sergeant Cook's body cam footage is him saying, as of now, or no victims as of now, unless it pops up in the hospital, it's probably just a warning shot. That's testimony in front of you all in this trial. Again, so no victims as of now, unless it pops up in the hospital, it's probably just a warning shot, right? That's what he said, Sergeant Zizzo said to us. Well, Sergeant Cook was close. It was actually 2 warning shots from the prop gun. Ladies and gentlemen, the prosecution cannot prove otherwise beyond a reasonable doubt. They cannot. Beyond a reasonable doubt. Not without Relli being totally believable. Not without Relli being totally believable. And he is not worthy of belief. I don't think I need to spend much time arguing that. That's why, in addition to asking him about November 6th, 2021, which we spent some time doing, we spent so much time questioning him about his credibility. And I'm sorry he was on the witness stand for 5 days. The reason he was on the witness stand for 5 days, I was only 2 total days with him. But the reason he was here that long is because he didn't answer questions. Like, the questions had to be asked on cross anyway. 3, 4 times, the judge had to get involved. That's why he was here so long. But because without him, when you questioned his credibility, it's not because I was having fun speaking to him. I wasn't. But when you question his credibility, it's because his credibility is at issue. Because without him and his credible testimony, the prosecution has 0 evidence of a shooting. They even had to prove, they have zero evidence to prove that it was an operable gun, let alone shoot. Consider that. What's the prosecution's evidence that the object in Rocky's hand on November 6, 2021 was not a prop gun? What's their evidence? Relli's shell casings, get to those. Relli's knuckle scrapes, and the videos from parking garage at 1616 Vista Del Mar and 6200 Hollywood Boulevard. But remember what Detective Flores said about those videos. First, he said, there's no evidence from 1616 Vista Del Mar of an actual gun being discharged. I asked him that question, and he said, correct. From that view by itself, no. Well, that's the only view we have of 1616 Vista Del Mar, that video. And they're all there, and it's all public. Then, second, I said the only time you could see a gun in any video was the parking garage video. And in that one, you can't tell if it's operable, whether it's an operable gun or real gun or not, right, Detective Flores? And he was honest. You first cited the fact the gun was displayed, right? Which you already told this jury that the gun that was displayed, the only time you could see a gun in any video was the parking garage video, correct? You already told this jury, by that video, you can't tell if it's operable, right? Correct. So if he can't tell it's operable, how are you supposed to do? Detective Flores can't tell you it's operable. How are you supposed to tell it's operable? You have to believe Relli's story. All of it. And his credibility. Then, third, what else do they have? Well, sounds, those two sounds. Okay? The gunshot sounds heard at the 6200 Hollywood Boulevard video could have been made by some kind of replica firearm, according to Detective Flores. He said, aside from a gun, I asked him, what else could make those sounds? An operable gun, I should say. And then he said, the sound I heard off the camera, I mean a firearm, some kind of replica firearm. He also acknowledged that a replica firearm could also make that sound. A starter pistol could make that sound. That's Detective Flores. It's a case detective. Let that sink in for a moment, folks, please. The prosecution's case detective told you the sound that they're relying on to prove that Rocky had an operable firearm that night, beyond a reasonable doubt, could have been made by a non-operable prop gun. That's it. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it. That's all you need right there. In other words, the videos in and of themselves don't prove that what Rocky had was an operable firearm beyond a reasonable doubt. The case detective could use that. What else does the prosecution have to rely on? Relli's knuckle scrapes. But even they don't believe that's a gunshot wound. Look at what they said in their opening statement about Relli's knuckle scrapes. Perhaps they were bullet grazed, perhaps they were not. Well, perhaps they were not. That's what they want you to accept as proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Perhaps they were not. What else did they say when they were opening about those scrapes? Whether the victim or not the victim in this case was actually shot or injured by this will not be something that you will have to decide at the end of this case. They told you in opening statements. Really? Says who? Says who? They told you that because they themselves don't believe. Those knuckles.
I've already read the jury instructions to you, and one of those jury instructions lists the elements of what assault with a semi-automatic pistol is. Each of those elements have to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. What those elements are, that is the law in California, as to what an assault with a semi-automatic pistol is.
one of the objections was actually to like, you said like the prosecution wants you to believe. That part's overruled.
But anyway, regarding the law, this is not about an element of the law, ladies and gentlemen. This is about the credibility of the only witness in this case, Mr. Prosecution. That's what that argument was about. For credibility, I mean, you have to, so whether it was a bullet shot or not, or a scrape from the floor, it does matter. It does matter. Of course they don't want you to consider that. Because first, whether Relli was truthful about his injury goes to his credibility. Credibility, not about the elements of the law. It goes to his credibility, whether he's truthful about the nature of the injuries. And second, whether or not Relli was actually injured by a bullet is something important to consider in deciding whether Rocky had an operable firearm or a prop gun. Those are the two reasons I just brought that up to you. Those are the two reasons. So I disagree with you. You do have to consider whether he was hit by a bullet or not, because he said he was. At first, anyway. Because obviously a prop gun can't cause that injury. So was that a gunshot wound? Of course not. Of course that wasn't a gunshot wound. Even Relli couldn't tell you those scrapes were definitely from a bullet. At least at trial, he couldn't tell you. Look at his testimony when discussing whether he was grazed by a bullet. I guess whatever is left from the bullet, or the floor, or whatever. I don't know. I don't know. I can't see. Okay. So, it's either what was left from the bullet, or the floor. Well, I guess it could have been the floor. I don't know. I can't see. It's not what he said in his lawsuit. His lawsuit, he said he was shot. And he wants $30 million because he was shot. Now it's maybe it was the floor. I mean, does the truth mean anything to him? Does an oath mean anything at all? He really does believe what he said to you at the beginning. I can say whatever I want, do whatever I want. That's that. And that's what they want you to accept as truth beyond a reasonable doubt of truth. Relli said it could have been the floor. Of course it was the floor. When he was punching Gills, of course it wasn't the floor. It's on his left hand. Relli said he was left. But regardless, there's no bullet in the world that could have done that. I mean, think about it. It scrapes the top of one knuckle, does a bit of a dive to the second knuckle, does a real deep dive to that third knuckle, and then scoots along. And that would be one heck of a magic bullet to do that. Just looking at those knuckle scrapes, no one has to be an expert in anything. You know, they are not from a bullet. You want to put them up or something? Yeah. Bullet. $30 million. Give me. There's no one with eyes and a brain that thinks that's a bullet wound. That's what he said. Grazed by a bullet. Now he said, or the floor. Or the floor. I mean, he still brought a lawsuit against Rocky, claiming he required necessary medical attention from that bullet wound. Bullet wound, like he said. Ridiculous as that. And it, by the way, it's the same knuckles you saw in his Boomerang Instagram video he posted on his manicured hands, which I think we showed to the jury. Do we have that? Yeah. Okay. That's a permanent injury that only $30 million would take care of. He first told the police that he treated the scrapes by himself the day they occurred. That's what Officer Anderson testified to. But then days later, after traveling all the way back to New York, cross country, he first went to a hospital in New York for medical treatment. Here, he said, because he doesn't trust anything in Los Angeles. Why did he go to the hospital in New York? Not because he required medical treatment for those scrapes, but because a detective on November 9, 2021, told him during an interview that he needs to get treated because this is the type of case this is. This is Detective Floyd's testimony. Her statement, Detective Manfred, was that he needs to go to get medical treatment because of the type of case that this is. Correct? I believe that's correct. So a detective is telling him on November 9th, you need to go to a hospital to get treated because of the type of case that this is? Normally, you tell someone to go to the hospital because they need medical attention, not the manufacturer of thing in a case. That is offensive, and it should be offensive to you because of the type of cases that you can go to the hospital. Make it look like you require a hospital visit. You know, it's bad enough that the prosecution's main, and I'd say only witness, manufactured evidence in this case. And you don't need to manufacture a hospital visit. But he did just that with the shell casings also, manufactured evidence in this case. The only evidence they presented trying to establish that Rocky had an operable firearm. I'm going to take you through this. It's not going to be a stretch, and certainly it's multiple reasons of doubt in this. You heard a lot about those shell casings in this case. What you didn't hear was what the police found. You didn't hear that because that didn't happen. The body cam footage introduced at the very beginning of this case, first witness Officer Zizzo showed that the police responded to that scene at 10:32, less than 15 minutes after the incident. Officer Zizzo told you there were 7 police officers there. You saw them on the body cam video. And you saw, Officer Zizzo told you, 7 officers were searching the scene for any signs of a shooting with flashlights. Those big police searchlights. For how long? Detective Flores told you, about 20 minutes they were there for searching. That's 7 minutes, 7 officers times 20 minutes. That's 140 minutes of manpower right there. 7 officers for 20 minutes of trained police officers searching with flashlights for any signs of a shooting, including shell casings. They found nothing, absolutely nothing. You heard the stipulation at the end. The stipulation means we agreed, the defense and the prosecution. At the end of the case, just before the judge's instructions the other day, it's Tuesday, right? It's the last day, Tuesday. The stipulation between us and the prosecution that a prop gun would also have ejected cartridges. But importantly, that stipulation makes clear that the shell casing recovered in this case did not come from a prop gun. That's for sure. And of course not. Lou explained that as well. That prop gun ejects blank cartridges. And bear this in mind, this is important. This part is important. The police came looking for evidence of a shooting. They were looking for those steel metal jackets, those shell casings. There was 0 evidence on this record. 0. I defy them to show anything on this record whatsoever regarding what those blank cartridges looked like or how they were ejected from a prop gun. There is 0 evidence.
That's the improper argument. It misstates the evidence in the case.
Oh, it does not?
I don't recall every word that has been stated by every witness during the entire trial. So I don't know if it misstates the evidence or not. If this is something that's important to you, then you can ask that the court reporter read it back. All right?
If I'm misstating the evidence, they get to speak last. I asked him, show the evidence of what the casing from a prop gun looks like. Show the evidence of that to you. I don't want to mistake the evidence. So there, I lay that challenge down. Show the evidence. I don't want to say, show me. There's no evidence whatsoever regarding what blank cartridges look like or how they would have ejected from a problem. No evidence of what they would look like, okay? There's no evidence regarding what material those blank cartridges would have been made of. You heard about paper and plastic from Lewin. Paper and plastic, or how far or in what direction they would have been ejected. There's no evidence of that at all from the prop gun, or whether they would have still been intact or not from a prop gun. You heard no evidence of that. In other words, there's been no evidence whether the blank cartridge from Rocky's prop gun would have been observable to the police as the shiny metallic shell casing from a real firearm. No evidence of that. And they had plenty of opportunity. They had a ballistics expert in here. He could have told you, oh no, blank cartridge shell casing look exactly like 9mm shell casings. They're steel. They could have done that. They didn't ask one question about that. They didn't ask Detective Flores one question about that. They asked our witness, Lewin, about it. Who's not an expert, but he knows enough. He gave an honest answer. He said, yes, they do eject. Talk about paper bullets in the front. Describe what the casings look like at all. Or how, if they would have split or not split. Or were they shiny metal things that, like those 9mm shell casings? In any event, the police found nothing, no evidence of a shooting whatsoever, no bullet holes, no blood, no damage to any one of those cars, which would have almost been impossible. No damage to any one of those cars in the parking lot right there. And of course, no shell casings. This bears emphasis. The police found no shell casings whatsoever in 140 minutes worth of combined searching with searchlights. But Relli wants you to believe he found it by himself with a cell phone flashlight in 2 to 3 minutes. An hour and a half later. Flies in the face of common sense, defies reason. And what does the prosecution do to try and get around that devastating fact in their case? They suggest that the police didn't know where to look. They actually asked, Officer Zizzo, is it possible to use the shell casings? As you sit here, can you say to a certain, that's them questioning their witness. Can you say to a certainty that there was not a fired cartridge case in that street on Vista Lane? Answer, I can't say. I may have missed something. It's possible. Again, it's possible. We've already discussed jury selection, what you were being promised about, never hearing that word here. They broke that promise on the very first witness. Possible is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt, but neither is their exercise trying to excuse the officers possibly looking in the wrong place. Possibly looking in the wrong place. They actually told you in their opening statement that the officers didn't know exactly where to look. They said that to you in their opening statement. They didn't know exactly where to look. But the one problem with that excuse is there's a video. There's a video and body cam footage that show the police in the location exactly where to look. Exactly where to look. Here's the side-by-side images. Okay, there's the goal. Right, jump up here on. Does everyone see my blocking? No? Okay, so here's the officer searching right there. There's that orange wall I keep saying. This is where it will happen, right here, right here. And they're searching right there with these flashlights. Now there's this person who Relli first swore was him. He swore was him at 11:09, and then said it wasn't him. But it was him first. But some news coming back here at 11:09, right across that orange wall where they're searching. Anyway, you also know this is where the tussling happened and the Proctor was shot. Do we have a shot of from the video where that was? Or you have to do that? We'll do that later. But anyway, we remember the wall here, and we'll show it's near the corner of Vista Del Mar and Selma. And this is where, at one point, you saw 12 run into. What happened right here? They're looking in the exact right spot. But we didn't know where to look. They just said that, you know, they had these videos. They're their videos. So regardless of how far blank cartridges may eject or what they may look like after being fired from a prop gun, one thing is certain. The police searched that exact same location that Relli said he was at on that video when he returned to the scene, or now he didn't return to the scene, because apparently now there's no evidence that he returned to the scene at all. Well, it's in trouble, it's just a sign of breaking something. Documents, right there. Anyway, it's the same exact location. I don't know why they said the community mistake. They didn't know what location was. They were there. They got lucky because they hit the exact spot where Relli, Rocking Hills could be seen at the moment of the shot. Police didn't find Relli shell casings. Impossible for them to miss that. 7 officers, 20 minutes, searchlights. Impossible. Those were not there 15 minutes after this event. They were not there. So what does prosecution do? And Relli then, what does he do? They change their story and say now, maybe that wasn't actually Relli on video after all. They did it right here in front of you. That was all right in front of you in 2025. Because part of his testimony, and I wasn't even involved yet, that was all Mr. Brzlovic, he said, yes, that's me, 1109 guy. That's me, yes. And this was all right, You sure? I'm sure. Well, you know, weren't you wearing a black hoodie before and that looks like a white hoodie? Yeah, I probably went and changed. So Brzlovic had to impeach his own witness. And you'll see what happens. Once again, they say possibly. There was possibly additional. So the solution to that now, being him now, because he swore he came back. So I asked to take the floors. Is this guys? Oh, this is Relli's thing. Okay. Right, that's where he said, yeah, that's me. Okay, I just said all that to you, but there it is in the transcript, just in case I thought I was just picking that up at a whole cloth. I said, yeah, I'm sure. So, they said, just to you just now, shocked a little bit by this one, I was shocked by this one, that I made a mistake to you in my opening by saying that was Relli. I made a mistake to you? Relli swore on the oath it was him to you. But I made a mistake in my opening. He swore to you under oath it was him until he changed. Until they impeached their witness and got him to change testimony. That, oh no, it wasn't me. In fact, that same person in that video was there between 11:09 and 11:11, which is about 2 minutes, the same length of time Relli said he had returned to the scene for. He also take the floor to talk about that. And he told you that the time of 11:11, when the person in the video enters, is consistent when Relli told the police he returned to the scene. Of course, there were multiple problems with that story. First, he said that his girlfriend, Lydia Parker, was with him at the time he supposedly searched the area and recovered those shell casings. You know the videos didn't show you that, not that video. What other problems does the prosecution have with Relli's story about picking up shell casings? The photos, which Relli claims he took at the scene, were timestamped on his phone. And they showed the photos were actually taken at between 11:45 and 11:48 p.m. That's more than a half hour after he said he was there. Half hour after he said he was there. So, make no mistake about it, the prosecution realized they had a problem with their evidence here, a big problem. So despite that fact, they took the position for years that that guy who came back 1109 was Relli, returning to the scene in that video. And despite the fact that Relli told you at this trial he was sure it was him, the prosecution then impeached their own witness to get him to say, no, that wasn't me. And because Relli, let me see, hold on a second, I know you want to break. Need about 5 more minutes, or one stop now?
No,
Okay,
2:45 is on the break.
yeah, let's do it now.
All right, folks, we'll take a break until 3 o'clock. Please be outside the courtroom doors at that time. Please don't discuss the case, and we'll see you in about 15 minutes.
Kidding. What? You representing himself? That would actually.
No, I'm not.
Is he gonna be, restrained, right? I don't know how that's.
Here's the
You gave strict instructions to both counsel, and there are also repeated court of appeal in California Supreme Court decisions about disparaging other lawyers. Let me be clear what was stated. Mr. President never said anything about the lawyers who talked about the defense. The defense has said as follows: we're trying to win at all costs. We only care about winning, not just.
Didn't I sustain that objection?
No, you did not until the 4th time I asked it, Your Honor. I objected 4 times. Let me continue. We suborned perjury, stated 3 times. I objected each time. We could have called the worst of them all. We could have called Haji. The court knows we found out about him that morning. The court made a finding that their discovery violation was not inadvertent. That means it was intentional. That means it was not accidental. They got up here and just told this jury that they didn't hear from this witness Haji, that we could have called him. The court knows we have a hearing about it. It's been very clear. The court found that they were not honest in what they provided. They were not honest about when they actually turned the information over. And now he's up here and able to argue that. And when I object, basically I'm told it's overruled. I mean, Judge, the problem is the court's made these findings. The court said you could not disparage lawyers. Let's be clear. Anything that he had said was true. That we suborned perjury. That we don't care about justice. Those are reportable issues to the state bar. The court knows it's not true. I know you know it's not true, Your Honor. I assume he knows it's not true. And then finally, he has repeatedly misstated the standard of reasonable doubt. There is no standard whatsoever where you can say that each one of these are, quote, reasonable doubts. That is not a correct standard. The standard is looking at all the evidence in total. Did the people prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt? It is improper to say, if this fact is wrong, that is, quote, a reasonable doubt. You can argue that that evidence is important enough, etc. So they're misstating the reasonable doubt, but more than that, Your Honor, they're disobeying the court's order about disparaging other lawyers. I object, the court lets it go. Then
No, wait a minute. I don't let it go. If I see or I think that Mr. Tacopina is disparaging you or you are disparaging him, I will put a stop to it.
Judge, I objected 4 times. You overruled all my objections. You finally sustained an objection. And when the court sustained the objection, I made clear that my issue was the second part of it, which had to do with they were in essence disparaging both of us. Your Honor, I mean, it's not a hard question. They're saying we suborned perjury 3 times. Your Honor, that's improper. It's misconduct.
I didn't hear that.
What? Your Honor, it's in the record. 3 different times he said we suborned perjury. I don't know what to tell you.
Hold on, Kathy. Was that said?
Your Honor, we said,
All right. If it was said, then I should have stopped it, but I don't remember if it was said. You have made so far 9 objections, 6 were overruled, 3 were sustained.
The problem
So
was.
therefore, what?
The problem was, I believe the first 5 I made were all overruled. The court, Your Honor, I've been in front of this court for 30 years. The court knows who I am, the court knows what my ethics are. I'm not gonna sit here and tell the court that I'm objecting when he didn't say it. He said repeatedly, we suborn perjury. Your Honor, that statement in and of itself is severe misconduct.
All right, can you, in the break, can you state, if that was said, then I'll bring it to the attention of the jury that
Your Honor,
that's an improper statement.
This is what I'm asking. Which guy gave to go after our witness going on? He can even misstate the evidence. What he cannot do is he cannot argue, A, why we put a witness up there. He cannot say that we suborn perjury. He cannot say that all we care about is winning. He cannot say that this is supposed to be the pursuit of justice and the prosecution doesn't care about that. He has said all of those things. He needs to stick to the evidence in the case. Either he doesn't know California law or doesn't care. And Your Honor, the court's already found, and the worst of them, and I want the court to instruct, he got up there and argued, why didn't you hear from Haji? The court knows, Your Honor, the court made a finding.
You're repeating yourself.
Well, will the court do something about it? Will the court instruct that that was improper argument?
All right.
Can I respond?
No.
No.
Failure to call logical witnesses is permissible. You're going to have a rebuttal argument. You can address it in your rebuttal argument as to why you didn't call it.
Your Honor, this is all I'm asking, Your Honor, and I'll just last I'll say it. The court knows what happened. We've had many hearings on this, etc. They hid the evidence. They presented it late. They had repeated orders to turn over statements. He got up and said, that's not the statement of the witness. 1054-3 is very clear. What they gave us is supposed to be the statement of the witness. And when he's standing up saying, well, that's not his statement, that was his statement, that's what they had to turn over. So yeah, Your Honor, I can go back and I can go and argue in the court and say, well, it's just both sides are arguing. But Your Honor, there are rules for a reason, and we follow them. You have not found one instance in this case, not one, where the people did not comply with discovery, where the people did anything unethical. You've already found, you used the words, it was not inadvertent. Not inadvertent, Your Honor, means they lied and they intentionally did not give us what they
I
were
don't agree
supposed
with
to.
that. That's not, it doesn't mean he lied.
Your Honor, not inadvertent.
Don't argue with me. I don't think it means he lied. I just said it was not inadvertent. That's the extent of my finding. It was not inadvertent. I'm not going to debate with you whether they were or were not lying. I don't believe it was a lie. I want to give the court reporter a break, and we'll take a break until 3. Wait.
So I'll give for, I have to just respond to a few things. This is the record here. One thing, I don't want to upset the court, so we can do it.
You're not going to upset me.
No, I'll be quick. I don't want to be perfect. I'm sorry. But there were some things that were said that were just wrong. First of all, they called our witnesses liars in their summation. So I'm calling their witnesses a liar, which he admitted to being, by the way. So, I mean, if our witnesses are lying, and I put them up there, obviously, they're saying we came up with this Tacopina story. So they're saying, I didn't object, as they say I'm supporting her. That's what they're saying, number one. Number two, I can't say that they want to win at all costs. That's not, I think I can say that. I don't think that's an improper argument. If you say it is, I won't say it again. But the other thing, Your Honor, I didn't argue that that wasn't a statement. I said it's not a sworn statement of 12B, and it's not a recorded statement. I said it's a summary. I'm accurately describing it. It is a summary. I'm just going for what I said. You know, they disparaged our entire defense, mocked it. So I'm giving them a little bit back. I don't think I'm doing something.
I want to interrupt him when he didn't interrupt you.
You know, and the thing that he said, though, first of all, I disagree. I think one fact of relevance would be a reasonable doubt. The jury finds he's incredible on one thing of importance, like Michel cases. That's a reasonable doubt. If they so choose, it's up to them to decide what a reasonable doubt is. That could cause them to find not guilty. That's up to them. But it certainly is an argument that can be made. They can say, no, it's not a reasonable doubt, but I can make that argument. I know. But the last thing, I think Mr. Lewin's hearing failed me for a second. Because the one thing, because I know he said he has an issue with it, the one thing I never said was they could have called Haji. I wouldn't do that. I didn't say that. They could check the record. What I said was they spoke to him that morning they had a recording of Haji that was brought out to Lewin. I said, if Lewin was inconsistent with Haji, would have heard the tape. I didn't say they could have called Haji. And if I can show you where I said that, I would never have said that. We could have called Haji. He wasn't willing to come. So I never said that. I just simply said what was on the record.
Anyway. If it was said, Mr. Lewin can address it tomorrow. If it wasn't said, then there's nothing to address. All right, we're off the record. I want to give Kathy a break. So can you find
Thanks, Judge. I'm going to give us a break. Holy cow.
Holy
What
moly,
the
I
hell
was-
is going on there?
I went to go in the kitchen to get some more coffee, and I saw them taking a break, and Lou was wrong about his count. He objected
well, the
because I
judge
didn't
was
count. He
the
said-
judge
Lewin
was
said-
wrong.
Well, Lewin said, or 9 times. No, Lewin said I've objected 9 times, and you sustained whatever. But he's actually objected 9 times that have been sustained, and 4 times or overruled, and 4 times that have been sustained. So that's so he's missing. He's missing the.
I think the judge has lost track too. I am curious whether there's going to be any, sanctions, because he's clearly pointed out to each side when they have overstepped, and he's yelled at him about, oh, wait a minute, hey, I have this breaking. This has never before seen footage of John Lewin, and I just have to share this.
Okay.
Okay, so.
All right, I need a screenshot of that because that's what I was doing. You remember when Joe Tacopina, the opening was going, or when he was arguing, not in the opening, was going like this. That's what I. We need. I don't know. I don't know if there's a cry. Is there a crying emoji out there?
Well,
I mean, come on. I mean, I was writing notes. First of all, let's face it. We all believe, and we've talked about it, that we believe the prosecutor, if they're putting Relli on, they have suborned perjury. All right. So, I mean, to say that you want to object to that, well, of course you do, because you're the one who put him on. All right.
Well, and the judge said, I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that. Of course, he could have been dozing at the time. I'm pretty sure I don't know if I heard suborn, but I definitely heard perjury.
Yeah, I heard perjury.
So if he hears that back, if he gets a court reporter to read that back, then he may retroactively give an instruction to the jury and maybe slap Tacopina's hand.
I don't think he's going to do that. I think he's going to do that because I think the judge was upset about Relli. I mean, he basically said it, and he said that, and then he just told Durst, don't argue with not Durst. Yeah, listen to me, the Durst prosecutor, Lewin, don't argue with me. And then when Joe Tacopina was talking and Lewin interrupted, the court said, he didn't interrupt you. Don't interrupt him. Yeah. I mean, let's face it. You can say this was one-on-one, but this was mostly he was smacking Lewin down. Let's face it. And our viewers, by the way, they're loving Joe Tacopina. They're loving on him. They're not loving him. They're just loving on him and what he's talking about. And then Lewin argues he must not know California law because reasonable doubt taken all the
he tries to pull that maneuver like he's this oracle of truth when it comes to California law because Joe's not from California.
One fact can give you a reasonable doubt in all the circumstances. It's not wrong to say that.
Well, Joe did the right thing. He started off and continued pounding away on Relli. Why is the prosecution ignoring Relli? Relli. I mean, that's all you have to do. He even brought up some things with Relli's testimony I'd totally forgotten that were just so out of line and so unbelievable. From among other things, the firing of the weapon. We remember that.
Right.
But there were so many things that he said that he was caught lying, and that's why he was on the stand as long as he was.
Right, exactly. I mean, there was just a lot of things, and then he said, "Hey, they want to talk about bias of the poor guy who had to fly from Paris here to testify while
20 grand,
validate the tape, and he made 20 grand." And this guy, he's biased. He made 20 grand for doing the technical work, and your guy's asking for $30 million back to go lie on the beach. Oh, come on,
Yeah, he's pointing out what I think everybody looking at this case is thinking reasonably, that even if the prosecution had somehow proved that there was a real gun, and their own words are, that's the case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, all you have to do is believe it was a real gun. Let's assume they've done that. This effort to score on this event makes it sound so dirty and so nasty and so rotten and so evilly planned that you kind of forget those things if you got that far. You know?
Yeah. Now I know we had a starred question here. There's so many comments and everything, and we're going to keep that poll going. What do you think of Joe Tacopina's closing? Do you love it? Do you like it, or is it not for you? Okay. I mean, so far, we knew that John Lewin wouldn't be able to contain himself. We knew he wouldn't be able to do that, and he can't contain himself. He's tried. I think he tried. I honestly think he tried. Yeah, it was a judge who said 9 times, but it was not. It was nine times. It was 9 times that it was overruled. Maybe that's what the judge is keeping track of, and 4 times that Lewin's objections.
Look at Fern. What's wrong with these prosecutors? This is grotesque. I'm not going to throw Pauly P under the bus here. You know, I think Lewin, he's in his own category.
Yeah. I mean, we will, because we've said that. Look, if you just let Pauly P prosecute this case, you would have been in a much better position, we think, because at least he would have seen like he had some credibility. And then the other thing that I thought that is true, okay, is that, and we saw Lewin do this in Durst, because everyone hated Durst, everyone ignored it.
It's easy.
Easy. The defense calls a witness, and Lewin is nasty and argumentative and demeaning to them, right? But the prosecution, you can put Relli on. And if our reporting is right, that the judge was concerned about some ethics issue, you put him on, and they like, oh, Mr. Relli, he's just a victim. He has a right to be compensated here. Well, let me tell you, I think Joe Tacopina is doing a masterful and brilliant job. He is doing what you and I suggested, putting the videotape up.
A lot of audio-visual aids, always good. Yep.
And where Relli lied, he is doing that. It's not going in order yet, whether we'll see it that way. But I think he's doing a masterful job. He's obviously halfway through, or if not more than halfway through his closing. And you know what? He's not. I think people have gained a newfound respect for Joe Tacopina. It was always like, oh, he's this, he's that, he's that. He's measured. He's tough. He's representing his client. Not that he doesn't have a lot to work with, but I think
exactly.
Masterful job.
Exactly.
I really do. I was riveted, actually.
That was the one other thing that he mentioned that I'd totally forgotten about, and that was the classic moment when the prosecution is impeaching their own witness. Remember with the video that Relli is on? He's, yeah, that's me, I'm right there, and then the prosecutor's like, no, that's not you. Oh, yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, no, it's not me. Yeah,
that's what it's supposed to be when he's going back to give to get the cartridges, right, with his girlfriend. And they said, and I remember they said that you're going to see the videotape. His girlfriend is there and all. And then she said, where is she? Oh, she's under my blanket, I think. She's hiding.
I don't know where she is. She might be working. Who knows?
Yeah. I also thought it was cruel the same way he cross-examined. I mean, he doesn't, and I don't know if you saw that dig, and we've said it. We've actually said it. Maybe he watched our show.
What's that?
Lewin is cross-examining everyone like they're serial killers.
Yeah.
We said that on our show.
Yeah.
Okay, we actually said that line.
And wait till he gets to his rebuttal. He's going to be berating the jury. He's just going to be nasty and pointing out things that you morons in the jury box, if you don't get this, you're idiots. That's just the tone that he gives off. And if there's ever a close call, when we talk about his style versus Pauly P, if there's ever a close call, the jury's more likely to lean toward Pauly P than to John Lewin. All other things being equal, just because of the nastiness of his personality.
Yeah. And then the judge said, hey, you don't like what he's doing? Well, you can address it in argument why you didn't call somebody. Why didn't you call somebody? Or we're going to address it in oral argument. Or you can address it on your rebuttal. So that this rebuttal tomorrow, I mean, I think that California, if they have a budget deficit, they should sell tickets to this.
Make a couple of dollars.
Super Bowl, right? Why didn't he bring up self-defense audio when he talked about self-defense? Are you talking about Joe?
And it's not over yet. Yeah, it's not over yet. So assuming that he was halfway-ish, right?
Yeah.
They're going to come back any minute now, and it's 3:00 there. I think they're going to let him go to 5. That's my guess.
That's my guess too.
Let him wrap.
They're going to let him finish, and then they're going to let John Lewin. They may have already asked the jury if they could stay late today. Although he did say yesterday that it was only going to go to 4 o'clock their time, that these were going to be the arguments. These were going to be the time of the arguments. So I don't know, but Lewin is just, the poor court reporter needed to take a break, right? He's
Yeah.
he's
And the
still
funny,
here.
they're taking this break in part to give everybody a break, and she's, working as hard as anybody. As I always
Yeah,
say, a court reporter,
yeah,
most important person in the room, aside from the jury. She's now taken down this back and forth argument,
right.
during her break, and so she gets an extra. Maybe she gets 10 minutes. They
Yeah,
may
the
go.
judge may, right, the judge may
I'm,
expand, but the judge may also expand, to
I'm
give
guessing
her
they'll come back a
time.
touch later just to give her
Yeah,
a break.
yeah, and he wanted to get out of there too. You can tell. Somebody said it was like when the judge was like, "Well, I didn't hear that." It wasn't like he was saying, "I don't hear that." He was saying like, and your acronym was, he doesn't give a anymore.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he doesn't give a
You know?
rip. He's done.
Yeah,
Does Rocky have to be there whenever the verdict is out? Meaning read, I'm guessing. It'd be foolish not to be, and so disrespectful not to be.
right.
You know,
And he's also on bail, remember? So
he's not. Yeah,
it's
that's certainly going to be
California.
yeah.
Yeah,
What's he
it's
out? 500 grand? Is that right? 500?
500,000. Yeah,
Yeah.
So, yeah. So, I don't know. I mean, I want to keep that way. What's so far? How are we doing on that poll? What's the percentage? Do we have any updates, Missy? I mean, I just that first SmackDown was just he was just crying.
Yeah,
You know?
we had a poll we were doing. I'm looking for the latest numbers, and it was more broad than the one we're doing internally right now. Now that all the evidence is in, do you believe ASAP Rocky's guilty of any charges? No, 84%.
Yeah, and then that was our one poll, about 84%. And then we had a poll about liking Joe Tacopina. Do you love it? Do you like it, or is it not for you? And I think it was somewhere around that 80-some% loved it. So that's how it kind of. But then we have to take the other side. Let's take the other side. Let's say that 14% or 17% represents maybe 17% of the jury, right? And then
That's right. That's
'cause
right.
I don't see how anybody could find a not guilty on this case. Find a guilty. I keep saying that, find a guilty on this case. But I'm not there. I'm just watching it from here,
All you need is 8% of the jury.
which is out of
That's about
12.
one person.
What?
Yeah, that's about one person.
About
Yeah.
one person.
Like
So
8.2%.
yeah,
Are we going back? Is something
no,
happening?
here's our poll. No, here's our poll. Here's
Oh,
our
the
poll.
poll.
I can't. Okay, hold on. Let's see if we can get a little higher. I can't read it. 80. I still can't read. I'm gonna go. I have to go really. I have to. Let me see. Let me see if I can. Oh,
It
there
looks
we
like
go. Okay.
59% love, 30%
59%
like,
love.
11% not for me.
Not for me.
That's a good option. Yeah, and that's a perfectly good option. People may just not like his style. I get that.
And that doesn't mean that they're not still wouldn't
Of
vote
course.
not guilty. I mean, the way we phrased that was just on Tacopina's argument, but you've got like
Not
almost
bad if you're at
90%.
89%. That's
Yeah.
a pretty good approval rating.
89%. Yeah, we'd all love to have that approval rating.
Exactly.
Okay, so yeah, here's a question. Okay, question of the day: will Lewin cry again?
That's too easy. And we don't have any money on this. I'm sure that's just way too easy. Yeah.
Yeah. 11% is the Lewiner, as our chat has named him. Hey Relli. Oh, this is Catwoman. So hey Relli, what was your vote? That's probably some of the prosecutor. I don't know.
I know what his vote was. Yes, no, I don't know.
Yes, no, I
vote.
don't know. Maybe I didn't. I
maybe.
forgot the fourth one.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, yeah, that's what Joe said. Well, you got them all in there. You got all the answers in there. I think the judge is also and this was Lewin comes across as desperate to win. That's what he comes across as, all of us. And it's not just him; it's the prosecution team who had to make this. So it's not just all on him, because we don't know the internal workings. We at Justice Serve TV has asked and has texted at, tweeted at, xed at, posted at the LADA office to open their files. Let us know how this charging decision was made. Let us know if they had an ethics counsel, especially if they had an ethics counsel after Relli was on the stand and they continued to prosecute this case, not just bringing it, but especially afterwards. It's just yes, Michael, there was a blow up by Lewin. You're gonna have to watch it. He kind of blew up at the judge, actually, at the judge, and the judge told him to sit down.
He said he objected 4 times that there was disparagement of the prosecution team, because what Joe had said was they'll do anything to win.
Right.
And he made the argument, and I agree with him, that's an argument. That's
an
what
argument.
it is.
Right. And the judge agreed with him too. It's an
And he
argument.
then said, but Your Honor, if you decide that that's inappropriate, then I won't say it again. But
Right.
he was objected 4 times, and the court finally sustained the objection on the 4th time around.
Yeah, on one time, because it was a little different phrasing, I guess.
Yeah.
When you start doing it, you're going good, boy. You keep going good. And when you're riding that wave, that loving it wave. What do you all want to see him talk about next? What do you all want to see Joe Tacopina talk about next? You just all want to. Our viewers seem to all just want to see Joe Tacopina talk, right?
And flex.
And flex, I know. I wonder where Miss Shorty is, and she's probably going to watch that. Where's Miss Shorty's viewers? Okay.
Well, let's see. It's kind of middle of the early morning. It's like no wait, it's like 10 in the morning there. Maybe 11 in the morning.
Yeah.
Valentine's Day.
Oh yeah, that's right. It is Valentine's Day. But I just think he's pointing out what we have talked about. And as I said, oh my gosh, Missy wants to see. Okay, Missy, I'm going to post this because I have to take a screenshot of it. I just have to take a screenshot of this. Okay. Chris wants to talk about the conversation with Wally, and I think that that's true. Yeah, Brooklyn, I have my Dunkin' mango. I have a Dunkin' coffee over there, and then I even got something called Something Sweet, which is to get me through tonight. This is a chai tea latte and a dirty matcha coffee. So I'm like, I am ready to rock and roll. I mean,
you're jacked.
Yeah, I just
you're jacked like Tacopina.
Oh my gosh, they're coming back. We're gonna have to talk again when they finish. So we will see you when they finish. Bye.
You gotta come around there. Okay. Tuna comes back and make it quicker, okay? If the tuna comes back and makes it quicker. No.
All right, let's go on the record. We're outside the presence of the jury. Where is it? Yes. I asked Kathy, the court reporter, to check her notes, and she's able to do that. And there is an indirect reference, and it's not even clear, to Relli and embracing perjury. So far, Kathy has not found the word suborn. Embracing perjury, I don't even know what that means. But from here on out, if any counsel wants to state that a witness committed perjury, that's fair game. But I do not want either directly or indirectly any counsel accusing the other one of suborning perjury, encouraging perjury, touching on perjury. I don't want the word counsel and perjury being used together.
Order to blind eye.
What?
Attorney Blind Eye?
Brian. It's improper. It's not only untrue, it's improper.
Yeah, and stay away from that they're only, they're winning at all costs. It's just, well, it's fair comment on the evidence.
Because Judge, the most they can say about the evidence, they cannot say the prosecution is, all they care about is winning their case. All they care about justice. That there's authority that says that.
Yeah, no, that's a
And Judge,
stay away from that.
and yet you don't believe it's true.
No, I don't, and I know it's not.
That's.
All right, so stay away from what the prosecution, what the prosecutor's motives are. Talk about the witnesses, don't talk about the prosecution's motive. And when Mr. Lewin speaks, you're not to talk about the motives of Mr. Tacopina or Mr. Seriousness.
Joe, you're free, you're free to even comment on, hey, they didn't call this witness, et cetera, just not that extra step.
All right,
Well, my explanation will be much shorter now.
what's that?
My explanation will be much shorter now, so.
I doubt it. Okay, we're going to start at 9 o'clock. Folks, 9 a.m.
All right.
Third one. All right, folks, for scheduling, tomorrow, we're going to start at 9. Not 9:30. 9.
Robert, I think someone may have a problem.
Who's got a problem with 9?
Aside from me? Aside from me?
Yes,
Oh, sorry.
I don't have a problem, I'm not sure that I can make it by 9. I mean, I have to drop off my kids in the
Oh.
morning, so I come right after.
Can you do your best?
Yeah, of course.
All right, I'm gonna order everybody to be here at 9, but try to get here at 9, but if, you're late, you're late, I understand. Dropping off your kids is important. So, be here at 9-ish. Okay? All right. So back on the record, all parties and council observers are present.
Okay, folks, so I think we left off when I was discussing with you all the whole notion of the person who used to be Relli is not Relli anymore, apparently, who came back at 11:09 to the scene to retrieve shell casings. Now, again, story changed. Ultimately, he said it wasn't him, so some mystery man showed up at the scene at 11:09, apparently. But one of two things happened here. Either that really was Relli, like he first said on the video, coming back at 11:09, staying for 2 minutes, returned to the scene, and he lied, of course, then, about being there with his girlfriend, if that was him, and about taking photos of the shell casings while there, because those photos weren't taken until 11:45. Or the prosecution has absolutely no evidence whatsoever that he ever returned to the scene, ever. Whichever one you choose, the prosecution has no evidence at all that Relli actually recovered those shell casings from the scene. He could have called his girlfriend, Miss Parker, to back up his claim. Yes. She was probably busy doing what she does, but she didn't show up. Their burden corroborated with witnesses. I mean, the word of Relli, I think, is fair to question. There are a lot of things in this case that are going to be easy to corroborate of his word, if they're true. I'm going to show you a little list of those sort of cool I put together, but not yet. But there is no corroboration, and they couldn't. Lydia Parker could have come in here and said, yes, I went back with him. We found 2 shell cases. She's still his girlfriend, apparently. No evidence whatsoever that he took the shell casing off the scene. While on that point, by the way, the photos taken with Relli's iPhone of the alleged shell casing, allegedly taken at the scene, but not until 11:45, an hour and a half afterwards, they had time date stamps on them. But what you didn't see from the prosecution was the GPS location data for those digital photos on Relli's phone. Why? I mean, you know, they didn't show you what else they didn't show you was GPS location data from Relli's iPhone to show you where Relli was on November 6, 2021. That would solve a lot of mysteries here. It's not like they couldn't have done it. GPS location data from Relli's iPhone, which they had. That would have answered all the questions. Could have corroborated it or not. After all, you heard that law enforcement, in this case, went out of their way to get a search warrant to obtain GPS location data for ASAP Ill's iPhone, just to show that he was, one, near Selma Avenue and Vista Del Mar about 10:12 p.m. on November 6th. It showed that in his location data. And he was near Rocky's residence at 11:11 p.m. that night. That from Detective Flores' testimony, lest there be any confusion. The question was asked, and specifically, it's important because it showed they could have gotten GPS location data from their only witness who's not corroborated, and whose word may be a little shaky. And specifically, the T-Mobile information law enforcement obtained authorized to search Ill's, Elijah Ulunger's, ASAP Ill's, his call detail records, and his GPS location. Detective Flores is correct. And the GPS location data, I should say, answer yes, okay. And those records, the GPS location data that you all were able to obtain, showed that Elijah Ulanger, ASAP Ill's cell phone was near Selma Avenue and Vista Del Mar at approximately 10:12 p.m. on November 6th. Answer, I believe that's correct. Question, those records also show that Ill's, I'm just going to refer to this Mr. Ill's for the purpose of moving this thing along a little bit. ASAP Ill's cell phone was near Mr. Mayers' residence at 11:11 p.m. later that night. Answer, yes. Subsequently after, yes. Well, what that shows you is that not only had they had the ability to do that, they in fact did it. But why just for Ills? Why not for Relli, who claims he came back and found shell casings? That would have put an end to this mystery. Was he there? Was he with his girlfriend? Was he not there? You heard again. There was no dispute, by the way, about Ills that he was at Selma, Vista Del Mar and Selma that night during the incident. You see him on video. And rather than looking to see where Ills was at 11:11 p.m., why didn't they use Relli's GPS data to show you where he was at 11:11 p.m.? Was that him? Was that not him? Did he ever go back at 11:45? This would have answered all your questions, either corroborated the story or not. Would have put the lie to it again. It would have also shown you where those iPhone photos of the shell casings were taken. Instead, you have to take his word for it. You just have to take his word for it. Yes, they could have done it. They did it with Ills for some reason, but not for Relli. So just take his word for it. If the word of any witness ever deserved to be tested in this case, it's Terrell Ephron. I mean, it's a man whose tongue is a stranger to the truth. And they could have easily corroborated his story or shown that his story was not truthful. They just didn't do it. I want to pause here so this really sinks in. Detective Flores told you that he wouldn't want anyone other than the police taking evidence from the scene because that could hamper and hinder an investigation. This is obviously fairly important. As a detective, I asked him, you'd agree when conducting an investigation of an alleged shooting, you wouldn't want anyone who's not law enforcement removing evidence or taking evidence from the scene, right? Answer correct. Because that could tamper and hinder your investigation. Answer, it can. And that makes sense, because once evidence is contaminated, once an alleged crime scene is contaminated, there's no way to undo that, no way. You never get a second chance at it. If you want reliable information from a scene, it cannot be tampered with, it cannot be staged. If it's staged, it's useless. It's pointless to review it, because whatever you see, you have to reject. You have to. And that's exactly what Relli says he did here. And that's why it was even more important for the detectives to test his word by looking to corroborate it, but they never did that. To be clear, the prosecution just wants you to take Relli's word that he found shell casings at the scene. That's it, just take his word. After all, they presented to you nothing to corroborate it when they easily could have. And just ask yourselves, if Lydia Parker, Mr. Relli's girlfriend, could readily corroborate his claim, don't you take the word from her? The fact is, Relli didn't want her anywhere near the storeroom. Anywhere near the storeroom. Remember when I showed him a picture of Miss Parker, his girlfriend? And I said, is that your girlfriend? He said, I don't know.
Is this Miss Parker? You don't know that you don't?
Disturbed by that photo, but anyway, back to more important things. What he just said was, I don't know if that's my girlfriend. I mean, just anything he tells the truth about, I don't know if that's my girlfriend. That's not an I don't know. That's either yes or no. You couldn't recognize his girlfriend at one point. He said, oh, because she had makeup on. I mean, we're not talking about clown makeup, right? I mean, she literally said, I'm my girlfriend. Why lie about that? Aside from his name, I don't even know if that's really his name. Did he not lie about anything in this case? I mean, you know that wasn't truthful testimony. He didn't want the only person who could or couldn't corroborate his story to be anywhere near this courtroom. That's neither did that. The judge told you, we, the defense does not have the burden to do anything in this case. They do. They had the burden. We don't have to prove anything. We didn't have to introduce a single piece of evidence. We didn't have to produce a witness. That's because the laws of the United States and the Constitution demand that. But as a matter of fact, we had more substantive witnesses in this case to testify than the prosecution did. We want to give you the complete picture, all the evidence, because we want you to know the truth. And there's nothing to hide. Rocky did not commit a crime, not by a long shot. Why? Again, and need the answer as to why they didn't show you the GPS records of Relli, when it could have shown where he actually went after the incident. From the incident, where did he go for that hour and a half? And where did he take those pictures from? That would have been important, especially if there's any question that that video may not have been shown to Relli returning, if that wasn't him returning to the scene at 11:09, 11:11. So where was he really at that time? Unfortunately, we don't ever get to know the answer, because they had his GPS location information. We're just supposed to accept his word that he didn't go somewhere else to get shot cases. We just have to accept it. And the judge gave you instructions on this about the credibility of the witnesses, and it's in your, you can take it back with you there. But it said that a witness lies to you on an important fact of the case, or in his testimony. You can feel free to disregard the entire testimony of that witness, or you can just disregard that one fact and believe the rest. But he lied to you about so many crucial things. I'm not talking about his inconsistencies. Again, we'd be here until the summer. He lied to you about the most crucial facts in this case. You know, by the way, this is not someone who's uncomfortable around guns. You heard he owns a 9mm, he posted those pictures on the Instagram. His 9mm sticking out of his waist, he said. You heard he owns 9mm semi-automatic. We've never seen proof for where he actually obtained it. Second, he blatantly lied about his access to 9mm shell casings in Los Angeles. That's another attempt at perjury. And that was a big one. And we have to talk about this. We have to spend a little time on this one because what happened there was very crucial. He lied about having access to 9mm shell casings 2 weeks before the incident on November 6th. He lied to them. He lied about being in Los Angeles. He lied about having access to shell casings. He lied about shooting. I'm going to show it to you. This next episode is not even one lie or one perjury. It was like a perjury miniseries, this next one. It was unbelievable. One lie piled onto the next one, onto the next one. He got caught with that, then he went to another. It was a glorious training. And you're going to see it. I mean, I asked him first if he fired a 9mm weapon before November 6, 2021. Sort of an important fact. Because we need to have access to 9mm shell casings. First he said, no, absolutely not. Then I wanted to make sure, I wanted to almost help him give me the truthful answer. I said, well, how about at a shooting range a few weeks before November 6th? Did you fire a 9mm at a shooting range? Right, hit him off on November 6th, 2021. He said, definitely not. And I repeat, I said, definitely not? And he got all belligerent with me, he says, you heard me, definitely not. I didn't even own a firearm, he said. I only got my firearm license a year and a half later. Listen.
Let's move closer to the time of the incident on November 6th of 2021. A few weeks before November 6th, 2021. And a few weeks before, you testified that you found shell cases at the scene. Unloaded shell casing. You fired 9mm weapons at a shooting range, correct? Definitely not. Definitely not? You heard me? Definitely not. I didn't have a firearm. I only got my firearm license a year and a half later.
So, you heard me, like, you know, this. He did not like me, clearly. Of course, I asked him to confirm that answer. You heard me. Well, you asked me. You heard me. Definitely not. I didn't even own a firearm. I only got my firearm license a year and a half later. Lies, 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 lies. And that's when we all saw the video of Mr. Ephron firing a 9mm semi-automatic weapon on October 19, 2021, 2 weeks before the incident on November 6th. And I pointed out to Mr. Ephron, I said, what you just told this jury was that before November 6, 2021, you didn't fire any guns because you didn't have your license. And then he said, no, unless I was at a shooting range. And I said to him, sir, I just asked you, were you at a shooting range? And you said, definitely not. And I asked you again, and you said, you heard me, definitely not. He just made stuff up as he went along. Look at this.
Mr. Ephron, you just told this jury, I would go around doing 316, 265 days out the year. Well, you told me, hold on. What you just told this jury was that before November 6, 2021,
I mean, you just saw his testimony, which was about 1.5 minutes earlier, where I said, was that a shooting range at least? Maybe he did that? Definitely not. Twice, definitely not. And then explain why it was definitely not, because he didn't even have his firearms license. When he got busted with the video that he didn't think anyone had, because it was not brought out on his direct, of course, he said, I said unless I was at a shooting range. He just thinks he can make that up in front of you. Like, he just told you definitely not at a shooting range, and then just in front of you, like, I don't know, guys. I mean, there has to be a point in time where you have to be so offended by him just looking at you guys and lying. He's an oath. An oath. You know what oath means? Absolutely nothing to him. Absolutely nothing. He didn't say that. That was blatant perjury right there. You just witnessed another count of blatant perjury. But what happened in his courtroom after that, I think made it worse. After, you're going to see it, what happened. Because this was now all about, okay, so now we got him firing a gun. Don't play that again, please. We have him firing a gun before November 6, 2021. We have him firing a 9mm. He lied about it repeatedly. And then, so after securing the date of the 9mm firing of October 19, 2021, I tried to ascertain the location of the shooting range. And the prosecution then asked for a stipulation. You're going to hear it. That the shooting range was taken outside of California. And the witness all of a sudden adopted that. Let's look at this.
And where is it? And where is it taken? This is taken just off these records. So we have a situation on that date. On that date, this is outside of California. I don't know where it was taken.
There was this stipulation, but at the time, I believe all parties in good faith believed that the shooting range was outside of California. No one is at fault. It's what the parties believed at that time.
Well, I didn't believe anything, so I didn't know. I'm not saying anyone's at fault. I'm just showing how this played out with the witness. You put on the witness.
Right.
How we adopted.
The prosecution asked for a stipulation based on what has happened so far up until this point. They believed in good faith that it was outside California. The fact that it wasn't came as a surprise, I believe, to everybody.
Well, except the witness, which I don't argue.
Everybody at counsel table.
Yeah, not believing everyone counts it. I just want
Right.
to just let this play out. How the
New
witness.
Jersey is something like that. Like, that's what I would guess. It's not.
Same objections, improper argument, a little bit.
I explained to the jury. Go ahead.
New Jersey is something like that. Like, that's what I would guess. It's not.
Next line. Last line was not Los Angeles, or not LA. So anyway, the witness then said, after hearing whatever he heard in the court, the banter, he then said, well, maybe it was probably New Jersey, something like that, but it's not LA. That he was able to tell you, for sure. He knew that. So, understand what just happened there. The witness, all of a sudden, after lying about all those things we just went through, and I don't repeat them again, then heard argument and said, oh, but it's not LA, it's maybe New Jersey. Because being in LA, that would have been a problem. But something happened over the weekend, little problem for Mr. Relli. See, on Sunday, between 2 p.m., and he was on Friday, that was on Friday. On Sunday, between 2 p.m. and 11 p.m., someone on Twitter posted a screenshot that you still heard about, of a video showing Relli at the shooting range that was played before you, alongside a picture of the Los Angeles Gun Club. Locations right there. It was the same. Relli was tagged on that, everyone was tagged. So what does Relli do? Sometime between 2 o'clock and 2:50 that same day, immediately, he calls the prosecution and says, oh, I checked my Instagram account and I realized I was in Los Angeles on November 19, 2021. And I realized I was at a shooting range. And what's the reason the prosecution elicited from Relli as to why he made that discovery? Well, he was going back to check his Instagram account on whether the shooting range was in Los Angeles because he wanted to correct any mistakes he made to the truth. I didn't say it straight, but that's literally what he said to you. He really was concerned about making any mistakes, so he wanted to make sure he checked his Instagram account to see if he made any mistakes. First of all, I asked him, see, your Instagram account doesn't have anything about the gun range. And he started saying, that's not my Instagram account. Well, aren't you Relli boss? Yeah, but, okay. Okay, folks. I guess he didn't go bother checking all his other so-called mistakes that he made. Just that one. Just that one that happened to have a post busting him at 2 o'clock. Within minutes, he calls the prosecutor. He was tagged on the post. Within minutes, he called the prosecutor. What a coincidence. You know, what about all the other mistakes? What executives did you meet at Capitol Records and Universal Records that you no longer can meet because of what happened here? He couldn't mention the name of anyone he met with. But he said they were on his phone. He could check his phone. Oh, there you go. He was checking his phone to correct the record here. That didn't happen. How about the Miami property, Mr. Relli, that you invested in? I mean, last year, it was only last year, sir. You invested in Miami property. You posted on your Instagram. I asked him, which property in Miami did you invest in? I don't remember which property. Why? I mean, no one invests in property doesn't remember which property. Unless you're a gazillionaire, and that doesn't matter. And he's not. And then I asked him, well, how much did you invest in the property? I don't remember. He didn't go back and check that. So remember that, just remember that one, how that all played out here when considering his credibility. Relli told you, just like that, there's so many things, the Miami property thing, that was just nonsense. But this was horrific. You got caught. You got caught lying. It's made in New Jersey, definitely not LA. I went back and checked, it's definitely LA. That's clear perjury. So you know he didn't check his Instagram account line to correct a mistake about whether the shooting range was in LA. That wasn't truthful testimony. You've seen him testify in the courtroom. The witness who told you when he said definitely not, he was committing perjury, because that was his then answer. He cleared that up. I'm going to show you this in a second. When he said definitely not to me, I questioned him. I said, you said definitely not. Because then he got busted with the Twitter thing. And he said, well, yeah, I just made that up because I didn't want to answer any of my questions, any of your questions anymore. He literally said to you, he just lied under oath on a very important fact, like whether he had access to 9mm Michel cases, because he was tired of answering my questions. I'm just going to lie to you.
No, that's one on this topic. It's right just a few minutes ago. Okay. Okay, yes, I did. Okay. Is that yes? Yes. Did you look like you were confused by that question at all when you said, definitely not? And to be honest, I just wanted to start talking to you.
So, you look like you were confused by that question because he said he was confused by that all of a sudden now. When you said definitely not, I didn't shoot a 9mm at a shooting range before November 6th, definitely not. So you look like you were confused, then she goes, to be honest, oh, there we go. There's a watershed moment. To be honest with you, I just want to stop talking with you, so I just said, Jesus. Just give me my $30 million, and let's get this over with. He just told you to perjure himself. But you should believe him, without corroboration. We all know it wasn't a mere coincidence that minutes after that post that he was tagged on, he told the DA. He called because he knew what was coming the next day on Monday morning. He knew what was coming. And that's the prosecution wanting to correct that mistake. is not a minor factor in this case. That's not a minor factor. And it's not a game. This is life. Whether their so-called victim, Terrell Ephron, had access to 9mm shell casings just a few weeks before he claims to have found 2 9mm shell casings in Los Angeles. Yes, he did, in the same city. He had access in the same city. Here's the funny thing about facts. Because, facts weren't getting in his way. But the funny thing about facts is this, as John Adams once said, it's one of my favorite quotes. John Adams said, facts are stubborn things, and whatever may be our wishes, our inclinations, or the dictates of our passions, they cannot alter the state of facts and evidence. And you cannot alter the state of facts and evidence, no matter what Relli tells you, no matter how you want to interpret his testimony, no matter what they say. So with this evidence, ask yourselves, ladies and gentlemen, did Relli first lie to you about going to a shooting range where he had access to 9mm shell casings, and then lie to you again about having access to those 9mm shell casings here in Los Angeles? I mean, why would he do that? Why would he lie about those two things? There'd be no reason for him to lie about that unless it was to cover up something about those 9mm shell casings he claims he recovered. No reason to lie about that. You know exactly what happened, why he lied about it. As the police found when they got there, there was no shell casings there because he had a prop gun. He had a prop gun, as unimpeached witnesses told you. And he claims that he got these shell casings from the scene an hour and whatever later, a half later. And then he held them for 2 days, gave them to the police 2 days later when his extortion attempts failed. One thing's clear, the prosecution has not proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Relli did not get those shell casings from somewhere other than the scene. They did not prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. That's enough. That's enough. Beyond the fact that Relli had access to shell casings in Los Angeles now that we know, which he lied about, the prosecution presented no evidence, zero evidence whatsoever trying to corroborate Relli's claim that he actually found those shell casings at the scene. None. Not William Parker, not GPS location data, stuff that would have done it pretty quickly, pretty easy. Not a video. Relli first said that it was fake. When I showed him that video, it was fake. He didn't think anyone knew he had those videos of him at a firing range. And by the way, we're not like master investigators. They were just on his phone. We just looked at every single thing on his phone. They had it too. They gave it to us. We didn't hear about that on his direct testimony. There would have been something to bring out to deal with. That wasn't brought out. If we didn't cross-examine him, we never would have known he was in Los Angeles 2 weeks before. 9mm shell casings popping back into his head as he's firing. And he lied about it, perjured himself. There's only one reason to lie about that. Covered up. Heard about the magazine. I'm gonna get that magazine. The Block 43, Mr. Chris Logan spent a lot of time on today. And there was no effort made to test. Now, you heard the judge, he instructed that 2 weeks, I think it's 3 weeks ago now, he instructed there'll be no testing on that. 3 weeks ago, right after the trial started, 3 weeks ago, no testing. Here, going forward. Great. That's January 2025. What about 2021? 2022? Well, not 2021, because they recovered in 2022, let me be fair. 2022, 2023, 2024. 3 years they had to take that magazine that they recovered and test it to the bullets recovered. They didn't do that. Instead, they spent their efforts having a ballistics expert come in, show you a very nice PowerPoint presentation, which in the end proved only that the shell casings possibly, there's that word again, possibly came from an aftermarket slide for a firearm frame that could possibly have been compatible with the Glock 43, or not possibly. I mean, literally, that was the import of that testimony. Possibly could have come from an aftermarket slide for a firearm frame that could have possibly, this is his testimony, possibly been compatible with the Glock 43 magazine, or possibly not. That was the ballistics expert's testimony. Possibly or possibly not is definitely not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. In any event, Lewin told you that the Glock 43 magazine was his. He explained why it was his. Whether they want to mock him, mock his answer, he was in Rocky's house after they planned to go to a shooting range. He told you he had bought it, he owned the Glock 42. And magazines are stored all next to each other, 42s, 43s, and all that stuff. Lewin told you. I don't know anything about this stuff, personally. But he went to the store to buy accessories. He mistakenly grabbed a Glock 43 magazine because they're all different models of Glock. The magazines are all stored together, so he told you he didn't realize it until he tried to load it at Rocky's house in preparation for going to a shooting range. And then when his .380 caliber Glock 42 ammunition didn't fit, he tried 9mm ammunition from his Smith & Wesson, which he did, just from his testimony. And because that magazine didn't fit any of his firearms, he left it at Rocky's house. Why? Why not return it? He told you. It was over an hour away from where he purchased the thing. It would have cost him more in gas than the $20 it cost him for that magazine. But one thing you know, despite all the questions from the prosecution, Mr. Lewin, they did absolutely nothing to refute or contradict his testimony. Absolutely nothing. Because it was true. I mean, at one point, he told you that magazine was never used. We have it. He told you it was never used. You can take this back. You have all the evidence with you. But the reason he told you it was never used, he just got a picture that he looked at it. There's not a scratch on this thing. It's a piece of plastic. It's a cheap piece of plastic. That's why it costs $20. He told you it was never used because if you put this into a steel gun, a Glock, this is going to scratch.
There's no evidence to support that.
No evidence. This is pure. It's virgin, as Lewin said. There's no scratches on this thing. It's brand new. And they had 3 years to test it. 3 years to test this. They didn't do it. Not only did they not connect really shell casings to the magazine in Rocky's house, they didn't connect those shell casings to Rocky himself. And that's important. You heard that law enforcement submitted those shell casings for fingerprint analysis and found absolutely none on there. And I asked the detective Florida, I said, you could find fingerprints on a piece of metal, right? Pretty easily. He said yes. So they submitted Rocky's fingerprints for fingerprint analysis against the shell casings, and they found none. So they tried to make excuses for that, because that's another fact that's not good. So they tried to make excuses, like, have those bullets. Michel, this one's recovered, claimed to be recovered at the scene by at 11:45, with no GPS data. Anyway. They claim, Victor Flores said, yes, you do get fingerprints. My fingerprints are all over this thing right now. Okay? He said, yes, you'll get fingerprints on a shell casing, metal, it's empty, portion. But then they said, well, could there be a reason why you wouldn't get fingerprints? And he said, yeah, there could be. His testimony on that was, yes, rain, water, cars, and even wind. Imagine that. Maybe wind wiped the fingerprints off the shell case. Imagine. So now my fingerprints are on this thing. Oh, there goes my fingerprints. Are you kidding me? Wind? Wind, not the fingerprint off the shell case. That's an excuse. It's not a fact. There was one other explanation by Detective Flores that makes a lot more sense. He said, well, human contamination, like someone wiping fingerprints off shell casings, that could do it. And you know that after those shell casings were, yes. Alex, now where am I? All right, hold on. Human contamination, that's right. Human contamination. The detective said that human contamination, like someone wiping fingerprints off the shell casing, that could do it. And you know that after those shell casings were fired, the only person with an incentive to wipe them clean would have been Relli, before he gave them to the police. Just like he wiped his phone clean of threatening messages to Rocky. We'll get to that. They didn't bring that out, we have to. So Relli wants you to believe his fingerprints weren't on them because he supposedly went to Dunkin' Donuts to get a bag to pick them up with. And you know that's not true. There's no Dunkin' Donuts open at 11 p.m. at night, especially during COVID.
Objection sustained. Objection sustained.
Well, you decide if that testimony is correct.
There's no testimony, Mr.
No, no, there's-
Objection sustained about when Dunkin' Donuts are open until.
That's
The
not.
jury's job is to decide the credibility of the witnesses, including all testimony that is given by that witness.
So here's what the witness said, and it's your job to decide. Bang. He said, I went to Dunkin' Donuts at 11 o'clock at night, got a paper bag from Dunkin' Donuts at 11 o'clock at night in Hollywood. And that's the bag I used to put the bullets in that had no fingerprints on it. You determine the credibility of that statement. He came in here and told you that. You also heard that law enforcement took Rocky's DNA. They actually took his DNA, despite Detective Flores saying that DNA was necessary as part of their investigation. He had to swear that to a judge. They never compared it to the shell casings, or even the magazine recovered in Rocky's house. That might help. They didn't do that. For that matter, you know that Relli's 9mm shell casings were different than the 9mm shell cartridges found in that magazine. You've seen that picture a hundred times. Completely different brands. The ones in the Relli said he found were Federal cartridge. Lululemon's cartridges were made by Sig Sauer. Completely different. Again, on that point, you heard the magazine was never used, was fully loaded, meaning 2 cartridges were not missing from it, but they were different bullets anyway, so it doesn't matter. Lest there be any question that that block magazine in Rocky's house was not the magazine seen in the video on November 6, 2021. All you have to do is look with your own eyes. All you have to do is look with your own eyes. So after this part, I think we can stop it, but let me just go through this last thing. The Glock magazine seen in the video is different. The Glock magazine recovered, which we just showed you actually, is a Glock 43 and it's black. Black, that's the magazine. The magazine that you're gonna see in Rocky's prop gun on November 6th was not black. It was extended, as Lewin told you, to look more intimidating, because it was a little thing, Glock. And if you look at it, you're going to see what it was. But don't forget, Trelby and Lew both said, and the prosecution sort of mocked this somehow in their summation, they said, oh, conveniently they both identified the belt and the extended magazine, so they both could identify, you know, the thing. They immediately came up with these two different things to be able to say it was the same prop gun. Not conveniently. Look at the picture. That's what it was. Lou put it together and probably saw it. That's the magazine in the, okay, I know we're doing it now, thank you, Ken. That's the, we'll use that point again, or that's too hard on the screen. Yeah. Sorry. I was pushing through it. Did everyone see here? No, okay. Anyway. That's the magazine recovered. Here's the prop gun. I'm going to try and do this where. How about now? We good? All right. That little thing at the end is the belt clip. That's a clip. And that's what Lou Levin described. Here's what you see. This thing, this clear, silvery looking thing, is the extended magazine that Lou Levin described, that 12B described. It's part of this Glock prop gun, and it's an extended magazine. So it makes this thing look bigger, and they both described it as clear. This is the first time, because if you play this in real time, you'll never see that thing. We stopped it. And so here is the magazine, the extended magazine, to make this thing look bigger, and it's clear. It's not that. It's clear. Okay.
We're breaking.
Yeah,
All right, folks.
all right.
We'll resume at 9 tomorrow. Please don't discuss the case amongst yourself or anybody else. We'll see you tomorrow, 9 a.m. All right, the jurors have left. Mr. Siegel, anything? Mr. Tacopina? Mr. Longtime? Mr. Lewin? All right, see you all tomorrow.
Okay, here we are. Yeah, well, I'm going to toast you with a Dunkin' Donuts because
This is just some milk, you know.
Joe
Just
Tacopina said, no, Dunkin' Donuts is open at 11. The prosecutor had was their 16th objection because that wasn't the evidence. But we know from Kat Not Williams, who hopefully will be on our show at some point tomorrow after we have a verdict, because I assume that we'll have a verdict tomorrow. We'll tell you there is no Dunkin' Donuts open at that time during COVID at 11 o'clock at night, and those jurors know it. Okay,
and it was that was an objection. That objection was sustained.
Yeah, so that we're up to 16 objections. I count 5 I've been sustained. All right, now I had 17 in my over under. We're getting close because I think Tacopina has to finish tomorrow with 21 more objection. I'm not sure.
Definitely. There'll be at least one more.
Yeah, at least. Well, if they have one more, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. You know, and all. So let's have your thoughts. I'm about to tweet that I thought that this was boom when he showed the portions of the prop gun, just like Lou Levin explained, and you can see the plastic sticking out, right?
Yep, the extension to the magazine, and then the clip
Right.
Yep.
As I'm doing that, Michael, talk about your thoughts. I'm going to tweet out to my personal, and then it'll be retweeted to Justice Serve Extension to magazine.
One of the things he talked about that I forgot, there are all these bigger moments that I thought I remembered with Relli. Remember, he had testified about definitely never been to the range, right? And then he had the video.
Right.
Then he goes, everybody goes home for the weekend, and he comes back on Monday and he says, this was on redirect. Did you need to clear something up? Pauly P asked him. He said, I looked at my Instagram account, over the weekend, and sure enough, that gun range was in Los Angeles. Whoops, my bad. So nothing looks worse than a witness, first of all, testifying as adamantly as he did,
right,
and then having to come back and correct himself because he's been caught in a lie.
Yeah. Missy, do we also have our new poll that we had about whether you believe the prosecution team suborned perjury? Because the judge, when we came back from that break, said, okay, I didn't hear what you're complaining about, Mr. Lewin, right? But don't use the word perjury and the prosecution team or lawyer in the same, Domino's agreeing, in the same,
don't use that phrase to they'll do anything to win. They'll win at all costs. Don't do that again.
Yeah, don't do that again. No, although I'm not going to say anything that she really did it, because the court reporter looked and she couldn't really find it, and just in case she did, just in case.
And perjury, the word perjury was found, but not suborning perjury, which Missy was nice enough to do the definition for everybody there in the chat. And it does mean basically encouraging somebody to lie that you know is lying under oath. So he didn't find that. And just as a technical note, I think I told you back in the day, court reporters, shorthand reporters, they didn't have real-time translation. So they'd have to go back through the papers, reading their weird little, characters to find that moment. And what's FPLT mean? FPLT, period. Remember
the end. The end.
I told you that means period. That's what they hit their little machine.
Oh, that's
FPLT.
FPLT. Okay.
So now with real-time transcription, she can just do a word search on her. She did. And she found perjury references, but not suborning perjury.
Suborning perjury, not the prosecution suborning. Although we have said that, look, if indeed they know, there's a fine line in the law between, well, if you know and you let somebody get on the stand. You and I, I dropped something down here. I'm not leaving you off. If we let a client get on the stand and lie, we're going to lose our license because we are suborning perjury. I'm sorry. All right. Yeah. So you got to take action to stop it. I know, Missy, it's like someone said, well, if it's just a blind eye, it may not be. But then again, it may be, because it depends on who you are, I think. I think if you're a lawyer with a license and a duty, I really think if you're a lawyer with license and duty, and
I'll throw them a bone. I'll throw them a bone and give them this possible interpretation. We know that the investigation on this case was crap. It was horrible. They clearly didn't talk to people that they should have talked to, including Relli. So he gets on the stand and starts spinning his yarn, and it's as fresh to the prosecution as it is everybody else. That's a possibility.
Yeah.
I'm throwing it out there. Oh, one other thing they talked about I thought was interesting was Lydia.
Yes.
Lydia. Joe talked about Lydia. What happened to Lydia? And then he said, I'm surprised this wasn't objected to. Lydia Parker, that was, and apparently still is, Relli's girlfriend. I guess she's busy doing what she does. Now, remember, there's some evidence that and this was not presented to the jury, that she's an escort or exotic dancer or something in that trade. And there was that picture that was offered almost, and then seen in camera by the court, and they said, no, you're not putting that up there. We can assume it was, a risque picture of girlfriend Lydia Parker, who just didn't show up. And that takes us back to that same part of the case where Relli was either there at 11:11. This is an hour after it happened. He's either there to get the casings in at 11:11, or he's not, depending on which story you believe. Relli said he was there an hour later, and then he later said he wasn't. because that wasn't him on the video. So
yeah, Joe's been going for the afternoon. But yeah, and you said, well, you don't need 3 or 4 hours. Actually, I think he did. I think that we're riveted on the recitation of testimony. As a matter of fact, I couldn't believe when they came back from the break, I said, we only have another 45 minutes. I want to hear the whole thing. I want to hear the end,
I think I stand by what I said. You don't need it. Now, does that mean it's not entertaining? No, of course. It's all about the presentation. You don't need it. I've seen a couple of posts too saying, all right, already, enough. And I agree with them 100%. You're buddies with him, so you're jaded. You're biased. You have bias.
I am biased. I'm biased for good lawyering. I'm biased for actually letting the jury hear what they should hear. I'm biased for not putting a witness on that seeks $30 million in to get a bag, but you got to do a lawyer. You got to use a lawyer.
He injured his knuckle. That's a lot of money.
That's
knuckles,
yeah. So
that's
I am
$10 million
biased.
per knuckle.
And I'm biased for treating people with a little bit of dignity on the stand when they come and testify. They come in, they don't want to be there. They didn't do anything but be around, right?
Of course, nobody wants to be in there.
And they get treated like they're mafia rats. Actually, they get treated worse than mafia rats, because at least mafia rats, we know, have some issues, right? In case you haven't looked at The Godfather. A great movie from way back when.
Godfather 2, one of the few cases in which the sequel was perhaps better than the original.
The sequel was great, but I also like the Horseman's Head. Yeah, okay.
That was good.
So I know, Crystal. I know there's no black bag coming here in New York. They come in a white bag. And then if you get the food, it may come in that brownish recycled paper bag if they've cooked something. But other than that, the boxes are white with pink. It's like, well, this is not a Dunkin' Donuts. This is kind of like, this has got pink on it, right?
Their normal bag looks like a sandwich bag in that size and shape, and most people get donuts in them.
Yeah.
So. And I saw somebody post that they had done an unofficial survey of LA Dunkin' Donuts, and they close it. I think it was something like 8:00, and then
right. It was
6
Cat
o'clock on
Lewin. She
Sundays.
lived there. She said it was not, and I reposted. She said it was not. But sometimes in trial court, when you have custodian records, especially when you have a day that's going to be off in the middle. You've got to make a judgment, and I think there was a judgment made by the defense. I mean, certainly this would be my judgment, so that's why I'm imposing it, my judgment on them, I guess, that you have to get this case to the jury before the weekend so they can go home. I don't know if John Lewin will agree tomorrow, because he's going to have the last word, and the judge didn't impose limits, so.
Yeah, and I think, and I said this before about the Dunkin' Donuts thing, if the jury was struggling, and that was what put them over the edge, then they're missing some big chunks here, because that was a nice little bit, the catch in middle eye about the Dunkin' Donuts bag, but he wasn't even there that night to pick them up. Oh wait, no, he was, but then he was on the video. Oh no, then he wasn't. So I think if somebody was like, I'm so close to making a decision. Oh yeah, the Dunkin' thing, that would do it for me. I don't know. I think there's so much bigger, so many bigger things out there to convince you one way or the other.
Yeah. Here in New York City, Dunkin's not even open till 11:00. I mean, we're in the Big Apple.
I'll tell you what is though, Krispy Kreme.
Krispy Kreme is really?
Yeah, out west.
Fun.
Yeah, Krispy Kreme.
I'm talking about west, but not over here. I mean, I go by what I can get on DoorDash. I've been a DoorDash doll ever since COVID, really. Getting things, thank goodness, quite frankly, is when we have all this to do and staying here, it's hard to get out and actually run your life, your law practice, your house practice, you're playing with Tubi.
Tubi's mad at you.
Tubi, he's mad at me. I promised Tubi that I will play with him all weekend this weekend. I will work and I will play.
Good, then I'm sure the weather's going to be horrible again.
Yeah.
So I'm hearing we've had this series of just little sloppy,
storms, right?
Snow and sleet, and it's that time of year.
Yeah, but not too bad. I mean, we haven't had that gigantic big snowstorm.
No.
Yeah, Godfather trilogy is memorable. Michael, say somebody remembers it. The Valachi papers.
But number 2 was definitely the best. I'm sorry, it was definitely the best.
I'm going to sneeze now.
Just checking my Dunkin's down the street. open 24 hours, so I'm gonna have to go down there.
Yeah, but that's because you're on the East Coast and you can drive. But in COVID, things were not. Dunkin's were not open 24 hours in COVID. They just weren't. You know.
It's funny, there are so many of them. There are so many.
Well,
Anyway,
the
I feel like a crueler.
It's well, what's the big? Actually, what is the biggest fast food store in the world?
Biggest fast food store? You mean like McDonald's?
Well, it's not McDonald's.
Fast food.
Subway.
Oh, Subway. Yeah. You know, they had a big problem with their franchisees, you know, because there was no exclusivity. And so you could put one up, and here's one in your corner, and 6 months later they could put one up across the street. You had no exclusivity. And so the franchisees were fuming.
Yeah.
I mean, what are you getting? What are you buying if you're competing with somebody right across the street?
Well, Walnut Amber, we're not even code. Just did a quick Google search. Dunkin' Donuts, Los Angeles, 7 p.m. closing, except Sundays close at 6. That's why Cat Not Williams said there was no Dunkin' opened at 11 o'clock at night. Remember, this happened around 8 o'clock, 8:10 to 8:20, 8:40.
9. Yeah. Well, he was supposed to have gone to the scene at 11:11. Well, if he didn't go there to get the bullet casings till 11:11, well, he wouldn't have been to Dunkin' till midnight.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So, or somewhere between that period of time and midnight. Yes.
Yeah. Not to mention the bag wasn't even like their kind of bag, and you could get one out of the trash if you needed one. I don't even know why he would make up that part of the story. What's the point?
I don't know.
Can't you just have them in a plastic bag you had at home? I mean, why make that up? I don't get it.
And Crystal Allen says they don't have that many Dunkin' Donuts in LA, very few.
That's true.
So,
they're kind of late to the show.
Yeah, but interestingly enough, as I said, that jury's made from people not from New York, but from California, and they're going to know. So he could object all he wants, and this was in front of the jury, wasn't it?
Which part?
Him objecting to Dunkin's that there was no evidence that the Dunkin'.
Oh yeah, yeah. Because what he objected to was, I think the statement Joe made was that no Dunkin' Donuts stayed open that late, and there was certainly no evidence of that, and so it was sustained.
That one was sustained, but you know what? The jurors know. The jurors know.
How common is this kind of interruption during a closing? And I think Kay Schmidt means Lewin, Lewin factor. I think it's not uncommon. It's the frequency that is out of control. It's not just it happening or not, right? But so many. That's weird. It's just unusual. And it does. Somebody else mentioned, the jury gets annoyed. They do get annoyed,
Right. They want to hear it was, and they, they're into this. They want to hear it. And, actually this is great for if you talk about strategy. Tacopina gets to finish today, start again tomorrow when they come back, so, that's the last thing they're hearing today, the first thing tomorrow.
Yeah, it's not bad to bookend that. It's not bad.
Right. And even if he goes 10 minutes or 5 minutes, it's not bad.
And I think, I'd like to see Joe think this over tonight and really come up with a real pithy 30 minutes and get the hell out of there. That's it.
Yeah.
That's what I'd like to see.
Yeah, I think that's, I have a feeling that's maybe what he's going to do. We'll do his last 10 minutes or whatever. And then Lewin has to come up, and he's got to, and really the pressure is going to be on him to finish before lunch, right? To be finished before 12 o'clock.
You would think. You would think. But, he's on his own clock, and he is so important and so arrogant. Who knows what he's gonna do?
Yeah, I'm gonna actually retweet Cat Not Williams right again. All right, I'm gonna retweet her.
Well, you retweet away.
You
Crystal Allen, I'm so happy to have found this JSTV. Actually, I think it says JSTY, but we may go with JSTY at some point. I have a newfound family who understands my interest in law. Well, Crystal Allen, good to have you along for the ride. Happens to be a bumpy ride today with this particular case. This is one of these weird cases where the personalities override the real nature of the case, the simplicity of the case, because they're just wild. The characters are just bigger than life,
They are much bigger than life. But actually, A$AP Rocky's been pretty quiet in the court. He sits there. He's and I think Tacopina addressed it. He just said,
Yeah, he had one objection. That was it.
But I think he said that at the beginning. He said, you sit there, you try to maintain your dignity when you're falsely accused. Right? He said, maintain your dignity. He said, Mr. Well, my client is what he said. My client has maintained his dignities here. He's maintained his innocence from day one. And the jury is seeing him there sitting, maintaining dignity and all. So I think, and he opened with that. That was part of his first 10 minutes, I believe, of his opening. What do you all think about that?
I wonder if after the break that the family left, that Riri and the kids left. Do you know? Have anybody heard one way or the other? I only say that because a 9-month-old and a 2-year-old out and about in that setting at that point, they're going to be cranky.
Yeah.
And we already heard, earlier on today, we definitely heard, and it wasn't Lewin crying at that time. It was actually the baby. And I have a feeling,
wait a second. Are you sure about that?
I'm pretty sure it wasn't Lewin. Why is that? Because I mean, we know Lewin, right? We know what he sounds like. It's very easy to see what he sounds like when he pipes up. Sound like that.
Oh,
Cute little baby. I'm sorry. I think I've defamed the baby.
Anyhow, I just tweeted that. I mean, I'm sure Justice Served TV will retweet me, but he got it in because you all know. And I was actually doing some answers to questions, as we were going along with everybody. But okay, Loco said the kids left early in the day and they will be 2 and 3. Who
There
cares?
you go.
Yeah.
Yep. No, they're going to be 1 and 3. Sorry. One is 9 months
1 and
old.
3,
Birthday is coming up in August.
You sure about that?
According to my,
Okay. All right.
my sources.
I have to trust your sources.
Yeah. And the other one's birthday is May 13th and will be 3 years old then.
And that's your birthday.
TP. Mine's close. Mine's close.
Are you close to Tubi then? You close to Tubi's birthday?
When's Tubi's?
May 15th.
No, I'm before that.
Okay. So now we know you're not the 13th. You're not the
13th. Yeah, only 9 or 10 days left. I'm still puzzled as what this is.
Wait. If you're not the 5th, if you're 15th, you're past I think it's the 14th then.
No. My daughter's is the 14th. TP. Right. I'm still puzzled as to why Relli went back to the scene an hour, a half or so later. Why did he feel the need to go back and look for anything? This is not CSI Miami. Oh, he forgot. That's what police are for. Yeah, well, I called him Inspector Gadget because he went back and somehow found everything that 7 cops with their searchlights could not find. So
yeah, and he said, what did he say? He said there were four shots, but
when he was ragging on, I think he was talking to Wally at the time, and he said 5 shots more than once. He said, "Guy's gonna shoot at me 5 times," and so a little embellishment in that particular storytelling.
Yeah. Just in that one, but they're going at him pretty hard, right? By the way, who called Joe ASAP Taco? I think was that you?
ASAP Taco Micah. Yeah, it was Micah.
That's pretty. That's pretty fun.
He's part of the collective.
Yeah, he's part of the. Oh my goodness gracious! It's. What can I say? I think I have kind of been saying it all.
Is Melissa? Right? This may be a rhetorical question. It shouldn't matter what the judge believes. He is there to call balls and strikes. Why is the prosecutor telling the judge what to do?
Oh, that's a good one. Go ahead, Michael. You answer.
That's the Lewin factor. He shouldn't be, and the judge should be much more heavy-handed with him than he has been. We know there's a tote board running, and we know that after this, I don't know if it'll be in an open hearing or it'll be in chambers. I have a feeling it'll be in chambers, where the court will say, look, here's how many times you've been dinged. Here's how much I'm charging you per ding. It could be up to $1,500 under the code 1074. And he may just say, it's $5,000. Pay up. We'll give you a round number here. But to answer that question, he shouldn't be. He shouldn't be doing that, Melissa. He shouldn't. But Lewin knows all, sees all, is all.
Well, that's part of the problem, and it's I don't know. I just don't know. Now, he obviously took offense at being called a suborner of perjury. I guess he took offense at that.
Yes, he has a line.
Yes. Yeah, the line. Relli is just like, I don't know. Relli is just, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. Is Relli in the courtroom? Does anyone know? Did they bring him back? Did they bring Relli back? Does anyone know? I assume they didn't. Right?
Anybody have that intel?
Yeah. Anyone have that intel? No, no one has that intel. Okay. All right. Whatever. You know. All right. Let's see what else we got going here. All right. Lewin better have
Missy
it.
is fixated on JT.
I can tell you how tall he is because I've had pictures next to him. He's probably around 5'11"ish. You know, I've taken pictures.
Interestingly, he's also 5'11" at the shoulders wide. So
yeah, it's about 5'11". I mean, you notice Joe when you see him because he's a person. He's a big personality too.
he is. Yep.
And
he walks very loudly. You know, he just everything about he's just loud. You know what I mean?
Is that?
And I don't mean that in a bad way. I just mean that's he's he makes a statement.
What was the poll results about whether or not the prosecution was supporting perjury, Missy? What were they? Did we post them on Justice Serve TV? Okay, Michael, can you read that?
Oh my gosh, what is this? An eye test? Oh, there we go. 64% yes, 21 I don't know, 13 no. That's do you believe the prosecution team suborned perjury? So 64% said yes.
Yeah, isn't that interesting? So I guess we're going to tweet that out of our Justice Serve TV account. You know, that's kind of an interesting poll too. We ran a poll before. 89% of you like JT's closing. You know, they really like so that's there's 2B. 2B is way in. He says, "Hey, wait a second. I can't answer. I mean, I'm having trouble here because my mother's has been not playing with me all day, right?"
Yeah, exactly. That's what it is. This is when Domino will go and find like a sock and just take it, run in the other room, just doesn't really want it, doesn't care, but knows it'll get attention.
Yeah. So I'd say he's about 5'11". His son, I believe, is on X Twitter.
Yeah, I just saw another post recently.
Yeah, I think his son is on X Twitter. Yeah. Probably best to ask him. I can just give you my guesstimate of having been with Joe's number. He's a gentleman person. I think that this case, quite frankly, if I had to say, has been good for him. I mean, he has shown how he can take on different personalities in the courtroom. He is prepared beyond belief, right? The jury, I think he said a couple of things. There was a funny, I don't know if you saw it, Michael, when they came back from lunch and he had to start and Lewin was, or as our chat has named it, Lewiner, was saying about the and all that kind of, they were going through that again. And the judge said, well, just don't mention the prosecution team or a lawyer in the same sentence as you're mentioning perjury or something. And Joe, as he's walking back to the lectern, says, well, that should shorten my closing a lot.
Yeah, I commented that on our little chat here.
You did? Okay.
Yeah, that was before the jury came back in, so it was all right. You know, he was kind of playing to the gallery a little bit.
Yeah. But I did hear people laugh in the courtroom.
Yeah.
You know, I assume that but I think he has been charismatic.
Yep.
And I would say this to his face. Okay. I think he has again been prepared. I think this closing is masterful because it's a detailed, you had to follow the case, but it's detailed in a way that you're like, oh, what comes next? You know, Pokemon 0730 says Lou Horn.
What'd she say? What's it say?
Lou Horn, like he's got a horn, right? You know, Michael says ASAP Taka and Alan Jackson are a tier of their own. Okay. Put me in that tier, please. Put me in that tier with the two guys. All right. Just because you haven't seen me on one of these recent cases this past year. Yeah. I'm actually representing a very high profile person right now. Then I don't know. We'll see if it goes to trial, but I'm not going to give you a name. Joe's a charmer. Riz. Unspoken Riz. His
is not unspoken. His is far from unspoken. No,
well, when he walks,
maybe change that. We have outspoken Riz. How about that?
Yeah, but when he walks, you know, when you see him when he walks, I mean, He is
So
he's
some
a true.
swagger.
I'm going to tell you, he's a true gentleman. I mean, he really is. I mean, if you're if he's representing a client, but he has his reputation as a bull in the china shop. That's because he's representing his clients. I mean, people have called me all sorts of names. I've gotten sent pictures of like bullet holes, through my client's head when I represent people. I've gotten calls. That's why I ended up with like 2 numbers. I have to expect people hate you at some time. Sometimes they hate you, sometimes they love you. But whatever it is, I think in this case, no matter what happens, you've seen, yes. And then I think Ashley Linnell points this out. This is what we've been talking about. We've seen some great defense lawyering lately. Alan Jackson, Max Shart, Steele, Adams, Weinstein and Joe and Doug Weinstein and Joe. Yes. And I think that also the YSL case, when we started, everyone thought, oh, these guys are guilty, right? Little by little, we saw the prosecution. Oh, and we should mention, speaking about the prosecution in the YSL case, right? We should mention that tonight, Bonnie Willis has.
Oh, yeah, I gotta get ready.
You gotta get ready. She
gotta
has
get ready to go.
Installation fundraising party. We didn't get an invitation, although somebody, I think, was it Instagram me, messaged me, or was it on Twitter? Messaged me, and hey, you didn't get your invitation. It's only $25.
Yeah, Doug didn't get one either.
You can go.
Yeah, Doug didn't get his either. So
yeah, fine. Well, so I think that I think that when we yes, it's true. It is really funny. I'm missing Miss Shorty tonight. She would have liked to have what can I say? Yeah.
So
I mean, I'm missing Miss Shorty. She probably would have liked. I'd like to hear what her peoples are saying
she'll
about.
Be back at it tomorrow. She does like Friday, Saturdays, right?
Yeah, she does like Friday, Saturdays. Yeah, just what are people saying about the content of this? Now, forget the thirsting issue, but the content of this, because yes, we're seeing, and I think there's been a newfound then respect for defense lawyers in doing this. Although I do see some trials that seem to have everybody like, guilty. And I think that if you started ASAP Rocky at the beginning, I bet you the polls would have been, well, we think he's
people
guilty,
were saying,
right?
why not take that deal? Why not take the 6 months and the 5 years probation? And that's a gift. What are you doing? And then they started to hear more.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. What is really more overriding? Is it because these defense attorneys we're talking about and have covered are so good, or each of these prosecutions that we're talking about are so bad? If you look at each of these ones that have been mentioned, the YSL,
right,
the Karen Reed,
right,
this one, they all have really questionable cases in chief for the prosecution. So just an odd thought. Is it as much bad case as good defense lawyering, or is it defense lawyering that makes the prosecution case look worse? It seems like an interesting combination.
Well, let me answer that by this. When we did the Aaron Hernandez case, okay, myself, Ron Sullivan, Jose Baez, right, as our triple team, there, and then we had lawyers helping us, right. Everyone went into this saying, well, he's already been convicted of one murder. Of course, he's going to get convicted of double murder now in an area where everybody knows that he's been convicted of the one murder. By the time we finished, the jury was pretty good, and he's not, not guilty of these two homicides. And I have to tell you that one of the emails that we got afterwards was the people in the courtroom who work for the government, right, to say they've never seen a defense team like ours before, because we just, we did everything. We did everything. I mean, I got in and I went to labs and motions and all sorts of stuff to do the forensics. I handled the forensics aspect of it, and every once in a while we'd switch off. Like sometimes, one time I was busy, Ron handled one forensics witness and I handled one of his witnesses, because so I think that when you are a good defense attorney and you have the time and the money and the experience, you know what you're looking for, and you find things that the prosecutors are so used to having bad lawyers against them that I think that they get away with things, and I think that's part of part of the issue. What you're seeing now on these cases, not only if you didn't have all this that we saw that Joe has brought out, you'd say, oh yeah, right, he should have taken the deal, right? But you and I know that it's a hint. When you get a deal that normally you get 24 years, and you get a deal like that, 6 months in county jail, right? Or 3 months in county jail, or 2 months, or whatever it was, right?
6 months. Yeah.
6 months.
Yeah,
That's
it's a
indication.
screaming deal if they've got a decent case.
Yeah,
It's a desperate deal if they have a crappy case.
right, and that screams desperate deal. That screams, hey, come on, give take it.
Yeah,
it.
we need something. We need a win of any sort. Take it.
And that's what Fonnie Willis did. She got a win, right, by doing what she did. She got a lot of guilty pleas, and yet we all know that then people they got out. They were out that day, except for poor you got not guilty. It was in 2 more
Yeah,
months.
and still, although I think that day is coming up. I think he's got a hearing coming up. Law Nerd Amber, how many fundraising parties does Fonnie need? Well, depends on how things go in the next few months, because she may need to have additional fundraising to pay for counsel to represent her in whatever may be coming down the pike from the DOJ. We know she's been issued a request to 4 of her closest associates have been issued requests to go appear in front of the select committee there in Congress. So basically she's said, screw you, every time she's been asked to show up, even by subpoena.
Right.
So now they're doing a little end around. They're going to get the 4 people who worked most closely with her, and they're going to grill them. So
that's usually the way you do it when you're trying to get the when you're trying to get the big person, right? And the problem is she has one of the rising stars out of Texas running this, or saying that they're running this fundraiser, right? And so that's
it's Crockett, right?
Right, Crockett, right?
Yeah,
so,
she's in Congress, I think.
Yeah,
she's very outspoken. Yeah,
she's also an elegant speaker, and people like her. I like her, so that she has that going for it. And it's surprising to me that she's coming in and actually doing the fundraising, right? To be honest with you, so that really is a surprise to me that she is. But me
too, because I don't know if I'd be hitching my wagon to that mess at this point in the process.
Right.
I mean, it's not like there isn't, there's a lot of smoke. We're just waiting to see the fire.
Yeah. So we'll see. Let's see. Ashley says, I feel the prosecutors are not. Hold on 1 second. I have to enlarge my screen. Oh, it's a really terrible thing. I lost it, Ashley. I lost it. Here we go.
There we go.
The prosecutors aren't prepared for great lawyering because they push plea deals as their convictions. Yeah, they look.
That's overcharge, take a lesser deal. That's a win. Yeah.
What's the dirty secret of the criminal justice system? If every person indicted said, I want a trial, the criminal justice system would shut down.
Yeah, collapsing under its own weight.
Right, because you couldn't. I mean, they couldn't do it. It's only because it's only about 3% of cases go to trial. Right.
I'll take your word for that.
Yeah, about 3% of cases go to trial. I think at the most. Okay, and that's that's where you are. So, and people take deals because sometimes not because they think, well, if you come down here, some of these poor people in some of the courts, I mean, they're stealing a loaf of bread. They get put in jail for 30 days or 60 days. I mean, we see murderers not go to jail for that, right? And they don't have, they have a lawyer, but they have no place to go. They don't have someone to say they weren't stealing it or weren't taking it, or they took it because they were hungry. I don't know. I always say if somebody is hungry, I'm going to give them my food. Here, you can have it. What can I say?
Let's see.
What else you got there? So what else you want to answer? Because I know you're all tired after watching tonight.
So Ashley, another Ashley question about Rocky's $500,000 bail. You think that's scary because it's not enough, or because it's too much? I'm curious. I mean, it's not a murder case, but it sounds like a big number. But he's kind of got money, so that's a $50,000 insurance plan. And that's what a bond is. It's an insurance policy that says I'll show up at trial, and it's usually 10% of the bail amount. So 50 grand out of his pocket, and that's, you don't get that back.
Well, let me tell you, if he were in Fonnie Willis's jurisdiction, he wouldn't have gotten bail.
Oh, no,
right?
he'd
He would
be
have
at
put Rice
Rice.
Street.
He'd
Yeah.
be at Rice Street right now. Boy, that would be something.
Yeah, Jacqueline Mitchell said, "Wow, so ASAP shouldn't have been brought to trial." I agree with you on that. And it's interesting because we've seen some prosecutors too. I wonder how this. Adrian Love was under a lot of heat from viewers about how she acted. Right.
What was it Doug told us about her? Doug said that there was another case that she had been given, but she was second chair.
Yeah, she was no longer first chair. And she's been there. That sounds like
she got Lewin.
She got Lewin.
Lewin on that deal.
Oh gosh, that's a good possibility. I wonder how he's going to explain. I don't know. Maybe he'll come after us because of Chatter's Lewining, or Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, and then you're right. You're absolutely right. Yeah, the chain of custody allegedly was, well, he went back to the scene, he found the cartridges, and he brought them to the police. Okay, it is a chain of custody.
Yeah, I mean, you can challenge it, as they did, because they made it sound, well, was he there? Is that you on video? Oh, it's not you on video. So who knows whether he really went back there and got them or not? But that's a credibility issue, not an admissibility issue.
Well, it is, because he says first he went back, and then he says that's him going back, and then he says that's not him going back, and then the cops say that's not him there. So where was he?
Yeah. Yeah.
And why was it that John Lewin got assigned to this case in January? Why? Because they felt that Tacopina needed somebody tough and all. I mean, toughness is good when you're prosecuting the serial killer. Right?
Yeah, we've had this conversation, and still a lot of unknowns as to what propelled him to that spot, whether it was the whole Gascon-Hochman political process, the demotion, the bone they may have thrown him for this case. Although I think when all is said and done, I don't know if I'd call it a bone being thrown his way, more like an anchor. But yeah, we'll never really know the true story, why he was dropped into this case January.
Yeah, we won't know it, but we should know it. Interestingly enough, and look, if it'd be interesting if he feels that he's been treated unfair in the media, because I think there's at least one reporter who believes this is going to be a conviction and likes Lewin and all. But I think from what I can see from the streams that I've been watching, the general feeling is that this case is a train wreck for the prosecution.
Mm-hmm.
A train wreck because Joe Tacopina was right. Or ASAP Taco. I think ASAP Taco. I mean,
you better check with Rocky on that, because they don't throw that ASAP around to just anybody. He may make an exception for JT, though.
They may make an exception for him, that he may be part. Yeah, that's right. After all this, if he gets a not guilty, and it's interesting. This is an all or nothing. There's no lesser includes here. This is the two charges, the two locations, and there has to be a real gun. Has to be that real gun. The ones the prosecution said it was the Glock 44, and if the jury doesn't find that is proven beyond a reasonable doubt, right? If the jury doesn't find that, then you can't convict. So all that stuff that we talked about, whether he could be scared by a prop gun and all that kind of stuff, that's out the door. That is simply out the door. It has to be, it just has to be that. It has to be that. Well,
prosecution admitted that. That's the case. Either it was a real gun or we lose.
Yeah,
That's basically what they're saying.
And this last thing, I thought that look, lawyers know where they may have to end, and when he ended with Mr. Tacopina ending on, or ASAP Taco, ending on the issue of, you could see the plastic. You see the plastic on the gun. I mean, I thought that was just brilliant. So, what does the jury go home with tonight?
Well, yeah, I think all of the Relli destruction that they were reminded of, that's all that matters to me. If you look at the prosecution's case and they say you got to find there's a real gun, okay, that's in a nutshell what they're talking about. Right. Defense case is Relli's a lying sack of poop, and he is the case. he's the alleged victim.
Right.
And the prosecution brought in nobody else to corroborate any of what Relli says happened.
Right.
To me, that's the case. So my question for you is, first of all, you'll have to read this. I can't read motion to screams post there. I can't. You might want to read
This
that.
says Joe is not just anybody, he's the body.
Yeah. Anyway, so what do you expect to see tomorrow then, as Joe, hopefully in a nice way puts a bow on his closing?
I think he's going to talk about 12V. I think he's going to end with 12V, the difference between 12V and Relli. I think he's going to again talk about Relli. Let's count the and he may do a best of hits. Let's count the lies. Boom,
Perjury.
boom, boom,
Let
boom,
me
boom,
count the
boom, boom.
ways.
Perjury. Let me count the ways. Yes.
He called it a perjury miniseries. That's what he called it at some point.
Perjury miniseries, and he called it embracing perjury. And the judge said, "Well, that's okay, embracing perjury, a perjury."
Yeah. Then
series.
now, I mean, I'm not a genius, but I get the concept, embracing perjury. I know what that means. It means you're okay with it. You are happy to promote it, right?
Right.
But the judge said, "I don't even know what that means."
Yeah, I don't know, but
I don't even know what that means.
the jury knows, Hey, look around and say, my client's been here. You see him right here. You see him. You look around. You see Relli anywhere? You're right. But I'm going to remind you again of him, and then he's going to end with some flash. And he quoted John Adams today. He quoted somebody else. Who was it besides President John Adams? He quoted Ben Franklin. He quoted Ben Franklin, John Adams. That screams to me trial consultant quoting those two, by the way.
You have some of those on the cue cards here. You go, get this one down. This one's appropriate. This one's appropriate.
I've been there with Richard Gabriel, and I know that he likes his historical quotes for you to put in. Giving a shout out to him. As I said, he is been my jury consultant on all the cases, inspector, and he does a lot of pro bono work for people, for clients that we do pro bono work for. I mean, he's not just, give me the money. He's like, yeah, and he devotes a lot of his time to pro bono clients when you have a case that you need a jury questionnaire on or whatever. And that's wonderful. That's just a wonderful thing to see, that people give back to the system, even though the system sometimes really is, we question the system. And then I expect to see Lewin, and we're going to see.
You're going to see histrionics. You're going to see loud. You're going to see.
Joe said that. Joe said that at one point. He said, "And
he said he's so loud." Yeah.
Loud. The judge told him to stop that.
Yeah, he's so loud.
He's so loud.
He just is. Anyway, yeah, we're going to see all of that. You got anything else, partner, before we wrap this up?
If anyone else has anything else, we're going to rest it up. It's been a long day. We've been on with you the whole day, and we have to get rested up. So we see what
Missy's on her third or fourth big gulp there, extra caffeine.
Yeah. Missy, thank you again. You and Dizzy all day. You got to understand, when we don't just get on, we're starting. And when I hear I'm rolling over in bed like at 6 o'clock in the morning, I hear the ding on my phone.
Yeah, that's
like,
Dizzy from the Ireland Bureau.
Yeah, I said they've started. I guess I can't roll over one more time and hit that snooze one more time, which I'd like to. I feel like I'm in trial on this because we're trying to keep up every single day and do our own stuff. But
and this is the first time we've really done this to this degree. So it's all kind of a new experiment for us. So.
Right. And thank you for joining us, and also for Missy, because she's really, really has to stream everything into and yes, we love her too.
And she has to keep you guys straight in the chat. Yes. That's the hard part. She has to wrangle all the chat.
And she posts the polls, that we're posting on, and she's helping us on Twitter and all. Although sometimes I get a little over. She'll tell you I get a little over aggressive on Twitter, right? But thank you all for joining us, and we're gonna Missy the Bay, and we're gonna say bye, Bay.
And tomorrow it's earlier. It's 9-ish tomorrow, noon.
Yeah,
the judge backed it up 30 minutes.
9 o'clock. So we'll see you at noon our time, Eastern time. We'll be here.
Okay. We'll check you all out then. In the meantime, try to do the right thing. See you then.